All right, hello chat. What is up? What is up, chat? What's up, sluts? I have lots of things I say. So yeah, ignore my webcam doing that. It does that sometimes. Like it will not do it, for 20, 30 minutes, and then it will just like 5 minutes before I start video. Like literally, it hasn't been doing this the whole time. As soon as I start the video, it does it. Oh, thanks for the super chat. Your character creation videos are great and is very pretty. Thank you. That's what I hope to do. Fuck. Makes me sound like I have a mission. What I hope to do is expose people to new role-playing games that they may enjoy. But yes, that is actually what I do. It's part of my big thing. Is I'm like, if I hate this game, maybe you won't hate it. Very few games I'm just like, I absolutely loathe this thing and no one should ever play it. D20 Modern. Okay, D20 Modern isn't that bad. It's my funny... D20 Modern's my funny game. It's like my funny joke. I don't like that game. Oh, yeah. I was going to say that, and then the super chat popped up. Yeah. The World of Synnibarr is not the size of Mars. It is Mars. It is Mars that has been hollowed out and turned into a spaceship. The weirdest thing around. And see, here's the thing. Okay, so here's the thing. This isn't torturing myself. This is fun. This is silly. This is what I wanted to do on this channel originally, because it's fun. That's the thing about Fatal. Is in Fatal, it's stupid and overcomplicated, but also, it's miserable. So, Synnibarr should be fun. It should be like wacky fun, not it should be wacky bad, not, oh no, why am I doing this to myself and my audience bad? Okay. Just catching up on chat. So yes, Synnibarr, the world of... Oh yes, 20,000 subs. 20,000 subscribers. That is very much more than I was expecting a few years ago. When I was So here's the thing, if I turn off that light there, this will stop happening. Unfortunately, if I turn off that light, it will also be very dark. So it's a problem that I have to either deal with that flashing, or have the stream look like this. So I feel like the latter is the better option. Come on. There we go. Like when it doesn't do it... Yes. Synnibarr ni kotte oshokyo. Yes. Inflict me upon your friends. Yes. Well, they can enforce the rule. They can enforce that. Like, so you can't enforce a rule that says you can't. Well, you can't enforce any rule in a role-playing game. But you can just, if it ever comes up, you can just be like, well, clearly you weren't following the rules. Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. I'm not surprised. I don't really watch any... I always feel like a dick saying this. Like, I feel like Garth Marenghi saying this. I don't really watch other TTRPG YouTubers. Because, yeah, a lot of them are just guy in front of a bookcase with beard and or baseball hat, rambling on an unscripted opinion of a game, or like hands down on a table. And I think the thing is that, like, I don't know, people like those. Like, I think the thing is that my content is very different. It's different than what is coming in the scene, but then also there's the fact that my content takes 5 times as long to make. That's a problem. Yes, you have been a channel member for a year now. Congratulations. Welcome to the Green Number Club. I think there's only one other person in the Green Number Club. I believe it's D-Stex. Once you see chat. When you're a channel member, you get a little tombstone next to your name. And then at certain intervals, there's a number that pops up that tells you how long you've been a channel member. And it starts off like 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. I forget the increments. But then at a year, it starts counting years instead of months. And that's when it goes from red numbers to green numbers. So if you see someone with a green number on a tombstone in the chat, that means they have been a channel member for over a year. And if you see someone with a red number, that means they've been a channel member for over a month, but less than a year. It's a fun thing. It's a fun little thing. You get tombstones. You get emotes. They're not very good emotes. I need to work on the emotes. I think I get fewer of them on YouTube, and also the way they're done on YouTube is different than the way they're done on Twitch. I'm just going to ignore that flashing. Is that actually going to be looking to? Yeah, I don't. Since I've gotten to the point where I have thousands of subscribers, if you look at my old videos, I like solicited that, so it has gotten to the point now where I don't actively solicit suggestions and requests for games, just because I get them. I get them through Blue Sky message DMs. I get them through Tumblr DMs. I get them through my email. So I stopped soliciting them because, so you can make suggestions. Just in general, let me say this, for any content creator, a good way to make a suggestion to a content creator is to @ them on a social media. So if you @ me on Blue Sky and say, oh, you should check out this game, maybe I will, maybe I won't. But like, personally, I feel like that is a better way to do it than like DMing someone, because when you're DMing me, I'm just like, I'm not like, okay, this random person is sending me a DM. What's up with that? It's a little weird that they are like slide into my DMs to suggest this game. And when someone @ me, it feels a bit more like we are still interacting in the public forum. So that's my thing, is like just suggestions and things like that, or, you know, saying, hey, I love the videos from this creator, adding them publicly, once again, this is just a me thing, is more likely to get a positive response, because you are not, like, you're definitely not crossing a boundary by doing that. That is the thing. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat. I can't though, because it's fast. Emotes. I need to work on the emotes. Yeah, the problem is channel memberships. I'm not allowed to say. Channel memberships, I didn't have anyone doing them, so I didn't spend much time on them, which is annoying, because I spent a lot of time on my Twitch emotes. Alright, so yeah, thanks for all the nice things various people are saying in chat. Once again, yeah, my big thing is I want to cover weird, obscure games. Like, that's what I actually want to do, but the algorithm says cover Dungeons and Dragons. So I'm going to, as I do periodically, I'm going to try to cover more obscure stuff. because occasionally I have to like check out and be like, can I cover more obscure games again, or do I have to? Have I not reached that point? Because that's the point. That's the thing. As a reviewer, I want to get to the point where like people will watch the videos that are like, oh, they're watching the video because I am the reviewer and I find things that are interesting and present them, instead of having to, cater to what the people want to see. Like, okay, like Shadowrun. If I did Shadowrun, people would watch that. I will probably do Shadowrun eventually. The problem is I know so little about Shadowrun, I don't know how distinct the editions are. That's always the problem. Yeah, people are too comfy to get into DMs sometimes, and once again, I will just say this: if I get a message request, I'm like, oh, that's a message request. Some person's like, hey, you should check out this game. I'm likely to ignore that because I'm going to feel a little uncomfortable getting into a DM conversation with someone I don't know. And then also it's very easy to ignore. But if you just at me, then I will be like, oh, noted. I can like be like, boop, like, and like to acknowledge that I have seen your post. And that's my personal opinion. I don't know how other people feel about it. I assume other people don't like being added. There was something I was going to combine. World is going to rescue the algorithm. Oh, yeah. Are we doing all three big bad RPGs? So, the answer to that's a valuable question. No. So, Synnibarr is one of the original three worst role-playing games. I don't remember what the others two are. And then Fatal, Racial Holy War, and Hybrid are like the new ones. I'm not sure if I'm going to do all six. I do plan to make a video on Racial Holy War and Hybrid, but not in the style of my normal videos. I plan like just to make informational videos on them. Like, this is what Racial Holy War is and why I'm not doing one of my normal silly videos on it, because I can do a silly video on Fatal. I can't do a silly video on Racial Holy War. But I can still, use my position to explain what it is to people. Same with Hybrid. Like, you cannot make a Hybrid character. That's just a fact. You cannot make a Hybrid character. Like, spoiler, it is impossible to make a Hybrid character. Because all of your character's stats are circular. That's the big thing, is that if you read the various editions, one of the things he talks about is like, oh, there's no dice involved in Hybrid, and that's true because there's no input. It's like your C1 is based on C2, C2 is based on C1. Like, that is an actual thing. The stats C1 and C2 are based on each other. So there is no way to actually calculate those stats, because at no point do you insert an external value. Like, I joke like that. A lot of people call games unplayable. Like, Hybrid is incomprehensible and unplayable just due to things like that. It's not like just badly designed. There comes up like circular things where you cannot put an input in, so you can never determine a value. Yeah, if you're interested in Hybrid, if you're interested in Hybrid, I would recommend finding the very old version, because there's a very old version before the 500 something rule version. There's one that's like a single paragraph, and that one is actually comprehensible. It's not like functional, but it's comprehensible, and you can look at it and you can understand why hybrid does not work and cannot work. Yeah, like I said, I just for like historical, like cultural relevance to tabletop gaming, I feel like I should make a video on. See, I don't want to say cover, because like I'm not going to tell you how to make a character in Rachel Holy War. I'm going to explain what it is, and hopefully, my big thing with that is that hopefully I can help people through Rachel Holy War, help people spot white supremacist views in other media, because I haven't said it. I didn't say it in any of my videos thus far. Fatal has white supremacist leanings, and like I don't mean racist leanings. I mean white supremacist leanings, because white supremacists have lore. That's the difference. They have actual like lore behind their whole shtick. So, and Fatal really seems to. I mean, I will tell you guys this. I'll give you guys a little preview of this. So, if you're familiar with Racial Holy War, especially if you watched Cam Sandwich's recent video, which that's the only video of his I've watched, because people kept telling me, hey, he pointed you out in this. He talks about how the plot of Racial Holy War is that it's after the white race has been taken over by the other races. And that's the difference. That's the difference between white supremacists and just regular racists, is that they have this belief that they are going to be overtaken, that they are currently being overtaken, that they are being outnumbered and replaced. And then that's when they're going to be the heroes fighting back against the oppressive non-white majority. So that's like the big difference between like garden variety racist and white supremacist. Now, this is important because in the change from the earliest version of Fatal I have to the earliest version that most people have, ooh, I'm being secretive. The earliest version of Fatal that I have that other people don't? Do I have an earlier version of Fatal that other people do not have? I may or may not have a 0th edition of Fatal. Point is, one big thing that changed was humans went from like 70-something% of the population down to 30%. And that is the big thing that I bring up a lot, is that Fatal creates a world where the white humans are outnumbered and under constant threat from all the other races. And that has some very specific white supremacist specifically leanings. You know what? It's a live stream, so who cares? I have one of the PDFs. So back, like the early versions that I said in the first video that I was like, oh, this 4 PDF version is lost to time. I did manage to track down the first PDF of it. I am regularly looking and trying to find the other parts, but I cannot. But I do have this like one PDF that's a 0th edition that has the like race and attribute rules, which are very interesting because they do things. Let me put it this way: halflings and dwarves and elves and half orcs and half elves. I think I don't remember if there were half elves. Are the only player races. There's no ogres, there's no trolls, there's no kobolds, there's no bugbears. There was a normal selection at the earliest stage of Fatal, which is why that change is so notable. And it really feels like very intentional. Yeah, I would. The annoying thing is that how do I casually drop that? Yeah, I casually drop that I have a 0th edition of Fatal. I'm hoping to find the more. Oh no, I think Anakim are still there. I'm hoping to find the other four PDFs. That's the problem, because this opens more questions than it answers. Because the big issue with Fatal, my big question about the like 0th to 1st editions, is in relation to the occupations. Because in whichever video I did that, uh, I kind of reverse engineered what I thought might have been the original functional occupation system from Fatal. So I really want that. I really want that to like be able to either confirm or deny that theory. Like it's still called fantasy adventure to adult lechery. They're still trying to be edgy with it, but like that's understandable. That's understandable. I want to forget about the child eating trolls most of the time. Also, the original. Yeah, okay. I couldn't remember the name of Spawn of Fashon and Senzar. So those are ones I might actually cover. That's the thing, is Hybrid and Racial Holy War are so bad that I can't actually cover them. Well, the thing is, I'm actively looking for the Fatal Zeroth edition. Yeah. No, no. Okay. Okay. You know what? People know. Like this isn't a secret. I talk about it on my Blue Sky app. I am kind of working on a Fatal parody. I'm working on a parody game of Fatal, which has the intention of being silly but playable. So I actually do have a secret quest to make a version of playable that is Fatal isn't complete hell to play. And also address some of the very important issues with Fatal, like, you know, how you don't have male characters roll for cup size. Like, that's ridiculous. Why do they not roll for cup size? You should have a scale to roll for cup size that's about 50% none. That's about 50% none, a little less than that because, man boobs are a thing. So it should be a complete scale where only about half of the results give you boobs. That's the most historically accurate way to do it. Honestly, I think like okay, I hate to disagree with so many people in the comments because a lot of people say this in the comment, but like no, there is no fixing Fatal. That's the thing a lot of people keep saying is like, ooh, now I want to try and fix Fatal. It's like, no. Uh Also, I will say the worst place to suggest a game to me is during live stream chat. I'm seeing some people asking me if I will cover things, but like that is the worst place because I am very likely to miss it. And also like, would Skyrim's Journey be a possible future game? I don't know what that is, and like I'm in the middle of a live stream right now, so I'm not going to look it up. But if you like, so once again, if you at me on social media, I'm more likely to then be doing something where I can be like, oh, let me Google that real quick. Uh, actually, yes, I agree. Make Fatal using the twerps rule. That will fix it. Well, if you want your male character to have a giant chest, you should check out Wet Dungeon coming soon. I don't know when Wet Dungeon's going to be done, but that is a thing. That is a thing that I kind of don't differentiate between like a heaving, muscular chest and fat fucking jugs. Yeah, but like this is a thing I did not expect. This is a thing I did not expect. Uh, a lot of people really, really started sympathizing with Parmy and wanting to like rescue her from Fatal, which is amusing. Um, let's see. Hey, Palladium. Palladium isn't that bad. All right, so I should probably get to the thing that I set out to do in the stream because I can still respond to chat. Yeah, that's the thing. You can have a cup modifier. I forget the thing in Wet Dungeon. I forget a lot of things. Here's the thing. I'm going in almost completely blind on this. Oh, I need to turn that off. Okay. Yeah, I'm going in almost completely blind on this. On hashtag safe farm me. All right. Yeah, don't get me started on Rob Liefeld. I'm a filthy Rob Liefeld apologist. All right, I got my World of Synnibarr. I got my spreadsheet somewhere. There's my spreadsheet. I got Synnibarr. Got my spreadsheet. I got chat. I got everything I need. The other thing, I feel like there's no way to fix Fatal because you'd have to remove so many core elements that you would eventually get to the point where everything had been replaced. It would be a ship of Theseus. Like, the big thing is like, yeah, going in blind on Synnibarr. I thought it would be the silliest way to do it. Okay. Actually, people have asked me on several occasions which of my characters I thought would win in a fight, and it's always, I forget her name. It's the character from Metamorphosis Alpha, because she's 25 feet tall. All right. So, table of contents. Let's be honest, we don't need to know about. Let's read the foreword. I'll read the foreword. And I don't want to get too much into the lore stuff because that's going to take a long time. Over the last 12 years during the creation of this game, the gaming industry has changed greatly. When I began writing The World of Synnibarr, there were relatively few games on the market. Today there are many, the majority of them quite good as far as their originality and production are concerned. However, the idea of high-powered and multi-genre gaming system is beginning to emerge. People are showing a greater interest in games where players' characters can become as entertaining as their favorite comic book characters, or adventures in their favorite novels. But until now, no game has been published that responded to those interests, and yet still maintained balance and playability. Over the last decade. See, this is what makes a good bad game. The author being just completely full of themselves and thinking that they have achieved some grand, lofty goal. Over the last decade, the Synnibarr gaming system has been tested by thousands of players and hundreds of referees. So after 5 revisions from 1980 until now, I think we finally got it right. I hope you will agree. This text is referenced in detail to simplify using the book. Also, 5 indexes have been added. The idea I want to convey is that Synnibarr is old but almost completely unexplored. A devastating plague caused most of civilization in the world is just beginning to crawl out of the Dark Ages, with cyborgs on Mars as a hollowed-out spaceship. And the world's just beginning to crawl out of the last 5 years. The greatest secrets of science were preserved, but science has now acquired a status of a religion, giving mankind a super technology that many consider occult in nature. This super technology coexists with a medieval world in which some of its population can manifest all kinds of supernatural powers. When combined with the mysteries of dangers of lost civilizations of the past, these elements make Synnibarr more than just a gaming system. They create a place of constant wonder filled with Filled with a... Wait. A gaming system. They create a place of constant wonder filled with a universe of entertainment. Okay, there we go. Yeah, unfortunately not as good as Metamorphosis Alpha. I like Metamorphosis Alpha. We all know that. I mean, I think a 25-foot woman could beat most people. Except like a 50-foot woman. Alright. I don't want to read the editor's note. Let's actually get into it. I don't want to read all this because... Once again, this is what makes a good bad game. Like, all this text, a whole fucking chronology, just the author being so confident that they are making the greatest thing ever. What does Synnibarr uses? I probably don't need to read that. I know how to use a book. I know what dice are. Note from Craig Warren, official historian of Terra Council. Only recently has the truth of our origins turned. The Dark Ages all but removed any trace of our 50,000-year history, and if not for the great library and museum, the past would have been completely forgotten. Now we know some of our origin and purpose. With the courage and dedication, we'll tame the world ship once more, and civilization will thrive again. Wonder if there's anything funny in here. I love this. I love this game. I love... this 1991 for the first edition, and 1993 for this edition. This is the second. Okay. Oh, I don't want to go through the whole glossary, but let's just scan it for highlights. 1 per day level. We have tenths. Armor and damage resistance on Synnibarr are measured in tenths. For each tenth of protection, the number of life points of physical damage inflicted is divided by a factor of 10. So, for example, 1/10 protection against 10 LE heal result in only 1 point of damage. Attack. The tenths will allow up to 1,000 LBT to be taken before effectively receiving 1 LBT, unless otherwise specified. Tenths protect the victim against physical energy damage only. The maximum damage resistance possible for a character's unprotected body is 4/10, a maximum. So, oh man, this is insane. DV, advantage, agility, alchemy. I'm scanning to see if there's anything like stupid that I'm going to need to understand, because I feel like I'm not going to understand that. Base fate roll, beam attack. This is an attack that's moving 250 miles per hour or faster. It must be dodged with a beam attack dodge. Beam attack dodge. Bios and cyborg damage. Alright. Dexterity, dice. Dice. This is a very large description of dice. Dodge, earth power, blah, blah. You know what? I'm sure I don't need to know what any of these things are. Wide beam attack dodge. Of course. Alright, example adventure. Ba ba ba. At least there's more information than you need instead of less. Alright. Character creation. That's what we're here for, unfortunately. The World of Synnibarr has a number of ways to create a character, giving you free rein to your imagination, letting you break class stereotypes. The first part of this chapter describes the methods of character generation and the different scores and statistics that apply to the game. You will need a copy of the character sheet, or a blank piece of paper, or a spreadsheet, a set of special gaming dice, a pencil, and a calculator. Oh no, I don't have a pencil or a calculator. Damn. The scores are determined by rolling dice and are written down on the character sheet or a blank piece of paper. The latter part of the chapter describes character classes and skills. Creating or rolling up an adventurer is the first step in playing the game. 3 basic attributes define all advent. I love that that a game recognized for being one of the most complicated apparently has 3 basic attributes. All the adventurers, type of character, ability scores, and code of morality. This is later called the aura. What? Wait. 3 basic attributes define the adventurers. Type of character, ability scores, and code of morality. Okay, they're not basic attributes. That's a broad category of things. The later is called the aura. You may choose the aura of your adventurer. Character creation requires several steps. These steps are outlined in Table 1. From it, you can get a general idea of what creating a character entails and what specific tables to use. As you accomplish each step, you should return to Table 1 for the next step. This will keep you on the right track. Determine the process of creating a character. You may find yourself doing steps out of turn. This is fine, just as long as all the steps are eventually completed. The following selections, blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. I should probably zoom in so that I'm not... I'm old, so when I need to read something, I have to lean in. And my chair creaks, so that's even worse. You can build Piccolo in any game, if you try hard enough, if you believe. Yeah, like, everyone's confident in their games. You know, as much as I criticize him, Ken St. Andre was at very least confident. You know, preemptive apologies to any Ken St. Andre stands in chat for my next video. I may or may not say unkind things about Ken St. Andre. Okay, so generating basic characteristics, choosing a type of character. Oh boy. Let's look at the table. Let's look at the table before I start getting confused. Let's see. Step 1. Generate basic initial character scores. Choose a method of character generation, traditional, basic races, non-classified, or variant races. There are 4 ways to generate your character, apparently. That's honestly what I was expecting. Okay, assign characteristics, scores, abilities, adding bonus or applicable, roll for random mutations and psionics, determine spells, mutations, possible adjustments, determine attacks per turn. Okay, there's a lot of stuff to do. So I guess we will start with, there's no table for generating basic characteristic scores. Generating basic characteristics. This is 3 columns, yeah. We'll say this is possibly... I don't know when you... Well, see, I don't know when you left, so I don't know what you missed. I read the intro. It was very pretentious. There's 4 ways to generate your character. Alright. Every adventurer has 6 basic scores. These will use to determine characteristic score abilities. These characteristics are used to determine your adventurer's capabilities, such as how quickly or nimbly she can move, how much weight they can carry, how intelligent they are, how wise, and how healthy they are, which is reflected in the Constitution score. Thank you! I would never have guessed that health was reflected in the Constitution score. To determine the specific number for each of the characteristics, you will roll a 20-sided die 7 times. Maybe I don't want to roll a 20-sided die 7 times. Okay, I will roll a 20. No, you know what? That's a lie. I'm not going to roll a 20-sided die 7 times. I'm going to get 7 d20s. Yeah, that's... Well, it's... See, now, in my game I'm working on historically / mythologically accurate. Oh, someone pointed out in the comments that apparently the tagline on Fatal is the most detailed, difficult, realistic, and historically / mythically accurate. And this entire time, I have been just subconsciously correcting that to mythologically. You can die when generating your character's age. You can also generate a negative value, which means your character has not been born yet. That's the kind of, like, jokes that I'm going for in that game. Is that you can, hypothetically, roll a character, roll their age, determine that they have gone beyond their maximum age and have died, and then roll and determine that they are a ghost, and then you can play as the ghost of the character you rolled up. Alright, reroll is necessary until you have 7 scores that are greater than or equal to 8. Didn't he say 6? See, I really need to do more live game stuff, because I feel like I recall from the video where I was looking at the one-page RPGs that a lot of people seem to enjoy seeing my confusion live, as I'm like, okay, each adventure has 6 basic attributes. Oh, until you have 7 attributes. Why do I need 7 now? Necessary to have 7 scores that are greater than equal to 8. Wait, but write these scores down on a blank piece of paper as you roll them. To determine, you will roll a 20-sided die 7 times. Re-roll until you have equal to the 8. So you only have to re-roll if you roll 7 ones? Scores that are greater than or equal to 8. Write these scores down on a blank piece of paper as you roll them. Next, drop the 2 lowest of the 7 scores and replace them. Next, drop the 2 lowest and replace them by rolling 1 new score. This new score must be higher than the 2 scores you dropped, so keep rolling until you get a higher score. Note that if you roll 5 natural 20s, you qualify for being an immortal born character. See the immortal board later in this chapter. Also, if you receive a good karma bonus, then you may add 2 to each score. This does not count towards being an immortal born. What the fuck is a good karma bonus? Also, if you receive a good karma bonus. Example, I roll 7d20, rerolling any scores below 8. Okay. I understand now. I understand how horribly this is written. You roll 1d20 for each attribute. Since you are generating 7 numbers, you roll 7d20. But to determine the specific number for each of these characteristics or scores, you will roll a 20-sided die 7 times. That sounds like you roll 7d20 for each. But based on these numbers, it has to be rolling 7d20. And I could, let's see, I got 3... I'm sure I got 7d20 in here. I'm not going to get 7d20. That's... my jar of dice. Actually, this is my my fancy corked jar of dice, as opposed to my jar of warning color dice. My jar of miscellaneous d6s and my big giant d10 with a tiny d10 inside it. And my tiny jar of dice that only has 3 dice in it. Those 3 dice being my 2 d3s and this really, really cool d8 that I found in like a thing of loose dice in like the early 2000s. And I cannot find like a whole set in this color. I have looked. they're 100% wrong because, like, what if you're in the kitchen and you need dice? I keep a tiny dice set, like the little dice in a Tic Tac container in my bag. I literally carry dice with me everywhere I go. I have only needed them once. Only once have I actually used them because I was at a friend's house and another friend was leveling up his character. He's like, "Oh man, I need a D12 to roll my hit points," and I'm like, "Oh, well, guess what I happen to have." Yeah, I love my giant D10 with a tiny D10 inside it. It's my favorite. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I have 5. I'm not going to use this one. This is my worst die. This is one of the first dice I ever bought. And you might be thinking, wow, with those like gold, dark gold numbers on the black die, you can barely read it. And yeah, you can. That's why it's my worst die. Actually, I don't need to put all my dice away. I'm probably going to need more dice later. Alright, so I've got 5 D20s there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And if you're a fan of my videos, ooh, look, it's the die. It is the die. This is the D6 that's in all of my Tunnels and Trolls videos. And the Tingleverse video, anytime there's a video where I have a photographic D10, it is that one. That's not a D10, that's a D6. Yeah, I know a lot of people that do that. My partner fucking rolls for stuff all the goddamn time. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I have in my hand 7 D20s. I also have the top from a box of Amazon basic envelopes because I don't want these 7 D20s to roll all over the damn place. Give you some dice ASMR. Yeah, it's the iconic D6. All right, and bam. I really need to two things. One, I need to get a new webcam because you see the problems with my current webcam. But two, then I would have 2 webcams and I could set up a second one as a dice cam. All right, so we've got a 12, a 19, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 19, and a 13. And I don't even remember what they say. Okay. Reroll as necessary until you have 7 scores that are greater or equal to 8. So I have 3 scores that are below 8. I rolled an 18, a 5, and a 3. They really want me to have a 5 and a 3. Okay, now I have 2 dice that are below 18, below 8. Well, I use XL in all my, well, not XL. Now I have a 19 and a 6. Two. 19. Okay, I rolled well, actually. I rolled really good. Fuck. Okay. Oh shit, it's gonna get even better. I forgot. Now eliminate the 2 lowest, which is 13 and 12. And then roll. Okay. New must be higher than. Okay, so drop the 2 lowest and roll 1 more. 2? Why am I rolling this die so damn much? 20. Okay. So I now have a 20. See, this is why I need a dice cam, because I can't prove that I rolled, 4 19s, a 20, and a 15. I can't prove that, but it happened. And as I say, every single time I do one of these live ones. Wow, I'm just like randomly in the middle of the sheet there. It's very easy to roll very good stats for a character you are never going to play. If I was going to play this character, I would have rolled 6 8s. But I do not have 5 natural 20s, so I do not qualify to be an Immortal Born. Okay, so those are the things. I don't know. I don't know how any of this works. All right. Choosing a type of character. Selecting a type of character will determine the framework for who the character is and what the character can do. There are 4 different methods for creating character. These are briefly described in the following 4 paragraphs. Select one of the methods and continue the character creation process from there. Now it gets interesting. So if I had to pick, I'd say one of my least favorite things of like old-timey role-playing games. I do not have a wish list for webcams. I should have a fucking throne or something. I did a lot of research, and then I was like, this is the webcam I should buy. And then I didn't buy it. I'm really cheap. It's a problem. You don't, sometimes you just, not having money, like, gets into your brain. And then even when you're at a point where, like, you can spend money on things, you're like, I don't need to spend money on things. Yeah, I'm also needing to buy a new computer, so I am watching the sales. But yeah, I was saying, this is what I fucking hate. This is what I hate about, like, a lot of classic games. It's just like, oh, here are the 4 ways to make your character. Just give me one way. Just give me one way. Just give me the correct way. Just give me the correct way to do it, and I'll do it that way. Traditional method. Characters are created using completely random factors and the 20 predetermined character classes. This method is recommended for opportunities for endless variation and surprises. Well, we do love endless variation and surprises. Basic races. Choose among Aquarians, Dwarves, Elves, Gnomes, Humans, Weremen, and Winged Warriors. And this is a weird game. And enter an open guild. To study another class's art. End with selections from their skills. This method creates a powerful and enjoyable combination. Non-class adventurers. Augment your character's basic characteristics with cybernetics, mutations, and any of the 192 skills as unique as you can devise. That one sounds like it's going to be the most complicated. Choose from one over the over 30 creatures as diverse as Arachmen or mutant vampires. These monsters will provide you with an array of extremely formidable characters. Of course. This is nonsense. Oh, God. Frickin'. Yeah. Another issue is that now I'm looking at computers and they're like, ooh, now with extra NPU. Like they're sticking NPUs in them that are neural processing units just for AI. And it's like, okay, Can you sell me a real computer because I'm an adult who does my own work? Alright, so obviously I'm going to go with method 1 traditional because that's like the easiest. I hope it's the easiest. Alright. Method 1, traditional. The traditional method of generating characters consists of randomly choosing from the classes that were created by Aridus at the formation of the world ship. I assume that's Space Jesus earlier. After rolling your basic characteristics, you need to determine the character class of your adventurer. To do this, roll 1d20 3 times, jotting down each result separately. See, this is clear. This is the same thing. It's telling you to roll for 3 different values, but it's actually doing it well. This is 2nd edition. I do not have access to 1st edition. And I assume this is the worst. Like, I assume 3rd edition actually fixes some of the problems. You determine the character class 3 times, jotting down. Then go to table 2. In the first column of the table, note the 3 classes that correspond to the numbers you rolled. Check to verify whether your characteristic scores meet or exceed those that are needed for the 3 base classes. If your scores are not high enough for one class, re-roll to get another. From the 3 classes you have rolled, pick one you would most likely like your adventurer to be. You may also want to consult the character descriptions later in this chapter. See character descriptions to get an idea of what each class is like. You must for the Biosynth-Cyborg class to determine what type of BCS you will be. Of course. For the sake of convenience, race and class are considered the same when referring to traditionally character classes. The true races are Aquarian, Cyborg, Chameleon Drake, Dwarf, Elf, Giant, Gnome, Human, Wereman, and Winged Warrior. All classes not mentioned here are a race for... All classes not mentioned here as a race are humans. Okay. For example, I roll 3 dice... For example, I roll 3 times to determine which adventure class I can choose from. I got a 19, 11, and 13. My scores do not meet the prerequisite. My character number 13, so I roll again and get a 14. My class choices are Wereman, Mutant, and Shadow Monster. Okay. So I guess I will roll. Fortunately, I don't have a favorite D20. I'm going to use the cursed D20. Okay. Got a 1, 8, and 7. And I qualify for all 3 of those. Alchemist, Dwarf, and Giant. All right, chat. Should I re-roll and try to get some more interesting options? Do 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 do. I am going to make a video. Depending on how annoying the process is, I may use the same character, or I might just redo it. The reason I didn't redo, the reason I used the same character from the stream for Fatal was because I didn't want to roll 10 D100 divided by 5 minus 1 20 times. Like, I didn't want to do that again. All right. Oh. Surprised that you reviewed the earliest version of my slasher TTRJ when at a placeholder. Was that one of the one-page ones? Oh, you know, that doesn't exactly narrow it down because I did an entire video just on slasher role-playing games. But yeah, glad you're enjoying the videos and that you made a cool slasher game because I like slashers. The Scream mask on my wall right there. All right. Chat wants to say yes. How do I make this go away? End poll. Okay. What's this one? Oh wow, I rolled 2 3s. Okay, so 3, 11, and 7. 3, 11, and 7. Okay. Aquarian, dwarf, and mutant. I should note these down. And then I don't need to know what method 2 is, or method 3, or method 4. Oh, but it'll be very interesting to look at what the options are for method 4. Alien, Alentian, Mutant Ape, Arachman, Batman, Biogladate, Catter, Cave Demon, Tree Demon, Elvome, Fiend, Flyman, Air Giant, Elemental Giant, Ice Giant. I feel like air and ice are both elements. Helethian, Mutant Lizoid, Earthlot, Icelot, Stormlot, Warlot, Armored Mantis, Pantherman, Priest of Burva, Talking Raccoon, Ravishim, Skarok, Tenjo-san, Mutant Vampire, Touch Legion, and Viskin. Well, those are the things. Okay, slasher one-shot system. I don't remember which one that is. I remember they were all not too bad. Do you like slashers? Yeah, the game really wants me to be a dwarf. Mutant sounds fun. Of course, giant sounds fun, but like... Well, here's the thing. If I make the... Here's the thing. I make the video. Actually, you know what? You know what, chat? I'm just going to tell you right now. If I make the World of Synnibarr video, and it does really well, then much like Fatal, there's an entirely possible chance that I will then make another World of Synnibarr video. And if I do that, I will use method 4. Okay, so assigning ability scores after you choose your character through one of the 4 generation methods. So we need to choose character through one of the 4 generation methods. Nope, that's dodge, strength, wisdom, surprise, age, starting money, at last. Okay, alchemist. Oh man, see, I rolled alchemist originally. It could have been this guy. Really? That's weird. Why would not people cover World of Synnibarr? You know what? I'm sticking with that. That is how language works. So 3, 11, and 7. You know what would have been a smart thing to do? No, 7 was dwarf. It was dwarf, mutant, and Aquarian, right? This page 42. Would have been smart to like note what these are, to like write them down ahead of time. Yeah, Aquarian, dwarf, and mutant. So what the hell is an Aquarian? An Amazon. Enjoy the Arnold Bauchlin text. Guess that's Amazon, I'm guessing. Amazons, Aquarians. Aquarians appear almost like normal humans, but their skins have blue-green tint and are thick to protect them like light armor. Do they get a bonus 10th for it? What is the gist of this game? Um, um, how to explain the gist of Synnibarr? Uh, it is an absolutely fucking bonkers game that takes place on the planet Mars that has been hollowed out and turned into a planet-sized spaceship flying through the galaxy. And also there are bears with laser beam eyes. Like, that's the thing, is bears with the bears with laser eyes. That's the thing that made me really say, you know what? I feel like this this World of Synnibarr really understands me. All right. See, I'm very against that. I'm very against attributing weird stuff to drugs, because some people just come up with weird shit. And most of the people I know who do a lot of drugs have never done anything like super clever and imaginative. Alright, they're more susceptible to heat-based attacks than are humans. The Terra Council discovered this race only 5,000 years ago. It's like 50,000 years. How did all these other races get onto the Mars ship? Aquarians are a shy and selective race whose city lies deep below the mushroom spires. I like not having a base context for the setting. They have an advanced civilization with semi-peaceful culture. The Aquarians are first discovered when they saved Terra Isles from the King of the Sea Darkness. The Sea Drake King was secretly preparing to attack the King of Terra with 1,000 Sea Drakes. The Aquarians discovered his plot to warn the city. However, they were caught and systematically killed by the King's Guard. Over 90% of the Aquarians were annihilated before one great Aquarian named Tendenka freed himself and stole the great sword of Drake. With this sword, he humbled and slew the evil Drake King and freed her people. When this was accomplished, the Aquarians, now so few in number, decided to travel to the Mushroom Spires to establish a new home. This home was given the protection of nearby Terra. I don't. I love this. See, this is the thing. This is what I was saying. Is that like this isn't like suffering like Fatal was, because this stuff is amusing. From this minute, they crowd the same, yeah, blah blah blah. I don't have. If I read all of these, they will be very. Okay, so that gives me an idea. They have heat vulnerability. I was right. They do have a 10th damage protection. Aquarians are taught the following skills in addition to general skills: swimming advanced. Master mutations. There's a 50% chance of all Aquarians having one master mutation if you qualify. See the descriptions. Mage spells are learned if an Aquarian has 20 or higher in intelligence. See spell descriptions in Chapter 10. Telepathy with sea creatures. Usage time, one attack. Is this a spell or is this just a thing they can do? Special adaptations. Roll 1d4 on the table for a number of adaptations an Aquarian receives. They can have claws. Poison spines. This is a weird game. Okay, so let's move on to Dwarf. Kind of glad I don't have to deal with a biosynth cyborg. That's a chameleon drake. Furry definitely didn't draw that. I need to stop saying that. That's a dwarf. I'm assuming this is a dwarf. Well, see, here's the thing. Sharknado was written. I mean, no, Sharknado was probably written by someone drinking a bottle of wine or some bullshit like that. Okay. Basic abilities. Dwarf. I love intentionally mispronouncing things. Dwarf. These beings, despite their stature, are a fierce race of war. I couldn't even finish that one. These beings, despite their stature, are as fierce a race of warriors as the ninjas. Their small size makes them so quick that in some cases they are unstoppable. The dwarves live in all areas of Synnibarr. They are excellent miners, weapon makers, and jewelers. They live chiefly in a place called the World Veins, where they have a hidden city named Jewel. In their city lives their king and queen called Trakdil and Marsidaia. Both are more than 500 years old. Well, good for them. If any race is prone to excesses, this one is. Dwarves, being a rowdy lot, love to fight and drink. Afterward, they're all too drunk or tired to fight. They tell stories. Okay, they love history. They get +1 to their advantage rolls because of their small size. Can see in total darkness. Can jump an extra 10 feet vertically and 15 feet horizontally. So here's the thing, is that, like, my cat has a higher vertical jump than I do, and probably has a higher, horizontal jump, because of math. So, that actually makes sense. This is the thing that occurred to me while I was working on the most recent Tunnels and Trolls video, is that small creatures should actually have bonuses to jump and climb because they're smaller size and lifting their own body weight, and just like the mechanics of being smaller means that they would actually be stronger at performing those specific tasks proportionally. Apparently, the Dark Age lasted 18,000 years, while Synnibarr was en route to Shalom. The age was named for the effects of the contagious recessive mutated virus. The virus reduced the intelligence of all creatures affected to 8 or lower. More than 99% of all intelligent creatures were affected. That, you know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like to me someone who is making a very pointed jab at medieval culture based on some misassumptions about the Middle Ages. All right, basic abilities. Speak languages. Dwarves can communicate. All dwarves can communicate in any form of language. Cool. Cannot speak to plants or inanimate objects. Oh, they can't even. Oh my god! I need to add that in a game. I need to add in some game, in some little like nestled section of world building. I need to have a specific language for inanimate objects. Unconfident with the ability dwarves can recognize Dwarves can recognize and use all weapon types, even if they are completely alien and never seen before. Gives a 50% on one-shot rolls. The ability will always work anywhere. Roll 2 at the beginning. 15 levels, percentages. Okay. Dwarven Hammer, a usual sense. You'll use. Dwarves will only work for the dwarf, which is old. It will bring. Okay, so dwarves have a special dwarf hammer. Quickness, phased invisibility, super strength, Tesseract. Okay, they can just teleport. They can just fucking teleport. Why not? Why not just teleport? But yes, cats specifically are very good at jumping, but like, here's the thing, is that like your house cat, yeah, I can say, oh, my cat can jump higher than me, but like humans aren't very good at jumping. My cat can jump about as high as a tiger. Like, I've seen tigers jump. And they can't jump that much higher than a human. I mean, not a human, a cat. Because they weigh hundreds of pounds. A dwarf has to see where he's going and missing the target. Okay. So, what's my last option? I feel like the last option is the one that sounds the most interesting, but would be the least silly. And of course starts with the sentence, from among the 1,500 survivors of the womb's explosion. A new race of humans called Neo-Sapiens, or mutants, developed. Mutants manifest their abilities while very young. They may be any type of human, and indeed may look completely normal. As a class, they have no particular traits, save for their youthful enthusiasm. In school, they are taught basic survival skills and simple math, reading and writing. This is the very Metamorphosis Alpha part. See, I'm leaning toward. I would be leaning towards Aquarian, based on the fact that they can randomly have claws, like my VTube avatar does. Like, that sounds silly to have a chance of random aquatic adaptations, but I think I like aquatic stuff. Since most of these studies, did I just start reading this to myself? I think I may have stopped reading aloud. In school, they taught simple math, reading, and the school even teaches mountain climbing, hang gliding, scuba diving, and the piloting of most aircraft. Okay. Since most of these students are young and uncouth, their teachers drill them in manners, their teachers drill them in manners of etiquette. You know, I saw a movie like that once. The academy also stresses the arts. This usually meant a young mutant can at least paint, dance, sing, and cook. I don't know what the hell's going on here. The majority of the mutations they receive are useful and do not alter the physical appearance. When mutants are born, their lesser mutations are readily evident. In other words, they can use immediately. Their master mutations are not developed until they cultivated through extreme schooling. Several mutations manifest themselves as various forms of energy manipulation. When a mutation does not change the physical structure of the body, the mutant's powers can be... Where a mutation does not change the physical structure of the mutant's body, the power can be cancelled by preventing the body from absorbing the radiation that causes the effect. Virtually clearing the air of it. See cancellation and nullification, chapter 9. Constitution points are used to focus the radiation that a mutant's cells collect. As mutants rise in level, their mutations will drain less from their constitution scores. At 10th level, the drain decreases to 3/4, blah, 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 blah. Skills, anthropology exterior, bartering, dancing, singing. Yeah, why not? Why not mutants who are natural singers? Ninja. Mutations. Use table 44 to determine how many mutations a mutant character receives for his entire life. After the type and number of mutations are determined, turn to chapter 10 and roll the specific type of mutation for that mutant receives. If the same lesser mutation is rolled twice, the player may choose to have either the mutation twice, useful on such mutations such as +5 real, or to roll again. Two 50% resistances to the same thing give a 75% resistance. I'm amazed. I am honestly a little shocked. That is a sort of bullshit that most games would not tell you and be like, yeah, 250% resistance stack. Stack how? See, I'm so used to dealing with really shitty games that I'm like, oh my god, this game actually explains how something works. That's amazing. No one can have more than... Wait. No one can have more than one lesser mutation. Any... Only. Wait, what? If the same lesser mutation... If the same lesser mutation... No one can have more than one lesser mutation. Any. Only. Okay, maybe on the random mutation chart, there's an option for any, and you're not allowed to roll that one twice. That's the closest thing to making sense. From the first through, see, it just hit me. It just hit me what this game reminds me of. Gauntlet the Third. So you know how Gauntlet has a warrior, an elf, a wizard, and a Valkyrie? The Gauntlet the Third just added like 20 new classes that were like android, pirate, nerd, punk, and it just added the most random assortment of classes. That's what this reminds me of. It reminds me of Gauntlet the Third for the Atari Lynx. The ninja saying goes, our tradition is of... Wait, the ninja saying goes, ours is a tradition of service. Wait, ours is the tradition of service. You know what? I'm not reading anymore. Ninjas are customer service. They are customer service experts. That's what they are. They don't even fight. From mutant time, blah 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 blah. Okay, so mutant is just gonna be like a fucking mutant from Gamma World, I'm guessing. And I'm guessing dwarf is going to be... Let's see. I'm re-going over dwarves and what they get. So basic abilities, they can speak languages, have proficiencies, random resistances. The hammer does 100 to 1,000 magical LTD, plus an additional 1,000 magical LTD per level of the dwarf after 5th. So, like, usual dwarves, hammer will only work for the dwarf which is made. So, do all dwarves get one of these? The hammer will return to the thrower 1 time per day per level, at a range of 1,000 feet. If you usually wishes, okay. And, roll a d4. Okay, dwarves get 2 special abilities. So, phase ability, super strength, and Aquarians. I love that this is a game where the mutant style, like the Metamorphosis Alpha style mutant, has like is one of the least interesting options. Aquarians here do basic abilities. I do have a 20. I can put a 20 in intelligence to do that. Master mutation. If there's a 50% chance of all Aquarians having 1 master mutations, you qualify. See the description of the master mutation chapter 10. If the amphibian, roll again to get a different one. Telepathy with sea creatures, sonar, oxygen manipulation. Wide beam attack. Can support 3 people's oxygen needs if they are not exceeded the combat. So you can just like, what? Okay, you can absorb... It's a beam attack that can be used to absorb all oxygen within an opponent's bloodstream. Or... none if used in a provider. Causes metabolic shock for every segment of contact when used for suffocating. Requires 10 full attack segments of contact to kill a victim. Psionics plus metabolic shock. Wide beam attack. This ability creates a blue-green field that glows dimly. An Aquarian can support 3 persons' oxygen needs if they do not exceed a combined weight of 1 ton. I love the specification of these 3 heal cannot exceed 1 ton. And one additional person... Oh, and 1 additional person per level. Support can be maintained in this manner with little concentration on the part of the Aquarian as long as necessary. Aquarian's all ability is a method to attack absorbing oxygen with the bloodstream, causing them to suffocate. And then roll 1d4 on... Oh, okay. Wait. Number of Aquarian adaptation. Okay. So it's like you can only roll. Why is everything written here is more difficult? Roll 1d4 to determine how many you get. Okay, so it's 1 or 2. And you have options like claws, electricity generation, poison spines, sonic glider, super strength, telepathy, 2/10 damage reduction, and 1 extra adaptation. Wait, what? Oh wait, so 1 extra adaptation is I assume you roll twice. Okay. I'm just gonna assume that's how it goes. Okay, so I believe I've gone over the things. And I'm trying to be a better YouTube streamer. I'm not a very good one because whenever I start a poll, you have to see me doing it. I mean, I'm not going to promise that I'm going to adhere to this, but I'm going to give y'all an option, and I will consider it. Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness in the writing because it's like, especially older games. I feel like a lot of people. I'm going to start the poll so I can. Yeah, a lot of people didn't have an idea of like consistency in their like writing. And now I started that because I'm actually going to take a short break, and then I'm going to come back. And when I come back, I'm going to have a cup of coffee, and y'all are going to be like, "Wow, oh no, I don't have my." That's not going to do it, is it? That will do it. Nope, that was the wrong thing to click on. That's what I wanted to click on. That wasn't what I wanted to click on. I'm a very good streamer. I'm not going to lie. I'm like pretty fucking expert at it. Where's the thing I'm looking for? There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Dupe. All right, I am back. And I'm checking my audio. Yep, I'm back and I have audio. It's amazing. At the same time. All right, so 45. Wow. I wasn't expecting. I'm gonna be honest. Let's. Guess we're going with Aquarian? I'm gonna be honest. I expected a higher turnout for Dwarf. Like, I expected Dwarf to have a much higher turnout. Oh no. Excuse me, random chat person. Why are you calling me sweetheart? That's weird. Also, I call you sweetheart. Like a detective. Oh no. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you've played many of the games I've covered. Most of them aren't very good. Controls studio mode off. Okay. Hmm. Ba-da-da-da-da. Ooh. See, you did it backwards. You're supposed to start stealing after D&D. D&D is supposed to make you start stealing. Oh. So Dwarf was in the lead. Oh, okay. So people want to make an Aquarian. I mean, maybe you saw the fish lady and you were like, "Hey, I like the fish lady." Okay, so I don't exactly know how to proceed from this point. I feel like I'm going to be going to this page a lot. Page 45. I'm going to note of that. Yes, D&D is a gateway crime. People do you get into the dungeons and the dragons, and then you start worshiping Satan and having and like doing magic, practicing witchcraft, and then having like evil sex orgies, like evil black magic sex orgies. You know who I bet loves Dungeons and Dragons? Oh goddamn! Why did I forget his name? He's like one of the best comic authors of all times. Grant Morrison. Grant Morrison probably loves D&D, doing all of his evil sex magic. I'm not making accusations against Grant Morrison. He literally does sex magic. It's hilarious. Because he and Alan Moore have differing thoughts on magic. In addition to both being very well respected comic authors. See, what I need to do is eventually I need to get into Shadowrun. But like when I cover the hacking thing, I feel like I want to cover the Decker class in whichever edition of the game makes it the absolute worst. I feel like that's what I would want to do with Shadowrun. And I don't know if that's how Grant Miller writes so good, or Alan Moore, which one you were referring to that to, but like he has like you can find this on his Wikipedia page that he tried to organize like a giant simultaneous wankathon amongst his fans to generate magical energy to help the flagging sales of one of his books. That's like a real thing. All right, so we generated basic initial character scores. We did that. Chose a method of character generation. Did that. Now, assign characteristic scores to abilities, adding bonuses where applicable, and for traditional classes, watching for minimum requirements. Okay, because that was a thing that got me a little confused, because there's like, it just has 3 numbers, so I'm assuming you just have to have those 3 numbers. So the 18, 18, 10, I definitely have those, because I rolled amazing. I don't think it worked. Maybe not enough people did it, but like, he did it. Don't get me wrong. I don't have anything against telling all your fans to, like, you know, to masturbate for you all at once. I just don't believe in magic. In a young girl's heart. Okay. So now I need to... This is where it falls apart. Assign characteristic scores to abilities, adding bonuses where applicable. This is the first point where I'm not confident where I'm supposed to go. See, determining skill points. There's not like... I don't need skill points yet. Assigning ability scores. There we go. Oh, okay. The traditional classes method 1 and basic races method 2 ignore the totaling of initial skill points. Oh, yes. I do not have to do a thing. After you choose a character through one of the 4 generation methods, assign your scores to your abilities according to the character creation method you have chosen. See the following 3 subsections. Of course, see the following 3 subsections. I love this game. Okay. The 3 different ability scores are Constitution, Strength, Agility, Dexterity, Intelligence, and Wisdom. Ego equals your intelligence and wisdom added together. Assign your ability scores. Okay, so we're going to... What are these called? Are these called races or classes or... I don't remember if they're called races or classes, so I'm going to call them... I'm going to say this is the class. This is our character class. I feel like that's a new word. I've just created a new word in tabletop gaming. Aquarian. And ability scores. So we have Constitution. Okay, they're classes. See, it's really nice to have chat because they will remember things that I don't remember. You know, my most controversial TTRPG take. I like races as classes. I like classes, though. I mean, I like classes sometimes. Depends on the game. I lost my strength. Here's a really interesting thing I'm noticing. He's not capitalizing the ability scores. And this is 1993, and I feel like that was really normalized by then. I type really, really fast when I'm using 2 hands. When I say I'm typing with 1 hand, I mean I'm having a cup of coffee. Intelligence and wisdom. No charisma. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then ego. But ego is going to be equal to... Ego equals your intelligence and wisdom added together. But ego is going to equal intelligence plus wisdom. Okay. I'm not saying that like race as Okay. I wish there was like an option to highlight a comment. Palladium games make RPGs the way Puppy Mill makes puppies. Yes. Yes, they do. They're all inbred and weird and standing on their last leg. Like, it's weird to say it, but like that is the thing. Palladium games are inbred because they like literally copy and paste content from one game. I can pin them, but like that's you know what, fuck it, that's I don't want to pin that to like the chat for like the whole rest of the stream. Like, but yeah, it's like they're like inbred because they keep copying and pasting the same content, but then when you're copying and pasting something, sometimes something gets left out. And then when you copy and paste that again, more gets left out. So like by going from Palladium Fantasy Roleplay to something like After the Bomb, that's the thing, is like people are like, why do you hate After the Bomb so much? And like, because it is the worst. It's like the worst of Palladium. Even if one of the species is a rabbit that has been genetically engineered into a sexy human for the purpose of having sex with. They're called pleasure bunnies. I can't believe I made a crow in that instead of a pleasure bunny. Maybe I'll make another. Maybe I will make another After the Bomb video just to make a pleasure bunny. Because I did do After the Bomb on whatever my review series was, not on Let's Make Us a Character. So maybe I might do a Let's Make Us a Character on it just to make a fucking pleasure bunny. Assign your ability scores and written them on your character sheet in their corresponding locations under the column normal first level. I don't like that. I don't like that normal first level is a thing. Oh, well, you like crows? Then you must have enjoyed my video on After the Bomb. I'm doing the weird thing, aren't I? I'm doing the weird thing. I keep distracted by and written them. What? I mean, okay, so here's the thing. I can almost guarantee it's been like, once you have assigned your ability scores and written them on your character sheet in the specific locations, you may go to random mutations. Like, we can be like, oh, this is terrible, but like, clearly it's been, like, once you have assigned your ability scores and written them, you may go to random mutations and random psionics and intelligence. Receiving random mutations or psionics may give bonuses to your ability scores in addition to those due to character, class, or race. Okay. Each traditional class or race or basic race has minimum requirements for their abilities. There are also bonuses that are added to certain ability scores. I didn't see those. Table 9 shows the ability score bonuses and minimum ability score requirements for each class. The scores to the right of the slash indicate the minimum points needed for that particular ability. Oh, is Kevin Simbita problematic in addition to just being a bad game designer? I didn't know that. I just knew that he was a bad game designer. Oh, I am not forgetting about the 20 in intelligence. Unless I get something like really exciting for putting it in, there is no charisma. Dang. Abilities. There are also bonuses that are added to certain ability scores. Table 9 shows the identity classes score to the right and the minimum points needed for the ability. Classes do not have anything listed for an ability, do not have bonuses or minimum requirements for that ability. The bonuses help characters reach the minimum ability requirements. Keep in mind that basic races receive the bonuses listed under their name on the table, and they must meet all minimum requirements for the class that they wish to be. Find the bonuses and add them to the ability scores, and relist the total on your character sheet under the column normal first level. Some classes receive extra abilities or spells if certain are high. See character descriptions later in this chapter. Cool. I want table 9. All right, table 9. As a Aquarian, strength plus 10 to 60 divided by 30. Oh, wait, what? Okay. Now, my assumption here, okay. See, this is the problem. There's a little bit, one line is cut off because this is a cheap scan. If it becomes necessary, I'll look it up. Okay. A. The number to the left of the slash is the bonus that is added to the characteristic score that is assigned to the ability. The number to the right is the minimum score necessary for that ability for that class, including the bonus. So here's the thing. Wait. Example, plus 1 to 4 means a 4-sided dice is rolled and the resulting number added to the score. So I'm going to make an assumption here. That when it says plus 100 to 600 plus 10 to 60, it means roll a d6 and multiply by 10, because you could roll a die that would give you a value between 10 and 60, like a d50 plus 10. You could do that. No, a d50 plus 9. No, that wouldn't work. You know what? I'm going to go with what I said originally. I'm just going to go with what I said originally. He's problematic curious. No, it's not divided. It's not divided. The second thing is the minimum. So to be a giant, you have to have a minimum score of 100, but like you automatically get that, so it's not a problem. All right, I think I understand this. So as an Aquarian, we get plus 3 to agility and dexterity. And that's it, right? Yeah, and plus 10 to 60. But then we need a minimum of 30 there. So I'm going to assume that it's roll a d6. Let's use the celebrity d6. And I got a 2, so that is 20. So we add 20 to strength. That means I can put any number here. Okay. So I got 19. Okay, I got 120. So we're going to put the 20 in intelligence to get spells. I can assume that this maintains the same. Okay, so 20 because we want spells. I don't know what any of the other scores do now that I think about it. Oh yeah, 10d6. No. I'm going to assume it's multiplication. Because 10d6 would just give a massive freaking curve. It would give 10 to 60, but like a massive freaking curve. Yeah, it's a Google Sheet. I know, not the best thing to be using, but also convenient. Okay, so Constitution. Okay, let's put a 19. Okay, I have to put a 19 in here because I need to have at least 21. If I'm reading this chart correctly, I need to have at least 21. Strength. I feel like I could dump my 15 in strength, but I shouldn't. You know, I'm gonna dump my 15 in wisdom. This character is gonna be like not too wise, especially because I got all these freaking 19s. Okay, those are our stats, unless I'm wrong. See, here's the thing. I'm not too familiar with this game, so I don't know if they would want me to roll 100d6. I would like that, but okay. Wait, did I? Okay, assigning ability scores. Method 1 and 2. Score placement example. Okay, creation method 3, creation method 4. This just looks great. That's a layout. That's a layout right there. What's wrong with Google Sheets is Google scraping all of your information that you put in any of their products is what's wrong with Google Sheets. Also, some people have had their like Google Drive. I don't know if they remember if they got their entire account suspended, like their entire account banned for some content. There are issues with that. Yeah, here's the problem. Why I can't get back into using LibreOffice is it's just too fucking convenient. It's just too convenient to be able to log in from any computer or my phone and access my documents. Okay, creation method 4, the character sheet. Make a copy of the character sheet. Okay. Wait. What? Why is this here? Why did we randomly... Why is the character sheet after assigning ability scores? Yeah, like I've been looking, like there are alternatives to Google Drive. The problem is this. Here's the problem is that I know Google isn't going to shut down. Like random alternative cloud-based word processor company, there's every possibility that they will just be gone one day. All right. Not going to read this out loud. I'm just going to scan this. The two main columns are... Wait, what the fuck? There are several columns for most of the statistics in the character sheet. Two main columns are normal and nulled. At first level, and one for their current level. You should know your character's scores at first level so you can easily extrapolate them to the current level. Sure. Sure, why not? Yeah, my big thing is this, is like, oh no, Google's scraping my documents for their AI. Well, sucks to be their AI. Like, everything I post on Blue Sky, everything I post on Tumblr, everything I have ever published is being scraped by AI without my consent. So all my videos are being scraped for AI, not just by Google, but by other companies that can just scrape the videos for AI. Oh, but that's illegal. Prove it. The temporary bonuses for looking bonus character. Most character statistics increase a certain amount each time a character rises in levels. Okay. Should be listed in the per level column space. For efficiency, if a character rises 1 point each level, you should put +1 in the level space. 1 point at every 8 levels, then where do I find that information though, sweetie? The nulled column is... See, this is the game that people think Fatal is. Fatal wishes it was this complicated. That's the thing. Fatal tries to act like it's complicated. Well, what's illegal for corporations is very different, but also, as I said, prove it. Because, like, here's the thing, is you have Google with whatever their AI is, I don't know, and you have Meta AI and you have OpenAI, who are both, like, YouTube's my good example, Sora, like, skimming YouTube for their AI database, like, data set. Like, but then here's the thing, how can Google prove it? Like, you take OpenAI, Google takes OpenAI to court. How does Google prove that OpenAI unlawfully trained their, AI on content that Google owned? It's complicated with who owns a YouTube video. That's the problem. It's just like how wage theft is so incredibly prevalent, because proving it is really hard. The nulled column is for statistics when your character is nullified. Nullification is explained elsewhere in this book. The cancellation of abilities that have a power base. This may happen occasionally while your character adventures. At first level, the nulled column will usually be the same as your normal column unless your character gets enhancements to scores from ability scores. The only difference at the beginning may be your strength score. Strength can be only a certain amount when nullified, which also depends on the type of character. See cancellation and nullification, chapter 9. I don't want to see cancellation and nullification, chapter 9. Characteristics are determined from ability scores. The following numbered paragraphs correspond to the numbers shown on the character sheet. The following page. The character's name is chosen by the player. Refer to the section titled At Last in this chapter. Class and race are determined by method. There is so much stuff. Okay, so got a normal temporary bonus, nulled bonus, per level increase. This is attack segments. Are there 15? Does this use a base 15 system? Yeah, from what I gather, like they got Raven McCracken back, and I'm guessing it's a thing where he was like, "Oh yeah, I'll totally return to the world of tabletop role-playing games to bring them my genius." I feel like I've seen a picture of Raven McCracken at some point, but like my brain just pastes over like the middle-aged emo guy. You know, the meme of the middle-aged emo guy. Who, you know, I'm not gonna criticize. You know, you can be emo in your 40s if you want, if that's what you're into, but like, yeah, it's a reference I have for how I imagine Wingspan. Of course, Wingspan. Oh wow. Okay, let's just skip that. Random mutations. There is a chance that, upon reaching puberty, an adventurer's body will change. You know, I feel like the chance that your body will change during puberty is pretty high. I mean, Fatal already covered that, though. Will change because it has been affected by radiation from the small blue and large yellow suns. Okay, from the small blue and large yellow suns. Sure, why not? The damaged city within the world ship itself also emits residual radiation. These changes to an adventurer's body are called mutations. These mutations give adventurers extra abilities. Some mutations, such as poison claws or taller, produce actual physical changes. Every adventurer's class, except for mutants and BCS, has a 5% chance of acquiring random mutations. You will roll percentile dice to determine the extent of these changes. If you succeed on rolling 5% or less, roll 1d6 for the number of lesser mutations. Okay, so here's the thing, chat. Here's the thing. They're telling me they're telling me to roll percentile dice. They're saying roll these. They're saying roll these percentile dice, not these ones that are I got at the Dollar Tree, and specifically, but no, they're telling me to roll these percentile dice in order to generate a value to determine if I have the 5% chance. But this D20 is also in 5% increments. So I could just roll this D20 instead of rolling these percentile dice. But also, they already had me roll these D20s. They had me roll lots of D20s. This is what bad RPGs are all about. Is produce actually every adventure class has a 5% chance of acquiring random mutations. You will roll percentile dice to determine the exact extent of these changes. If you succeed in rolling 5% or less, that's a fucking D20 roll. Okay, so I'm gonna roll it with a percentile dice just to make a point. You know what? No, I'm not gonna roll it with those percentile dice. You know what I'm gonna roll it with? Squishy. I'm rolling it with the silicone dice. And I rolled an 84. Okay, that is above 5. But, Is there anything else? Random psionics and intelligence. So random mutations. 45. I remembered the correct page. Master mutation. There's a 50% chance at all Aquarians of having a master mutation. All right. Once again, I'm going to even more ridiculous. Okay. Man, these things are jiggly. I got a 48. So, no lesser mutations, but one master mutation. Oh, yeah. Got the squishy dice. I know what's up. See, I know what's up with my Wandering Bard squishy dice. Well, the big problem with the squishy dice is I only have one set of them, whereas I needed all of these D10s, 20s. Also, I only keep the D20 and the D10s on my desk with my other fun silicone toys like this snail. It's a squishy snail. But that one's not from Wandering Bard. These are from Wandering Bard. And if you want a silicone sculpture of a beholder tentacle, like, I don't know why you would want that, just like a silicone sculpture of a single beholder eye stalk, you can get that from the Wandering Bard. You can get lots of other things from them. I mean, I don't know what you would do with these things, like with a gorgon snake or a beholder tentacle. I mean, a beholder eye stalk or a displacer beast tentacle. I don't know what you would do with these things. I mean, what you do with them is your business. I'm just saying you can get those things from the Wandering Bard. Not sponsored. They sent me those dice. Like I contacted them and they sent me the dice. So forever I will promote their products just because they gave me squishy dice for free. Okay. So we got a 40. So that's chapter 10. And now we go back up to the other thing. Fate rolls. Random psionics and intelligence. Random psionics save manners, random mutations. However, the chances are determined by intelligence. BCSs, Psi Elves, Shadow Masters, and Shadow Warriors do not roll for random psionics. This roll is made once for any character, even if the character's intelligence increases in their life. Find your intelligence on table 13 and roll your percentage to have random psionics. I've said it before and I will say it again. This is a thing that we need to bring back. Like, I know so many other game designers and I'm constantly like, guys. We gotta bring it back. We gotta bring back a random, like, just random chance of your character having psionic ability. It was a stupid thing in original D&D, and it just, throughout the 80s and into the early 90s, it was like, oh, every single character just has a chance. I wouldn't chew on these because they are like really squishy. Like, they're soft, like so you can almost certainly bite through these. Like, that's what I would say, is a human being can almost certainly bite through these easily. You could probably get them more firm, but, like, you know, if you want silicone to chew on, I would recommend getting something that specifically exists for that purpose. These are for external use only. It says it on the website, which is unfortunate because also they would fit in a ovipositor. All right, 63. No. Okay, no random psionics. Unfortunate. Okay, now's a good time for you to figure out your character's special abilities because some of those also change your ability scores. Good thing I noticed that. Good thing I noticed the chapter change, this paragraph changed concept. Alright, now's a good time for you to figure out your character's special abilities because in a turn to your character class from who they are, bonuses acquires these special abilities are character specific. You are not go back You may not go back and choose a different class that you might have been able to be, as was stated previously in random mutations. The next step in character creation is determining your character's statistics. I don't know why I said statistics like that. Yes, because here's the thing, like, Dinosaur Erotica has that. Dinosaur Erotica, the role-playing game, has an optional system. It's optional. It's optional, but highly, highly recommended that you use the random psionics rules, which it's just make a roll, and you have a very small chance of having psionic powers, which include things like detect arousal and contact Loch Ness Monster, which gives you like complete, free, limitless psychic contact with the Loch Ness Monster. Like, at no point in the book do I specify why you would want to contact the Loch Ness Monster, but you can. If you roll that power, at any point, you can contact the Loch Ness Monster. Maybe you need advice. Maybe the Loch Ness Monster is helpful. I don't know. Now you get to fill in all the rest of the scores in your character sheet. Mostly just simple. It's 33. Let's double check and make sure there's nothing else I need to do. They can absorb all action with a 15-foot radius in one turn. Okay, I assume this is the ability they were talking about. I forgot that's a thing you can do. Okay. So heat vulnerability, take twice the amount of damage. I'm just gonna note these somewhere. And a 10th damage protection. Physical attacks. Okay. Oh yeah, I should. Yeah. I have to. Basic abilities: Master Mutation, Spell Casting. Aquarian has 20 or time. We do. I put the 20 there. Aquarian's a minor practitioner in the arts of magic. Wait, mage. Okay, mage spells. Okay, yeah, Well, presumably, see, if you inherently have the ability to contact the Loch Ness Monster, I assume that like you would narratively work that into your character, and it would be like the Loch Ness Monster would be your trusted lifelong confidant. But you would have to travel all the way to Loch Ness if you wanted hug and head pats. So yeah, that's it is funny because I made the game good. That's the thing, is when I make a game, when I make an erotic role-playing game based on the works of Chuck Tingle, I go into it with the assumption that I am making an erotic role-playing game based on the works of Chuck Tingle. And there's no point in trying to be serious. Not even close. So you just do silly. Okay, none of this is going to matter. Power-based psionics. Okay, the ability includes hypnotism. The ability includes hypnotism on aquatic creatures with an ego of 15 or less. Cool, I can hypnotize fish. I hope the fish are into it. I agree. Chuck is bae. He's the ultimate buckaroo. Hopefully we got some buckaroos in chat. I need to That's an emote I need. I need a Chuck Tingle emote so I can be like, all right, let's get some buckaroos in chat. No, I'm considering how much like I could make a little animated emote of Chuck Tingle dancing. It wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be very good because I'm not like an animator, but I could make it. All right, oxygen manipulation. This does not require any special. Roll 1d4 to determine if the equation receives. This bothers me so much. Here's the thing. You know what? I don't mind that. I don't mind that. That title. There's a few people because didn't Gnome Ann actually do like an actual play of the Tingleverse? I think I just reviewed 2 of them. I've got them there. They're sitting there on my shelf. I've got the whole Tingleverse series. Also, I have Camp Damascus sitting right over here. So I just finished it. Now I need to pick up Bury Your Gaze. Stupid Chuck Tingle. Also, I've got a copy of Trans Wizard Harriet Porber and the Bad Boy Parasaurolophus on the shelf with the Tingleverse books. Yeah, now I got distracted against complaining. Like, well, here's the thing. It's not just like here's why I hate this table. Here's why I hate this table. 1 or 4, 2. 2 or 3, 1. So what you're saying is that like why? Why the fuck why is it 1 or 4 is 2 and 2 or 3 is 1? Why isn't it 1 or 2 is 1 and 2 or 3 is 2? Why isn't it 1 or 3 is 1 and 2 or 4 is 2? Why do you roll a 1 and get 2? Why do you roll a 2 and get 1? Like, there's nothing about that I don't like. Okay, like, see, here's my problem. It's not that I dislike running games. It's not just 50-50, it's weird 50-50. But like, so here's my thing is I would love to do a Tingleverse actual play. The problem is this: I have been on 1 episode of an actual play that may or may not have actually been released. I should probably contact Laura and find out if that has ever actually been posted anywhere. Because I would love to play a Tingleverse game or like do a Tingleverse actual play. But the problem is, I would really love to play it. I would love to play that game. I would love to be able to play, what did I name the character? Princess Glittertits? I would love to be able to play Princess Glittertits in an actual game. That's the problem is, anytime you want to run anything that isn't, a very small selection of games like, oh, you want to play that? You have to run it. D4. All right, I rolled a 4, which is 2. So we get 2 studies. I don't know why this says studies. I don't know why that's what it's called. But point is 2. The actor coming at first level, roll a tail turn, which duplicates. Duplicates are rerolled unless they are super strength or 2/10 damage protection. These 2 adaptations will add to themselves. Players do not have to dupe. Okay, if they would rather have a different ability. So, does 2/10 go up to 3/10 or 4/10? This is a physical location. Oh, it's a D8. Get out my special D8. Yeah, we'll see. Here's the thing. Here's the thing is like, before I figure out a party, like, I would have to, I have to find someone to run it. That's the problem. See, like, can you join the party? I don't know. It doesn't matter. There isn't a party. But as for the other actual play, I play a sassy robot. It's unfortunate that it didn't go on because, like, it was the first session. You don't get to do a lot, so I was really excited about playing this sassy robot. A sassy robot, madam. All right. D8. I got Sonic Glider. Yeah, I'm just going to look them each up. Okay, range 500 feet out of water or 1,000 feet in water. One attack. Drain 1 con point for 500 pounds. Beam attack. The Sonic attack appears as a white bolt of light. It will do damage to any matter it hits and will stun a victim for 1 to 6 turns. This adaptation also creates a manta ray-like membrane that will allow an aquarium to swim at twice normal speed. This wing can be used to fly above water. However, aquariums can fly at only 1/2 the speed that they may swim. The wing vibrates and creates thrust and lift. It stretches out an aquarium's wrist and down to the waist. The membrane is thin yet very strong. Sexy. They are able to hover by vibrating their wings rapidly. This creates a humming sound, one that cannot be heard underwater. Fucking real game. Don't assume. Don't assume that it's supposed to be 100 to 600. This game is nonsense. Okay, and for our second. Holy fuck. I'm gonna try to see if you can get this, if I can get this one on camera to show that I am not, I'm not manipulating this. I actually rolled a 1. I did actually roll a 1, which means claws. The claws we just spoke of. A set of retractable claws that deal 10 to 600 life points damage. I assume LPD is life points damage. I'm just going to call it lipid. All right. Retractable claws that do 10 to 600. Claws come out from the side of an aquarium's forearm. Wait, what? These claws come out the sides of an aquarium's forearm and extend approximately 7 inches past the fist. They secrete 10th level poison plus 1 level for each 2 levels of the aquarium. These claws are strong as the aquarium, including the 10ths. Enough poison is in these claws to affect a 4,000-pound adversary once per day, plus 100 pounds per level. An aquarium can determine the dose, whether it will kill an adversary or just put them to sleep. See Ninja in this chapter. The aquarium is not affected by his own poison. I'd hope not. Okay, so I have Sonic Glider and Claws. Okay, so that's that. Is there anything else I need to worry about here? What? Oh. Okay, so I guess you can get regular telepathy. Is that it? Okay, that is the end of whatever. So then I'm back to page 33. Okay, I did random mutations. Alright, character statistics. Here comes the fun part. Really? I feel like this isn't going to be the fun part. I feel like this is going to be the worst part. Now you get to fill the rest of your scores in your character sheet. Most of these are simple case of cross-referencing your ability scores. Agility. Your agility score tells you how quickly and easily your character can move. The number of attacks per turn your character receives is determined by your agility. Consult table 14 for this number and write it on your character sheet. The segments that you attack on are shown on table 15. Check the appropriate boxes on your character sheet. Each character, according to his number of attacks, will only be able to make a move on certain attack segments. Agility also helps a character's dodge score. Dodge will be explained below. So I'm guessing like they have a system similar to that other game. Albedo. All right, so with agility of 19. Oh, no, sorry, agility of 22. With agility of 22, um, I I don't know what these things are. Advantage is plus 1 and 1/2. I didn't want this to be a function, dumbass. Tax per turn is 2. Oh yeah. I forgot about Anima. I saw that at a bookstore once and I was like, this looks interesting, and then it wasn't. 14 agility. 1 attack per turn when commissar attack on segment 8. Okay. Attacks per turn, segments. Okay. So with 2 attacks per turn, you attack on segments 6 and 11. Okay. Maximum attack for mortals. Dexterity and advantage. You have dexterity like charge to be skillful and physical activity determines how advantage bonuses come from both agility and dexterity. This determines how fast your character reacts. Acts first. Find your agility and dexterity scores on the table. Okay, so that's the advantage bonus that I got from agility, I think. Wait, no, dexterity. But what? Determines how fast your character acts when necessary. No, find your agility and dexterity cores on tables 14 and 16. Okay, so I already found it on table 14. Now I need to find it on table 16. Respectively, and read across to find your advantage bonuses and add the numbers from both tables. Add the numbers from both tables and record them on your character sheet. So agility 14 gives plus 1/2. Agility on advantage and 21 dexterity gives a 1.5. Total advantage is 2. Okay. So shot bonus. Shot bonus is derived from your character's dexterity. How you think your attacks. Write the bonus on your character sheet. Okay, so I assume it's gonna be the same. What's my dexterity? What's my dexterity? Everything's fucking 19. Oh no, it's not. My dexterity is 22. 22, 1.5. Why didn't I write 1.5? Why didn't I write 1.5? That was a weird choice I made. Okay. Shot bonus. How well you can aim your attacks. Write this bonus character sheet. 22. Shot bonus is plus 8. Let's just write dodge bonus. At 22 is plus 14. And surprise adjustment is minus 15. 22 plus 14 minus 15. Okay. And then there's not very sexy robot. Dodge is how fast your character can avoid an attack. After his turn, he can be hit. Dodge equals agility score times 2 plus dexterity bonus. The bonus is from table 16. Non-class adventurers. Okay, I don't care about that. Beam attack dodge is used against such types of attacks as laser beams or arrows. Yeah, an arrow is basically a beam. Alright. Beam attack due to such attacks. Arrows, 75% of your character's normal dodge. Okay, you're bad. Fucking bad. Okay, my dodge bonus is 14. What's my base dodge? Oh, there we go. I just read it. This game is so insane that agility score times 2 plus dexterity bonus. Okay, so dodge is equal to dexterity times 2 plus dodge bonus 58, and then your beam attack dodge is equal to regular dodge times 0.75. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in this. All right, what's next? Beam attack dodge. Wait, did I? Yeah, okay, I didn't. I don't know what advantage is for yet, so. Shot bonus. Okay. Block. At first level, the block score is equal to your character's normal dodge, including your dodge for dexterity. 21 gives me +7 on my shot. Figure Shallow Masters. Okay. Strength. Table 17 shows your character's damage adjustment. Extra damage he will do with strength-based weapons, and the maximum weight that can be lifted according to strength. Read down the column to the strength score is equal to yours, or next lowest. Your character's strength, then read across to find damage adjustment and weight limits. Payload hindrance is 25% of the weight limits in this. In Chapter 13, when these scores a character sheet, strength also directly determines how far characters can jump. An adventurer can leap his strength score in feet horizontally and half this number vertically. For movement speed, see Chapter 13. Okay, strength. Strength is high. 39. Okay, it's not that high, I guess. It's not as high as, 1,500. I don't know. I hear dodging Piccolo is pretty hard. All right, 39 times 12. What even is this? Damage adjustment. See, here's where this game gets wacky. See, we haven't... Okay, we're probably not going to get into any of the mechanics because, reasons. But, here's the thing. Damage adjustment starts out at +100. $39 times 12. Well, you know what? I'm glad that... Okay. I must assume that it doesn't say that, does it? No, it doesn't. Is there I don't know, a plus 130? That doesn't help me. Move. I can only assume that it's like add 10 and then multiply by 8. But then, yeah, that must be it. This is just mathematically wrong. Because then it should be times 8 plus 10. All right, damage adjustment is times 12. 39. Damage adjustment times 12, and weight limit is 2,200. Also, I can't help but notice that like they are only had. All right, so actually no, I think well first of all I should move these over here where I'll probably have space. Okay, so actually I'm gonna put weight limit. I'm gonna put these down here, yeah. I'm gonna put these here because these are the things we're getting off the table in the order we're getting them off the table. And those are things that I'm deriving. It is. It is better put together than a lot of the games I look at. A lot of the games I look at aren't good. Most games aren't good. That's the problem. All right, wisdom. So I've covered agility, dexterity, strength, now wisdom. I don't know why these aren't in like order. Wisdom influence character chance to locate traps and secret doors. The chance to locate increases if the wisdom does. Certain classes can exceed these percentages shown on the table through special training. Non-class adventurers. I don't care about non-class adventurers. Okay. Okay, wisdom. Wisdom was 15. 31%. %15 was not right. It was 31%. All right. Constitution and life points. A character's constitution modifier is a character's life points, only at first level, and determines his initial fate rolls. See table 20. You must roll life points for your adventure. Each character class receives a specific number of life points per level. Refer to table 19 for the number of life points your character receives. Okay. It just like fucking. Maybe I missed it. Okay, maybe I missed it. Maybe I missed it, and at some point in like all the stuff I skipped about rolling dice, they did explain that. All right. Wait a minute. Okay, I was like, wait a minute. The thing, all others. Yeah, see, 1d6. It says 1d6 right here. See, and here it says 1d10, but it doesn't say 1d8. It says 1d8 here, but it doesn't say 1d8 here. And it says 1d4 times 100 here, where this should say 1d8 times 100. Like this one table. No game should have a table like this. This table has one correct entry. 1d4 times 100. 1d8. Forgot to add times 100. Forgot to even put 1d8 at all. Forgot to put times 100. Got to put times 100. Like, 100 to 1000? Is that a D100? Times 100? No, you cannot. I did not add myself to the game. Maybe in the future. See, I keep really pushing Dinosaur Erotica because A, I think it's a cool game, but B, if Dinosaur Erotica gets popular, then it will give me an excuse to make my own Dinosaur Erotica adventure game, which is more similar to the Tingleverse. That's the big I don't want to step on someone else's toes is that, like, the Tingleverse is not a romance game. It's just like D&D set in the world of the Tingleverse. But Dinosaur Erotica is a romance game. Okay, so I guess 1d6. Aw. So 1d6 times 10, I have 20 life points. Also, you can't meet Chuck Tingle in the Tingleverse, but you can contact him through the use of certain cool moves. I'm not sure if he exists as a like a character in his own universe, or if he only exists outside of the universe. Oh, I'm at 200 then. Listen, I've been doing this for hours. There we go, 200. But like, I'm just so annoyed by this table because, like, literally 100 to 8. You got, yeah, 1 is correct. Like, how did you make this table? How did you type that? How did you type 1d4 times 100 and then go down the next line and write 1d8 and not add times 100? I can't imagine making that big of a mistake. Like, there's a... Oh, yeah. Yeah, Yeah, so here's the problem. See, my original intention was like, Dinosaur Erotica, the role-playing game. That's a funny name. It's very direct about what I'm talking about. At one point, I thought to myself, I stopped and said, oh, wait. Having erotica in the name of my role-playing game might cause some problems. But then, and like, I considered changing the name to Dinosaur Romance. But then I kind of went like, no. Like, my whole, I'm shooting myself in the foot on this, but like, I'm shooting myself in the foot out of principle that I don't want to censor, like, change the name of the game just to censor it. Like, just so that it doesn't get blocked, which is a mistake. It's a mistake, honestly. But, like... and that's why I call it Dinoerotica. If you're on the social media, especially Tumblr, where erotica gets blocked. Yeah, that's the thing, is the title is really good, but I run into a problem that I can't tag a post on Tumblr #dinosaur erotica. I had to invent the hashtag Dinoerotica. I was honestly worried about getting flagged having a Kickstarter titled Dinosaur Erotica. All right. Fuck. Level 7 for variant races. I don't have to worry about variant races. Roll the appropriate die and add your life point. Adjustment from Constitution from table 20. Oh, okay. Constitution is 19. Oh wow, this is things. These are things I'm gonna have to deal with. Okay, so life points. Actually, life points should go here. And then 19 Constitution. Life point adjustment is plus 190. And then this is going to be equal to 200 plus this value. Yeah, it is a cromulent abbreviation. Dinoerotica. The Dinoerotic events game. Yeah, because like I will, you know how it is. Like you got lots of projects, so the Dinosaur Erotica adventure game, Diag, is a back burner project that once again, if people start really getting into dinosaur erotica, that will give me a really good excuse to come out with the Dinosaur Erotica adventure game. One of my favorite things about it though is like, you know, the pronoun jokes. So you know how people like to make jokes about pronouns? Like on both sides of the aisles, people like to make jokes about pronouns. You know, some people like to be like, people on the right are like, my pronouns are beep borp. And like, that's okay. My pronouns are impeach Fauci. Gee, I wonder who said that. I wonder who like said that and like didn't even understand the format of the pronoun joke. But then on the other hand, we have people saying things like, if you think pronouns are confusing, wait till you hear about verbs. So here's the thing. That's the basics in the character creation of the system I'm working on for Dinosaur Erotica adventure game. Is that your character has adjectives and verbs in addition to pronouns. They also have nouns. They have regular nouns. They have, your character has pronouns. Your character has regular nouns. So like, you know, your character might be a parasaurolophus. That would be their noun. They might also be a baker. That would be another noun. And like those nouns would give them certain pronouns. So I mean certain adjectives. So for example, a parasaurolophus is friend-shaped. So you could have the friend-shaped adjective, which would give you a bonus. Yes, like when I try to like, the draft I have is absolute like garbage mess, but like once I work it out, the verbs and adjectives joke, uh it'll work. Like I think it's funny enough. I think it's funny enough to work based on, you know, the concept of being like, it's based because it's, you know, the idea is I was originally like, before I had the terms, it was just like a trait based system. So when I had the idea, I'm like, well, this will work. This will work because I get to say like, oh, people in many games nowadays are including pronouns. Dinosaur Erotic Adventure Game enhances this by adding adjectives and verbs. All right. So, determine your character's fate rolls. Fate rolls are required when a character has missed a dodge and resistances, if any, and is hit by an attack. If the number roll on a percentile die is equal or less to your character's fate percentage, all or part of the effect of the attack is avoided. Really? This is fucking... The fate roll determines how strong a character's body is in opposing a particular type of effect. So, you get a dodge roll, and then you potentially get resistance, and then you get a fate roll. Nah, I'm not Popeye. I'm not Popeye. Popeye, who does not have any pronouns on account of all his nouns are amateurs. Popeye was asked his pronouns once on Twitter, I believe. And that was the social media person's response, was I ain't got no pronouns on account of all me nouns are amateurs. gonna be telling a lot of people in chat this for this chat. You're gonna learn this from the first time here. There is moderate evidence to suggest that Popeye the Sailor Man is what we today may refer to as gender fluid. There's not like a lot of evidence, but there's a few instances like where Popeye has referred to himself as having both male and female like qualities, saying that he is amphibious. I think on National Non-Binary Persons Day, the Popeye Twitter account literally wished a happy Non-Binary Persons Day to all my amphibious pals or whatever. So there is legitimate argument to be made that Popeye is gender fluid. Not as strong as Bugs Bunny or Leatherface, but you know, those are the top two gender fluid icons. These numbers increase as your character rises in levels. See, here's the thing about making a video on this. I need to then understand that. To determine the character's fate rolls, match the constitution score with a fate percentage on table 20 and add the ego score bonus from table 22. I hate you. I hate you. List these on your character sheet. Your fate versus mutations, chi, and alchemy match the constitution score with the percentages listed. What? On table 20. Metabolic miscellaneous fate rolls always start out at 10%. Miscellaneous fate is another term for fate versus physical and energy attacks. Okay. So they're saying that, like, regardless of your constitution score, that your miscellaneous fate is 10%. These poison chemicals, that percentage is equal to your constitution plus 10 converted to a percentage. This never increases. Metabolic shock is a chance of remaining conscious when hit with a stunning attack or when determining your metabolic attack score. Match your constitution with the percentage that rolled on table 20. Read across, find a value, right score on your character sheet. Okay. And then... okay, then I get a bonus for fate. Honestly, I think Ranma did a pretty good job of being, like, consistent with gender. That, like, Ranma, you know, very consistently identifies as a man. Like, turns into a woman, and, like, that doesn't stop him. He doesn't, like, stop identifying. It doesn't make him uncomfortable. He's, like, annoyed at it sometimes, but then other times they go to the beach, and he's like, yeah, I'm just going to be a woman at the beach, because if I go in the water, I'm going to change anyway. Okay, so... wait, did I go up more pages? Oh, I thought I'd gone through like 5 pages at this point. Okay, Constitution was 19? Yes. Okay, so magic, alchemy, chi / mutations. All right, let's say base MP fate Base MPE fate is 10%. And base ACM fate. I don't know why those things go together, but they do. Is 14%. And then regular base fate is 10, and metabolic shock is 1948%. Actually, metabolic shock didn't add anything, right? Table 20 does not indicate. See, the metabolic shock to turn. Okay, so metabolic shock, I don't need to. Can just go up here. Yeah, doing these things in a spreadsheet is convenient, but also I end up with situations where like I've got just a character sheet in 2 columns that goes on and on and on. I don't know. I think he's just cool with it. Like, yeah, I I feel like a lot of people would probably be cooler with it than you would expect if you found yourself in that situation. That's what I think. Because Ranma's a very specific situation where he like magically turns into a woman. And like it's an annoying thing he has to deal with. And yes, reading I am genuinely I genuinely thought I'd gone through like 3 pages since strength, and it's just on the previous page. All right. What? Hold on. Are you suggesting that White Wolf, creators of Vampire the Masquerade and Street Fighter the storytelling game, didn't always include all necessary content in their books? That doesn't sound like them. Okay, so metabolic shock. Okay, and okay, so I have MPE fate. ACM fate. Misc fate. All right. So now ego. Ego score affects your fate versus magic, psionics, and earth power. Refer to table 22. Also, ego determines whether you have a positive or negative bonus to reactions with other characters. First, look on table 21 for a possible ego reduction modifier. Depending on what you roll, you may get a plus or minus to your reaction investment. List the number from table 23 in the reaction adjustment section on the character sheet. In the ego slot, with the plus or minus next to it. Note that you may add 2 to this number depending on your ego flux roll. Of course, my ego flux will roll. Why didn't I think of my ego flux roll? This fucking game. Like, it's not even close to the worst. It's just a lot. Yeah, like, White Wolf White Wolf is one of the earliest companies that instead of, fixing the problem, they made a joke about it. As was pointed out here, the frickin' Malkavian sourcebook that they were like, lol, it's so funny. People keep asking us about page XX, so here it is. Great. Hey, do you think that maybe you could actually eliminate the page XX errors? In fact, I'm gonna tell you guys, I'm gonna spill the tea. I must spill the tea. The reason it's page XX is very specifically because you're almost guaranteed to not write XX in other words. So the thing is, before you send your finished book off to the publishers, to the printers, you do Control F XX. And that's going to find every instance of a page XX reference. It is not a difficult thing to fix. That is it. Like, there's lots of mistakes in World of Darkness books. Like, lots and lots of mistakes. But the prevalence of the page XX error is the most irritating because it is so easy to avoid. All right, 3135. Fate versus Magic Psionics EP versus EP. Wait. Okay, Magic Psionics EP, so... Oh, wait, so we got another... MPE Fate bonus of 4%. And a reaction adjustment of... That was 35. Reaction adjustment of 2. Oh yeah, White Wolf. Okay, White Wolf were a bit overly pretentious. They overfluffed their books. They put content in very non-intuitive locations and non-intuitive orders, but their actual products were pretty good. Like, the thing that I'm not joking about, like, I mentioned Street Fighter the storytelling game so much, not because it's like, lol, Street Fighter storytelling. No, it's actually good. Also, I'm gonna throw this out here, chat. Good or bad, White Wolf is the reason why you have Apocalypse World. White Wolf really, like, it's hilarious if you look at them now from a modern perspective, looking at Vampire the Masquerade and being like, wow, this is, and seeing it as like an incredibly advanced, like, this is incredibly streamlined and narrative driven compared to other games. The first edition of this came out the same year as Vampire the Masquerade. Like, that is this, like, the 90s were this point where gaming split into, are we insane with these charts, or are we going to focus on story? And White Wolf really focused on story. Like I said, looking back at it, it's like, wow, these games are ridiculously overcomplicated, but at the time, that's a thing I'm gonna need to figure out. Great. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Okay, reaction adjustment 2. Man, you... I feel like... okay, what was this? Another roll in 10% increments. If there is one fucking thing that like to this day from 1974, fuck it, from 1975, when the first role-playing game was published, until today, if there's one thing people love to do, it's ask you to roll percentile dice when you could roll a different die. Because, oh, look at this. 1 through 10, 11 through 70. Oh, wait, couldn't that be done with a D10? Couldn't you do that with a D10? Yeah, I think you could do that with a D10. I rolled a 41. Good plus. List number on table. Okay. Okay, cool. Reroll every 25 levels. I like that you have to reroll your personality every 25 levels. Oh. Okay. I think we're getting to like we're getting out of the weeds. Yeah, like that's why. See, here's the thing about White Wolf is that I have genuine trouble. Like anytime I'm mentioning them in like a script or something, I have genuine trouble remembering that White Wolf is gone now. That White Wolf is past tense. That the company that made one of the most recognizable role-playing games, I would say possibly like the second most recognizable role-playing game of the 90s, it does not exist anymore. And not only do they not exist, and not only are they owned by a video game company, they are owned by the second video game company in a row. Hilariously, now in the weirdness, now fuck, I forget the name of the studio, but the same studio that's doing World of Darkness 5th edition also does the Transformers and My Little Pony and other Hasbro RPGs, because for some reason Hasbro licenses out all of their properties to this one company for tabletop role-playing games instead of like the role-playing game company that they own. Which is weird. Alright, make sure I got all this correct. Fate versus Magic Sonics for 6 versus Alchemy Cheese 10. Ego 41 is going to modifier -4. Why does that give you a negative modifier? Okay. Wait. Okay. I got it. If you roll a 71 through 100, your modifier automatically becomes negative. I got an ego of 41. This gives me a negative modifier. Oh well, with luck, I will do better at 10th level. Why will you do better at 10th level? Because it says right here, reroll every 25 levels. This is 2nd edition. This is the 2nd edition of this game. Okay, yeah, Renegade. I'm probably going to cover one of the Renegade games. The problem is this. I don't like covering a bunch of different games that use the same system. Unless it's, one of those things where, like D&D, where I'm going to get lots of views on them. So it's like, do I want to cover, like, which one of the Renegade, Hasbro, whatever their system is, something 20 games and characters? Probably Transformers. Okay. Surprise gender. Da-na-na. My ego gives me +7 to my fate versus magic. Fate of 25. Constitution plus 10%. Okay, so MPE fate is equal to base MPE fate plus MPE fate bonus. ACM fate is equal to just the ACM fate boast. And is just 10%. Essence 20, yes, that is it. It is Essence 20. See, the thing that really, so here's speaking of like annoying fucking things. Here's the thing about the Transformers role-playing game. Oh, yeah. I forgot Power Rangers was another one. So here's the thing about the Transformers game. That upset me. That annoyed me. That made me go, I am upset with this particular game. So in the Transformers role-playing game, you will come across multiple references to combining. A thing that Transformers do, where multiple Transformers can combine into like one larger Transformer. Many of the NPCs have the combiner, trait. And it comes up occasionally. So like you're reading through this book and you find yourself thinking, oh, cool, there's mechanics for combining two robots together. And yes, there's a G.I. Joe one. There aren't. I don't remember how long, but it was more than a year until the book that actually had those mechanics was released. So the base rules are like occasionally referencing this ability that Transformers have to combine into a larger Transformer, but those rules don't exist until much later. Which is annoying, because like that was the thing that made me be like, oh, that sounds really interesting. I was like, wow, that sounds like a really good mechanic. And I'm going to assume, here's what I'm going to assume. I'm going to assume that those rules got added into the Power Rangers role-playing game, and then they later added them to the Transformers role-playing game. That they worked them out for the Power Rangers game first, but like reference them. Of course, I'm not the first to say that about the Essence 20 Transformers, because that's a really annoying thing that you're looking through the book and they're like, oh, this character and this character can combine into this character, and you go, wow, that's cool. Where's the rules for that? And it's not even like a Street Fighter storytelling game where they're like, oh, this will be available in later supplements. I don't think they even say that. It just leaves you in the lurch being like, where is this content? Okay, so table 16 surprise. See table 16 surprise class adjustment to list on your appropriate spot on under normal first level. These are 4 surprise classes. See surprise gender. Percentages on chapter table 23 represent a chance of being surprised by that particular surprise class. I'm going to have to see. Here's the thing is that we're all having fun and laughing here. I'm going to have to explain this for a video. I'm going to have to explain what this shit means. I'm going to have to explain what an AA, B, and C surprise class is. Yeah, I might see. I feel like the Power Rangers role playing game just isn't going to be good because Power Rangers isn't very good. Sorry, sorry, Power Rangers fans, but uh, as a Super Sentai fan, Power Rangers is not good. They strip all of like the meaning and story out of the characters, and they just make it like dull and uninteresting. All right, surprise class normal. The percentage on table 23 represent chance of being sized. List these character sheet. Character surprise adjustment is subtracted from the numbers on a character's surprise class adjustment is subtracted. A character's surprise class adjustment is subtracted from the numbers on table 23. Also, certain classes may receive extra bonuses, possibly owing to enhanced senses. Add this to your surprise class adjustment, which will in turn reduce your chance to be surprised. Determine the percentages for your characters, subtract your surprise class adjustment, and write the numbers on your character sheet. Did I roll a surprise class adjustment at some point? I did. This is why I write this shit down. This is why I write down everything on the sheet. Oh yeah, now I remember why I was interested in the Power Rangers game. I wanted to see how they handled multiple characters controlling a single giant robot. That was the only thing I was interested in the Power Rangers game. Oh yeah, Ultraman's my top. Uh, I'm glad someone enjoyed my Taro references. Taro, Ultraman number 6. Do 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 do. Urutora no haha ga kita. Okay. No, is it start with Chi-Chi? Is it Urutoro na Chi-Chi na ga kita? Urutora no haha ga kita. So shite Taro ga kita. I'm a huge fucking Ultraman nerd. See, here's the thing. I really like giant monsters, both in Japan and like American media. And sometimes I'll say something like, I'm a big kaiju fan. And then people will be like, haha, it's a funny pun. And I'm like, listen, my puns are hilarious, but that is one of the few cases in which I was not intending there to be a pun. I'm positive there's a better way to explain most things in this game. Oh god, what was that game? Oh god, what? What the fuck? There was some game, I don't remember what it was, but that I was like, this game is written so poorly that I want to rewrite it. I want to sit down and just completely rewrite this game because it's written so poorly. And like, I believe in my ability to write everything better. Yeah, because he comes from the land of light to save us. Well, I mean, specifically, Ultraman 80, came to us from a star, making him the most Jesus-like of Ultramen. Ultraman 80. Ultraman 80. He came to us from a star. Surprise AA. Wow. One of my favorites. Also a big fan of Leo. And Tiga. And Orb. Okay. Everyone, like, AAA is all 99. Like, so, did they say this is your chance of being surprised? Character class adjustment subtracted from the numbers. Okay, so you have a 99% chance of being subtracted by something that's triple. Okay, okay. Okay, no, I got this. Okay, guys, I got this. Okay. You see, a C cup isn't very surprising because, like, you see a lady walking down the street and she's got a C cup. You're like, I see them titties. I see them. Now B cup's a little bit more surprising because they're a little bit hidden. You can't see them, especially under like a sweater. But then back to A is like super surprising. So like you don't even know they're there until like bam, and you're like, oh man. And that's why it's double A. I say as if most people are aware of the size that there is a double A size. And if you go into other countries, there's an E and F in size. Japan specifically talks about those a lot. Okay, so base surprise scores as an Aquarian. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarian. Okay, 76. The funny thing is that, like, see, yeah, extra small. Double A, extra small. Surprise B, Aquarian 68. 30%. And C is 63%. Now, see, these are the bases. Okay, so, and that's going to equal base plus surprise adjustment. And yes, autofill. Okay, that autofill did not work. I made an error somewhere. 99%. Oh, minus 15. That needs to make that a percentage. Okay. No. That doesn't. Well, yeah, 99. Okay. I realized that I made an issue. That I made an error here. Okay, so plus. Okay, now I should be able to have this populate automatically. Yes, there we go. Spreadsheets. I do a lot of spreadsheets. Use dollar signs to indicate that a value is absolute. Well, we're talking about cup sizes now, because everyone loves boobs. I am expecting someone specifically in chat to come out and say yes. If they do, then everyone's allowed to make fun of them. If someone says "lady's pretty" in the chat, everyone's allowed to make fun of that person, whoever they may or may not be. All right. What the hell did I do? Yeah, I do a lot of spreadsheet shit. Like, the system used in Hell of an RPG uh, is mathematically complicated. So I actually had to come up with a very complicated spreadsheet that I can use to calculate odds in that system. If you're wondering, like, why is it so complicated? The answer is very simple. Because it's roll versus roll. Well, okay, no, it's highest of 2 roll versus roll. Highest of 2 mixed dice roll versus roll, which makes everything very complicated. Yeah, fish video. I mean, see, here's I would say, yeah, I agree, that thems and fish people are pretty. But here's the thing, I've been known to, on occasion, suggest that perhaps a xenomorph might be somewhat attractive. Maybe in the right light, maybe just, maybe a xenomorph is really hot. I'm not saying that for sure. I'm just saying, like, maybe, like, what if? I'm just saying, what if? So my someone did. So someone played Rifts. Okay, so I got that, and Shadow Master minus 15%, no special bonuses, looking across table, adjustment. The funny thing is, I keep accidentally doing this, and it's actually a really, really useful feature. But I never use it. No. Highlight, go away. I accidentally highlighted. I didn't mean to. Okay. Oh yeah, there's something very sexual about the way H.R. Geiger did lots of things. I forget who it is. I saw an interview with where they said that the eggs originally only had a single slit on them, and they just like opened up like that, and that they were told, like, oh, that's too yonic. You can't have it look like that. That is too like on the nose. So that's why it has a cross shape on the top of it. Yeah, let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. I doubt there is anyone in this chat who does not wish they could find people to play a specific game with, or like games in general. That's the big problem with tabletop role playing games is you need 3 to 5 people. More, I guess you could go more. You need 3 to 6 people. You need 3 to 6 people. You need 2 to 6. Yeah, 3 to 6 people. Yeah. Okay, in general, I would say that, size for a role-playing game, players, I would say 3 to 6 should be kind of hard limits. Except games that are specifically intended for fewer. Okay. Table 24. Why is there a surprise scores example? I was actually having trouble understanding that, so All right, now the stupid stuff. The next step is determining your character's vital statistics. There are a number of tables for determining characters' general racial type and appearance. Characters with wings have wingspans equal to twice their height. I love that specification. Record all these results on your character sheet. Finally, roll on table 32 to determine the overall effect. Mark down your physical appearance and your reaction modifier on your character sheet. Once your basic appearance is generated, you choose how you look and dress. Write a short description on the character sheet and appearance. See, it's unfortunate that there's a section where you write a description of how your character looks and dresses, because if I'm doing this for a YouTube video, I would not be able to just put in that section pussy outlook. because that's one of my favorite memes. All right. Table 25. Let's see what we got right here. Gender. If you pronounce the G in gender as J, it makes it sound much fancier. Let's roll for gender. I mean, no one wants to go to a gender release party, but who would go to a gender release party? Release? Reveal. No, fuck it. Gender release party. Whenever you come up with a new gender, you are allowed to do a gender release party. Bam. Okay. I have rolled male. I'll be honest, the thing that is most likely to change in the video. Y'all might have noticed that all the characters I make are female. It's because then I draw a picture of them and I can put it in the thumbnail. That's it. That's it. Is there going to be like a preview? Oh, exciting. Gender draft. Yeah, like I keep saying, I got fucking the whole Tingleverse thing there that I've never played. Never actually played Street Fighter storytelling game. That's one that my friends will. That's the one that like I have people that are interested in that we're like, yeah, like we're talking about it. We're gonna get Street Fighter storytelling game going. See, the problem is like you wait in line for like the release of the gender, but then like you get out and suddenly like they're out and they're like, oh damn, and then you have to change your pronouns to they them. You have to go on FetLife and change your gender to AG. Reasons. Yeah, everyone plays female characters for reasons. No reasons in particular, you know. Leaf Tilde, will have opinions on that. No one knows. It doesn't matter why. Doesn't matter why. No reason. Just like you thought it'd be fun. You know, they have higher dexterity. No need to analyze anything. Okay, as I was about to say, like racial type uses table for human characters only. Okay, so we don't get to roll on the racial type. I'll roll it anyway, just because this is weird. White. I mean, that was convenient. I am white. So sorry if this is shocking. You hadn't learned that. Yeah. Racial type. Hair color. This table generally used only for human characters. Some races do not have noticeable to warrant naming a hair color, such as chameleon. Others always have the same hair or elves color. I'm assuming coloration. Oh, it continues on the next page. Coloration. Most of the varying races same. However, there's no completely exclusive use of the table of characters because there's always a chance of having different color hair. Okay, fuck it. I'm rolling it because I like rolling things. Black. Well, I can't. They won't let me. This, like, I will say this is fucking weird. Like, I feel like there's no ill intent behind it, but like a race table is always a weird thing to have. Like, an ethnicity table. There we go. This is an ethnicity table. No, it's not. It's not, because if it was an ethnicity table, it'd be more specific. You know what? I'll stick with race table. It's a little annoying. It's like got a weird feeling to it. It's got a weird vibe. I stick with like what the interviews I've read have said is that like Street Fighter storytelling game was just like, wow, this Street Fighter is really cool. We want to make a game based on it, and then they did. All right, eye color red. This isn't a fucking intimidating blue-skinned, red-eyed, black-haired character. Oh. Hand use is the same for any number. I love the specifications of some things. Hand use is the same for any number of arms. All hands on one side of the body will always be the same. It depends on whether the brain is right or left-handed, not the body. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was trying to remember the term ethno-linguistic group like a few days ago when I was discussing African art history, because I've studied African art history and Western art history. All right. To this date, though, my favorite specification ever. I've probably mentioned it before in the Book of Erotic Fantasy, which I really need to do a video on, and is evidenced by the fact that I am pointing the physical copy I have of the Book of Erotic Fantasy in the equipment section on the table for dildos. There's a little asterisk and the note that dildos can be made double-ended for twice the cost. And that is my favorite specification ever in a role-playing game, because like that's like a thought, like there had to be a whole thought process that ended with them being like, okay, well, we don't need to list every dildo twice with a price for single and double-ended. We can just list it once and then have a note that you can make it double-ended for twice the cost. What? They're not percentile. Oh, some of them are percentile. This one is percentile. I don't know why it's percentile. 43. Right-handed. The correct-handedness. Filthy left-handers. Disgusting. All right. Height. Most others. I love... Wait. Modifier. Okay. Add to base for total height. Variant races should consult their monster description. Okay. Okay. Most others... 48 inches plus 66 inches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dice ASMR. I keep thinking I should do an ASMR channel because people tell me I have a really good voice. And then also I could do like Dice ASMR, and I could do chainmail ASMR because I have so much chainmail. All right. All right. 2, 4, 1, 1, 4, 2, 6. Okay. Ah! Height equals 48 plus... Huh, I didn't know that would work. No, why'd that only add 2? Is that the average of these? Huh. Getting lazy and just being like, I don't want to bother reading all these. So 5'3". Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I will tell you. Here's the thing that you would know if you were a channel member or patron. The fan community has already done a very thorough Darkstalkers conversion for Street Fighter: The Storytelling Game. There's a very big thriving fan community for that game because, as I keep saying, it does a very niche thing, but does it better than any other game. Admittedly, I haven't looked up Fight or Panic at the Dojo, so I can't say if those do it better. And now wait. Please be D6s. Okay. 1 D100 plus 150. Okay. I've got a D100 here. I almost knocked over the dice tray that I was using. It's not even a dice tray, it's a box. Well, when did Darkstalkers come out? Wait, what was the first one? Was the first one No. Vampire Savior was Darkstalkers 2. Oh, yeah. Okay. First release Darkstalkers the Night Warrior, July 12th, 1994. So that came out in Japan, I'm guessing. Okay. I'm assuming that was in Japan. I don't know about America. 1994, July 1994. So I love saying this. I hate just randomly having this information in my head. So Street Fighter Storytelling Game came out in June of 1994. And I believe like less than a year it was dead. So I think they probably did not like. They would have to have Street Fighter Storytelling Game. It would have to be doing well. Then they would have to take note of Darkstalkers, contact Capcom about Darkstalkers, and license it, produce a book, and publish it. I honestly don't think they would have had time to do all that. All right, weight is... Oh, yeah. All right, 29 plus 150, so 179. That is not the numbers that I was planning on putting. Physical appearance. D6. 4. Average. Honestly, in some of these games, when I roll the no adjustment thing, I'm like, oh, thank you. Ugly wears a mask. Okay, now see, here's the thing. I'm a wrestling fan. I like wrestling. When I see someone wearing a mask, I'm not like, oh, I find them less appealing. I see someone wearing a mask, I'm like, ooh, how mysterious. Like, just saying, you know, that if you went on certain websites that I won't say, certain red and black websites, you could find a lot of people wearing like ghost face masks and being like, "Ooh, look how mysterious and sexy I am." Same races may appear ugly to different races. All characters roll on table. Same race. Reactions. Wait. Okay. Okay. All character rolls on the table and result applies to those of the same race. See reactions for more information. So I'm assuming under reactions is going to be a variant based on race. Crazy, you said in your video, I can decide randomly when furries out. Well, that's true. We're trying to ban furries, and when furries are outlawed, only outlaws will be furries. Like, we're currently banning. Oh yeah. Well, it depends. Not like I mean, have you seen Blue Demon? Have you seen Blue Demon? Have you seen Mil Mascaras? A lot of the larger luchadors, a lot of the larger luchadors, they're more athletic than a similar sized American wrestler, but like, you know, there are some luchadors who are big and slow too. And yes, the one. See, here's the thing. Just like how the race table gives you a 1 in 5 chance, and then 6 for mixed 2. They're not really addressing the fact that this is the makeup of the world. That, you know, every race has a proportionally equal representation, and then also that 1 in 6 people is so ugly that they wear a mask. Well, some wrestlers are like, man. Oh, I don't know if you guys ever, jeez, don't know if y'all are familiar with Willie Mack. Willie Mack is a man who does not look like he is any kind of professional athlete, and he does very impressive stuff. All adventure. All adventurers go to school during their early years to learn the abilities associated with their class. Dungeon High. That was actually an idea I had for a game, but like, yeah, just like what do you do with that? What do you do with the concept of a D&D themed high school, drama game? Table 33 shows the age of first level adventurers when they begin their studies and their approximate lifespan. Roll a d4 -1 and add that number of years to the character's beginning age. After starting age is determined, go to table 1, step 5, or 6. Oh, okay. Then we go back to the table. Okay. Then we have to go back to that one table. Now you see, in historically / mythologically accurate, I forgot to mention, accurate's an acronym. I haven't decided what it stands for yet. Part of the way that you can roll a character who is dead is that there is a racial lifespan, which you then have to modify by your health score. You multiply it by your health score percentage, and then you could end up being, living longer than a normal member of your race. But you could also, like, if you have a low health score, end up living shorter. So you can definitely roll a character who's dead. I'm having slight issues implementing a system whereby there is a small but, not impossible chance of rolling up characters with a negative age. Because I'm trying... Parity is hard. So making a system that seems like a real system that someone would make up with believably bad results is very difficult. That's the really hard thing, is making it believably bad. Okay, where's my D4? I had a D4 in here. Screw it. Here's another D4. I'll use my bad D4. I have a bad D4 that matches the bad D20. I literally can't see what it says. 4. So 4 minus 1 is 3. So 18, 19, 20, 21. This character can drink. Good for them. Then back to table 1. 5 or 6. Determine spells, special abilities, mutations, cybernetics, and skills, checking them for possible adjustments and ability scores. See character descriptions and various race sample. Determine attacks prevented. We do have spells. Okay. All right. I'll be right. I'll be right back after this word from our sponsors. I don't know how to initiate an ad break on YouTube. Sorry about the ad break. I guess I could turn them off. But I want money. I don't know how they work. It doesn't, like, apparently it doesn't break ads like Twitch does. They don't go at the same time for everyone. If you ever wondered why I stream so much on Twitch and so little on YouTube, one of the reasons. I don't understand how the fuck YouTube streaming works. I did not roll for a master mutation. Thank you. But I will still be right back. All right, I'm back. If you're still there, thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. If you're not, don't have a good night. Haha, you'll never know. People, everyone who isn't watching can suck it. Because they'll never know that I said it. All right. So, we don't have spells. Need mutations. All right, so you got a master mutation, chapter 10. Mage spells are learned if an Aquarian has a 20 or higher intelligence. See spell descriptions, chapter 10. Aquarians are minor practitioners of the art of magic. I feel like that's a thing I'm going to need to know. Minor practitioners of the art of magic. Wait, they are minor practitioners of the art in magic. Okay, I'm guessing that's a level? Okay, so chapter 1. Character descriptions. Still doing character creation. Variant race examples. Ooh, I can learn what some of the variant races are. I don't care. Rising in levels. Chapter 3. Chapter 10. Index. What'll it look like? A nerd? Alchemy. Okay. Abilities and spells. This chapter contains the development of most of the spells. Yeah, there's a reason I zoomed in. This chapter contains descriptions of most of the spells and special abilities in Synnibarr. For those not described here, covered in Chapter 1, Character Creation. Monsters and other creatures have a variety of special abilities. Yes, I know. Special abilities and spells described in this chapter are divided into groups, which are divided into level ratings, which may turn into abilities. And furthermore, some abilities have different modes that can be applied within the ability. They found mostly... Alchemy studies, chi abilities, earth power, mage warrior spells, magic. Is that what I'm supposed to be looking for? Shaman songs. I assume those are like bardic songs. I'm going to assume mage warrior spells are what I want. See, this is where I got confused because they're like, oh, you have magic. Like, okay, what kind of magic? Don't worry about it. Greater Alchemy Studies, Master Alchemy Studies. Yeah, that's not Iron Fist. That's not even close to Iron Fist. I don't even know who Iron Fist is. This definitely is not. This definitely is not traced art of Iron Fist. I think this might be traced art of Iron Fist. Okay, chi abilities. Earth power spells. See, the problem with a game like this is you then have to try and understand, like, if you want to run this game, if you want to run the World of Synnibarr, you would have to understand the difference between all of these kinds of magic. I can't place this one, but I do genuinely feel in my heart of hearts that this might also be traced from a comic. Yeah, see, this one's at least done well. That's yeah, I'm not going all the way back. If you look at like the fingers and the arm, it really looked like there was not understanding going on of like the three-dimensional space of the forms, which is a thing that you see a lot with tracing. And then people get good at it. Like, that's the thing, is people get good at tracing. People get good at tracing, and then they can like draw as if they were tracing when they're not tracing, but they still completely lack any like forms or like structure in their figures. But like, because they're used to tracing, then they also like get the details. So they get details with no forms. And it's a thing you see on DeviantArt a lot. Okay. Okay. Magic. Is there going to be a section that tells me... Of course not. Of course it doesn't tell me how many spells I get. Why would I assume that? Why would I assume that it would tell me how many spells I get? I guess I will be moving by Mr. I can log in. Maybe I missed something. Yeah. So like, especially here with the pinky, and I just realized I don't know if my cursor actually shows up on screen. It doesn't. My cursor doesn't show up on screen. But yeah, like especially like the hands. It looks a lot like that. They didn't understand the structure underneath it, and then also the foreshadowing on the forearms. For shortening, not foreshadowing. Alchemy studies. Yeah, no, there was nothing else here. Yeah, AI art is harder to determine because you basically need to like catch things that make sense to a computer but not to a human. Like one of the best things I ever saw, like one of the yes, hands are hard. One of the best things, like one of the most like I wish I had saved this image because it was such a good example of how like AI image generation versus a human. It was a sexy woman, of course, because 98% of the AI generated images that are not Nazi propaganda or child porn are attractive women. And she was leaning on an object in the background. It was like a railing or something that she was leaning on. But then if you followed the form of it into the background, it was clearly an object that was supposed to be very far behind her. But the computer doesn't understand that because it doesn't understand three-dimensional space in the image that it is rendering. Also, there's like a lot of architecture in. They've actually gotten to the point where it's getting to the point where it can do text. That used to be the big like tell, is that text was messed up. Tattoos are really bad. Tattoos are really bad in AI generated images because it's just doesn't factor into enough of the data. They don't have enough data on it, I think, is a thing. So tattoos look really bad because normally, like, human arms don't have designs on them. All right, so I'm going to try and determine a mutation before I get back into the figuring out the other thing. Mutations. How? Okay, I have a 50% chance. Okay, a master mutation. Okay. Yeah, count the fingers. Like, count the fingers isn't as useful anymore because they're getting better. But, like, look for errors that make sense to a computer, but not to a human. All right. 31, heal and cause pain. Master mutations. C, D, E, F, G. Heal and cause pain. Beam attack. This ability produces a bolt from the hands that can cause pain or heal injuries. If used for pain, victims must roll metabolic shock versus passing out. If used for healing, the sufferer just lies there smiling with no ill effects. Well, that's not very nice. I hate it. I hate it when the target just lies there smiling with no ill effects. Don't y'all? The bolt heals damage amount. Wait, amounting to. The bolt deals damage amounting to a minus 1,000 life points. Metabolic shock must be rolled if below 0 life points in order to regain consciousness. A body must be 50% intact for someone to be saved from death. Okay. Just sure. Okay. Yep. Okay. But now back to page 45. Because we have an issue. Mage spells are learned if an Aquarian has a 20 or higher intelligence. Okay, 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 okay. Alright, minor practitioners. Archers are minor practitioners of the art in earth power. Giants are minor practitioners of the art. This fucking art in psionics. Art in magic. Especially a 2/10 damage. Cave demon. Minor practitioner, especially minor practitioner of the arts and magic. Minor practitioner of the arts and magic. Arts of magic. Okay. Minor practitioner of the arts. There we go. What chapter is this even in? Warfare with spells. Why is this chapter here? See chapter 9. Using spells and abilities. Ah, see, we got there. We got there at about the same time. It never tells me. Oh, that's fun. Using spells and abilities. Okay, I don't need to learn about psionic points. Most of the character classes a way of using a drain. Oh, it did? Ah, I missed it. Oh, I got here. Ability sell. All expenditures of these points must be carefully tracked. When adventurers use a constitution point, it means they are getting a little weaker. Using constitution points requires no time. Draining constitution points down to 4 requires a metabolic shock roll. The percentages of metabolic shock roll proportionally decrease as adventurers' constitution scores decrease. Refer to Table 20 in Chapter 1 for metabolic shock percentages. If adventurers use all their constitution points, they have a 0% metabolic shock and automatically pass out for 8 hours or until constitution is restored by a special ability, such as Tiger Fire, which is different than Tiger Uppercut. Adventurers cannot use more constitution than they have or they will die. No fate roll. If a spell or ability is cast constitution unit, however, some abilities charge when a weapon or item with power, in these cases energy is not used. Not include a weapon such as all constitution points are regained every night while the adventurer sleeps. Oh, all. Or meditate for tigers. But adventurers must have eaten. But adventurers must have eaten at least 1/10 their body weight in food during the day. Sure. That. It 1/10. Well, I hope everyone in chat is eating, 10 to 20 pounds of food a day. You gotta stay healthy by eating 10 to 20 pounds of food a day. Unless, unless you're on the heavier side, no shame in just saying, if you're up to 300, you have to eat 30 pounds of food a day. That's the rule. All right, I don't need to worry about psionic points. Mutations can be purchased from alchemists who are trained in genetic engineering. Mutations received this way do not make a character a pure mutant, do not give them reduced constitution drain at higher levels. Mutations are installed into the purchaser's body through an evolved process. Very expensive. Ranges from costs listed below. Cool. You can just get someone to mutate you. Mutations specially agenda. This includes Chameleon Drake Breath Attack, Chi Strikes, such as Chi Snout, Tiger Fire, or any blast abilities. Have to roll a shot while blasting. Mutations. Wait. In most cases, you don't have to roll a shot while using a blasting effect from a mutation. You know what? I'm getting to the point now where I'm like, I don't need to understand the mechanics. I said I was making a character. I didn't say I was going to understand the mechanics. That's a whole other thing. It's a whole other situation. Stupid me. Stupid World of Darkness. Yes, I can blame. See, here's the thing. The core rule, the base rules of World of Darkness are so simple that I began explaining them in the videos. If you go back to the very first episode, Let's Make Us a Character, I just make a character. I don't start... it's actually with the World of Darkness videos that I really start explaining more and more of the actual mechanics. Which is why the original, like the first AD&D table, the first AD&D video is like, first original D&D video is like 5 minutes, and the next one is like 40. Also, I used every expansion in that. Mutation is special ability during Constitution. Yeah, this case you usually had to roll a shot last. If mutation user doubles the Constitution drain, they can increase the area of effect by 100. Wide beam attack. Likewise, they can increase the damage of the attack or the duration by the effect of doubling the amount of Constitution needed. However, this increased power can only be directed in the range, damage, or duration, and not all three at the same time, unless the user is willing to subtract a lot of power. 6 times the con. Okay. This also includes mutant that enable flight, increased flying speed, and those that produce shields of some effects. Cool. So I can beam people. Beep, beep, beam. Here's the thing, is like 462 3-column pages. They might have said somewhere else to go here. They definitely didn't say it in the class I was looking at. Apparently they said it in the giant class. I'm sure this isn't important. Whatever's cut off here, I'm sure it's not important. Like, there are other versions. If you're thinking, wow, this is a really shitty scan, this is the best scan I can find. There's ones that aren't cut off at the bottom, but like the text is so blurry that I can barely read it. Magical spells draw on the cosmic fluxes in the Centiverse. Why not? Earth power spells draw on the central living ground, and psionic ability. Psi spells draw on psychic power, the user, and central flying pool. Psionic powers. The number of starting spells the character receives can be determined by using table 117. Once you have a number of spells to start with, find the selection in chapter 10 that deals with your particular art or ability and roll off the first level table. Most extra spells received after the start of the game come from finding them on an adventure by buying, stealing, or absorbing them. Sure, why not? Well, Giants told me to come to chapter 9, and that this is chapter 9. I'm in chapter 9. Chapter 9, baby. Chapter 9. Alright, finding them on an adventure, buying sales, 8th level spells. Wait. Spells learned in school are equal to or lower than a character's level. If there are no spells for a certain level, such as 8th level spells, the next lowest spell level and the highest that can be earned. A 9th level magic warrior could learn any spell from the 1st through 5th level. Number on the chart is the number of spells a character learns at school per level. For example, a prayer practitioner learns 2 spells every level from 5th through 19th. The spells a mage warrior learns should be written down. A list of these spells becomes the mage warrior's spell tome. A simple first level spell takes up 4 pages. Consequently, a mage may have a large number of tomes. However, the magic warrior does not have to carry these tomes while adventuring, because the spells are already memorized. Then why do they have to be written down? Thank you. Thank you for purchasing and reading Dinosaur Erotica. It's not my favorite. I don't know, maybe it's my favorite game. Conceptually, it's my favorite game. I feel like Chuck Tingle, really codified a genre of absurdist fiction that now, if you work in, it feels like you're knocking him off, but I don't think he cares. I think he'd be happy that people are, being inspired by him and creating. He would probably say that he respects their trot. Doesn't sound doesn't sound familiar to me. It's not human occupied landfill, right? Because that's a game that I know is like the 90s-est. But I don't know much about it. Oh yeah, he is great people. Like that is the thing. Well, here's the thing: is Chuck Tingle is good people. He's very good, but he's not one of these people who's like, oh, you need to love everyone. There's goodness in everyone's heart, and if you can just reach out and talk to people, then you'll learn that you have more in common than you think. No, no, Chuck Tingle is like, yeah. He says things like that love is weightless and you can carry infinite amounts of it, but like he also acknowledges that there are bad people and you don't have to attempt to like convert them. You don't need to, like, it is not your responsibility to like reach out to bad people or the devils as he calls them. Like that's the big thing. Is that he gets angry at stuff. He says like these people are bad people. He's very like love for those who deserve it. Okay. Okay. So minor practitioners. Okay. Minor practitioners of the arts. Traditional classes, a category are Amazons, Giants, Aquarians, Giants, and they have usually learned spells used because the ability score is high enough to allow to know. As the least powerful practitioner, they start out with 3 SMUs and gain 3 per level up to 150. Cool. What's an SMU? I never considered combining the two. I never considered combining dinosaur erotica with my Street Fighter the storytelling game retro clone that I haven't worked on in a while. Because I got to the point where I have to start rewriting every single one of the maneuvers. Okay, spell memory units, or SMUs. There is a special memory system for all characters use spells. Each spell has a level, and this is equal to the amount of memory required to memorize it. Spell memory units. A 5th level Shadow Master spell equals 5 SMUs. If a character can use 2 different types of spells, such as size spells and memory space must be shared. It takes 5 minutes per level of the spell to memorize it. Spells and memory may be forgotten at will. You've got a fucking Resident Evil inventory spell slot system. Okay, so minor practitioner they are start with 3 SMUs. So we have SMUs 3 and gain 3 per level up to 150. I don't know. I feel like Street Fighter storytelling game system is too complex for an erotic game. Something like Tunnels and Trolls actually I feel works really well. All practitioners, does that include me? Using intelligence bonus they practice magic with. Okay. If characters find and learn Verdant Nanoblog, they become practitioners in one category or higher than what they already are. Okay, I'm going to say that yes, that we do get 4 because of that. And we start with partial 2d6. All right, let's use my fire and ice dice. Fire and ice dice. Ice dice. Lewd Dungeon Adventure. Is that a? It sounds familiar, but I can't remember, can't recall. Okay, Lewd Dungeon Adventures. Yeah, I think I blacklisted them. I think I blacklisted them for using AI generated images. Because, like, here's the thing. There is literally no shortage of games. I can absolutely fucking do that. Okay, I got 7. Yeah, like that's the thing is, if they hadn't, I would have been like, oh yeah, this is interesting. I will examine this. I would perhaps cover it. But like, there's no shortage. There's no shortage of games for me to cover. Sure, I'm glad that Kickstarter requires AI disclosure. Unlike Steam. I know what you're thinking, but Steam does require AI disclosure. When's the last time you saw a game on Steam that had disclosed they used AI? Because I noticed, here's the thing I noticed. When Steam first added the AI disclosure, I would occasionally see people saying it. I have not seen that. I click on games, like, you know, those shitty adult games that look like have the most obvious AI art, you know, that soft, plasticky, like, overly bounce lit style of, like, sexy lady AI art, the ones that used to have a problem with, like, way too many ribs. And they're like, no. They're like, no, we don't use AI. No, we know. And I'm just like, this is so obvious. Like, Steam doesn't fucking care. That's the thing. Is that as they they put the AI disclosure on, companies started using it, realized, oh my god, our sales just ended, and then said, okay, well, we're going to remove the AI disclosure so that it doesn't affect our sales. And Steam doesn't give a fuck, because Steam can still say, oh, we require AI disclosure. All right, have a good bed. That's not how you spell starting. Good night. Everyone say good night. Yeah, like, there's a game called Console. I believe Super Console is the like, next version of it. This is the one I'm referencing. I think it's like roughly inspired by Final Fantasy. But like, you fucking pull up that Super Console, every class literally has stick figure art in it. And I'm like, yeah, I like this. Because, like, at least stick figure art is someone making something intentionally. What I always like to say, oh, now chapter 10 is where I'm going, to determine my 7 spells. Big thing about the way I like to look at it, anything AI generated, art, writing, whatever, is something that someone didn't want to make. The shittiest, weird, niche erotica on Amazon, on Kindle. Someone wanted to write that. But like anything that has been shot out Chat GPT, that was something that someone didn't want to write. And it's like, why would anyone want to read something that you didn't even want to write? Why would anyone want to look at a picture that you didn't even think was worth drawing? All AI art, all AI writing is eventually things that someone didn't want to make. All right. What am I doing? All right. Got 7 spells. 78. I realize I need more spaces here. Slow motion. $66. Shadow bands. Oh yeah. No. See, they use AI for the cover, but all the text they wrote by hand. Sure, Jan. Having been on like author like Blue Sky and Twitter, like that was a big thing, is that people were like, oh, I didn't realize you did all your stuff with AI. And they're like, no, it's only the cover. I only used AI for the cover. I wrote all that. And like, why would we believe you? What reason would we have to believe you that you didn't just have, like, ask ChatGPT to shit out the whole thing? 44. Location. $41. Invisible Defender. Oh wait, that's the other one. Or they write they write it themselves and then have ChatGPT edit it. I've actually not featured a game on a Kickstarter thing. I think this was when I was doing the Kickstarter Brilliant Defender. When I was doing the the Kickstarter like monthly things, videos, there was one game that like, wow, that sounds really cool. And then the guy's like, I wrote it by hand and then had ChatGPT like summarize it for me. Like, no, you didn't. Honestly, they're not that poorly photoshopped. Like, he does a pretty good job. Some of the coloring and cutouts are a little difficult to do, but like, if you guys don't follow Chuck Tingle, he recently people questioned if one of the stock photos he used, the one for, it was a story about a woman having sex with one of those 12-foot lawn skeletons. And it was suggested that perhaps the skeleton image he had used was AI generated. And he not only, here's why Chuck Tingle is so great. Not only did he change it, he didn't even have proof, He just said, oh, many people have suggested that this looks like it could have been AI, so just to be safe, he changed it. But he also announced it. He came out and said, oh, looks like I may have made a mistake and accidentally used an AI-generated image, and I have now replaced that image with a different one. And I think that's one of the things about why Chuck Tingle is so good. Like, yeah, he made a mistake. When you're going through stock photos, I tell you this, as a regular stock photo user, 36. There are a lot of AI generated stock photos, and like only like half of them are actually, you have to be safe. Like, that's the thing. Like most, a lot of stock photo sites don't allow AI generated images because they don't want their site flooded with, useless shit. Other ones will allow you to filter it out, and those ones, you occasionally still see something that's like blatantly AI. Another 11. I'm going to assume that you get to re-roll if you roll the same one twice. 72. So that's ones that ones that are blatantly, ones that you can like obviously tell are AI generated. So that means that there are good ones that you can't tell. Yes, you can't. I'm sure companies like Disney are working on a way to fix that. I've said this numerous times before, and unfortunately it looks like we're going against, oh god. I love when people like post, screenshots of threads from like generative AI people, asking for advice on how they can stop people from stealing their prompts. And it's like, you're a silly little guy, aren't you? Yeah. So if anyone doesn't understand this, I'm going to explain this very quickly, because I think everyone needs to understand that regardless of what anyone says, AI-generated images cannot be copyrighted, AI-generated text cannot be copyrighted, and the reason for that is they legally do not have an author. That is the thing, is that if you draw a picture, if you draw a stick figure on a napkin, you own the copyright to that stick figure on a napkin. See, but... So let me tell you what the precedent is. Let me tell you what the legal precedent is for this. The legal precedent for this is a photographer was out shooting monkeys. He was out in the jungle, shooting the wildlife. A monkey picked up his camera and like snapped a picture of itself because it was just playing with the camera. So this monkey took a selfie. He posted like this picture of a monkey using a selfie. And then someone used that photo without his permission. And he, rightly said, oh, this person is using my art without permission. And he took them to court over it. And what the court determined was that he did not own the copyright on that photo. That, as tenuous as the copyright is on photos in general, in that instance, the monkey picked up the camera. The monkey pushed the button. So the monkey took the photo. So basically, legally speaking, AI-generated images are monkey photos. They are not made by a person, and since they are not made by a person, they're like, no one owns the right, because the way copyright works in the US, yeah, the monkey selfie was incredible. That's why someone used it without doing it. Without the credit. But like, that's the thing, is legally speaking, they're monkey photos. No one made them, so no one owns them. And people saying like, oh, well, I'm putting the prompt in, so that's the same as making it. No, that's exactly the same as if you told an artist to draw something. You don't legally, like, they legally own that until they transfer the rights to you. So because AI generated images have no author, they can't be copyrighted. That's what it is right now. But it comes down to two things. Well, it comes down to one big thing. How the big companies want to go. Because here's the thing. There are two ways to look at this. Disney, Warner Brothers, etc. could jump on AI because they want free work. In which case, they are going to jump on the AI defender train. They are going to say, oh, we need to make this copyrightable so that we can protect our AI-generated works. The other way is if they go against it, which I thought they were going to, because here's the thing, is I can go and generate professional quality art of Iron Man or Mickey Mouse or Elsa. I can go like, look at when Sora came out. What was the big thing? Like, I haven't seen any of them, but I see like a lot of people. I saw thumbnails for compilations people were making of AI generated Pixar film trailers. Like, that's the first thing people do when given an AI tool is say, oh, I'm going to copy Disney. So I figured personally that Disney would not want that. That they would not want any asshole on Twitter to be able to go and, make a professional looking AI generated image or video in their style, talking about how great Hitler is. Which I guarantee you there is. I guarantee you there's one of those. Or more. Probably more. It looks like they've decided to go in favor of we would rather have free labor than protect our own ability to monopolize labor. So that's unfortunate. Okay, so spells are done. Back to the one. You know what would be the most convenient place to have the things? Like right around here. Like right around here would be like the most convenient place to tell me where to determine a tax per turn. I don't know where to determine that. Well, see, they didn't let the monkey have the copyright because the monkey can't own property. But that's where it gets complicated. But that's the thing is right now we're like the only thing we're running off of like a legal precedent that a monkey taking a photo versus a computer. A monkey unpromptedly taking a photo of itself. So there needs to be laws about this kind of thing, but instead we are trying to make laws saying that we can't make laws regulating it. Here's you want to know who I feel the most sorry for coming up in this new technology? Female teachers. Imagine being a female high school teacher and basically just having to live with the fact that every single year you were going to have students generating and circulating AI generated porn of you out of spite. Consider that. That is the situation that every single female teacher, especially high school, but probably lower levels too, now has to deal with. Like, that's not, because there's a thing that people are like, oh, it's a threat for anyone. Anyone can have things generated of them. But it's like, that's who will. That's who definitely will. Because let's be honest, everyone here has been in high school. unless someone's really young, in which case you're too young to be here, child. And we almost certainly all knew people who 100% would do that. All right. Need to determine how wealthy your parents. You couldn't just say you need to determine how wealthy your character is. No. We have to say you need to determine how wealthy your parents were and how much money they gave you to start adventuring. Is that two separate roles? When a child goes to school to receive training, his parents pay for schooling and boarding fees. This costs a great deal of money. In most cases, the parents will give their extra money they can afford to their young adventurer. Here's the thing I don't get is, like, it seems that like Synnibarr has an entirely adventure-based economy. Based on this all, it seems like Synnibarr has a strong adventure-based economy. Hey, glad you stopped by. I'm not live very much because I do most of my streaming on twitch.tv. Because I don't want to, like, be cluttering up my YouTube with streams of me playing Orgienizer, which is a great game, by the way. Okay. Roll on table 34 to determine a character's social status and starting ball. That's giving me a bad feeling. Note that BCS start with 6 and where men start with 500. Okay. These two classes. Why do where men just start with $500? Two classes not rolled in. Also, alchemists get an extra $1,000 to $10,000 in addition to their seed money. Oh, so that's how you make money in the world of Synnibarr, by selling your seed. Oh man, we got 666 views right now. Hail Satan. All right, I guess D100. 23. Normal. Starting funds $1,000 to $20,000. Okay, so use the cursed D20. It's not actually cursed. I rolled a 2, so I see. I had this. I got this D20. It's unimpressive. I got it because the local comic shop I went to didn't sell dice, and I said, "Hey, you guys should think about selling dice because I bet a lot of people who come in here would buy dice because it's a bunch of fucking nerds." And eventually they were like, "Hey, we got some dice. We're gonna start selling some dice." And they had just a little tub of D20s. And I'm like, "Oh, I will buy a die. I will buy a die because I told you that you should buy dice, that you should sell dice. I told you that you should start selling dice and people would buy them. And I would look like a hypocrite if I did not buy one die. So I bought one die. And then I played with the die, and the die rolled really badly. And I don't believe in magic dice. I don't believe that dice are cursed or anything. But apparently the other players did. So they were like, "Stop using that die." They were getting mad at me for using this die because I kept rolling bad with it. And I was like, "No, dice are not magic." They are. Because they squishy. Bouncy. That's the big reason I don't use them so much. They just go all over the damn place. All right. Oh, wait. Roll on table generated character, social stats, and starting money. Note. Okay. I was right. Wait, if the second roll is below 85%, the parents have almost unlimited resources. Oh, okay. So if you get 100, you roll again, and then below 85. Ugh. Parents are. If the second roll is below 85, parents have almost unlimited resources. Characters gets 1 million to 4 million. If the second roll is 85 or higher, parents are immortals or gods. If an adventurer's parents are immortals or gods, fate must choose a parent. These children are generally raised in total ignorance of their status. Oh. Fucking Synnibarr. Once again, like, in Fatal, the things are terrible. In Synnibarr, the things are just like, roll again. If you roll an 85 or higher, your parents are gods. All right, next step is creation of your character. The next step in creating of your character is to choose an aura and name. Characters' auras reflect their basic views on life. Each viewpoint is represented by a different color. Your character's aura is a direct manifestation of his personality type. The aura you choose is your character's base personality type. Individuals' auras can change depending on the state of mind. Deviating, they may have 6 colors in each direction. I'm sorry, where's the table? Where's the table? Where's the table showing me, like, all the aura colors? I am disappointed. When a character's colors swing, it's an indication of stress. You know, maybe when my colors swing, it's an indication of something else, buddy. Once the condition abates, he will return to the base aura. The only exception are the golden and scarlet tigers. They must remain basically good or evil. Similarly, beings have blue base auras are incapable of killing regardless of whatever aura they shift to. They only have the strength of character to resist the jam. There are 9 different ideologies of life, from totally destructive. You must choose from among one to these to your characters. However, golden and scarlet tigers. Yeah, I don't care about golden and scarlet tigers. Don't write your chosen aura on your character sheet for everyone to see. Instead, record it in a way that only you can recognize. Only Fate, your referee, need know your aura. Otherwise, do not reveal your aura unless someone uses a spell that has an ability to read it. If your character is a biosynth cyborg or wereman, their auras cannot be read at all. I know it's text, but I was expecting a table. Like I was expecting a table. The secret. It's a secret, chat. The aura is a secret. The aura is a secret. It's just like Ball of the Wild. Don't reveal your aura to people unless they have special abilities. All right. A few creatures, most gods can change a character. A few creatures and most gods can change a character's aura. Yes, referee is a terrible name for the GM, but it was really common up through the 90s. The problem is that, like, Game Master is kind of lame. In Dinosaur Erotica, the role-playing game, the person who runs the game is called the Game Mommy. Also, in another game I'm working on, the person who runs the dungeon is called the Dungeon Mommy. Because here's the thing, that's still GM or DM, but like, I think it's funny. All right, gold, fanatically good, hates and seeks to destroy all evil and semi-evil creatures. Ugh, yeah. You know, a lot of problems with tabletop role-playing games we can blame on war games. For example, Gary Gygax. Oh, he's dead. Stop making fun of him. Cool! So, fanatically good. Hates and seeks to destroy all evil and semi-evil creatures, including their closest friends, if they show even the slightest tendency towards evil. They are the ultimate force for good. I guess lawful psychotic is a term now. Hates and seeks to destroy all evil suddenly created. Silver, doers of good, hates evil, but will not necessarily slay evildoers. Oh, how nice. Yeah, okay, war games seem cool. A lot of the people involved with them are okay. Like, see, here's a very interesting thought I had about while I was researching original D&D and how it grew out of wargaming and like the various war games, and then also like the war games that they were publishing material for in the oldest Dragon magazines. I had a very, very interesting thought, and that is this. Uh, in like the 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, 1990s even, you could walk into like a gaming store where people do like play games, you know, where they have tables set up for playing games. Uh, you know, and you could bring your intricately painted World War II tank miniatures, knowing that you might find someone there who will also have their intricately, like, lovingly assembled and painted World War II tank miniatures. And you could sit down and you could play that game with someone who was playing as the Germans, and be fairly confident that that person was not a Nazi. Like, that's a thought I had, is that in wargaming, historical wargaming, you used to be able to be very like, not 100%, but you wouldn't need to assume that someone playing as World War II Germans was necessarily a Nazi. And now I feel like if I went to a hobby store and there was a World War II game going on, and had my Allied forces tanks, and I sat down, I could not be confident that the person playing the Germans was not. Okay, I'm not saying that none of them were Nazis. I'm just saying that you wouldn't have to assume that. Now that would be the assumption. But I'm sure that they were Nazis, although okay, so like I feel like Confederacy is a bit different, just because of the fact that uh, Civil War reenactments are a thing. It's very weird that there's a lot of people who in the South who sympathize with the Confederacy take on the role of the Confederacy themselves. Like that's I feel like a like distinct thing of just world of Civil War stuff. So it was a quieter but very present problem. Uh, it's too bad. Whereas now, Games Workshop needs to come out and say, "Hey, by the way, the space Nazis are not the good guys." Okay, so there's three auras. Doer of good hates evil. Usually, a silver aura will endeavor to stop and capture evildoers, not risk a hostage's life. In this situation, silver heroes. They work to reform evildoers. They will not take another life under any circumstances, but save themselves. Not even save themselves. They will always attempt to perform rescues and will subdue and capture their quarry rather than kill them. Oh yeah, yeah. They said that Blue couldn't kill nobody. Yeah. Like I'm not doing a good job at it. I'm still live. This is not longer than the Fatal video. But I'm having fun. See, that's the difference. First of all, I'm almost done. I'm almost done here. The Fatal video wasn't done. The Fatal video didn't have skills or I didn't do. Oh no, I don't. Wait, skills were only for. You know, I'm gonna finish this and then I'm gonna go back to that. These character tendency is good, but they also have a mischievous streak that allows them complete freedom. They will never perform evil except under extreme pressure. Totally neutral. These characters do as they wish and are concerned only for themselves. They will not perform good or evil acts unless necessary, and not threatening to do their own plans. Amber. A person with a tendency towards mischief who does not care for others. Unless they are close friends, they do not value their enemies' lives at all. Okay. So. Okay, Gray, villain and evildoer. I like how some of them have like titles and some don't. Amber, a person with a tendency towards mischief. That these character tendencies totally neutral. Gray, villain and evildoer with a marginal respect for life. They do not kill needlessly. They will prey upon others for survival. Red, evildoer. Villains who tend to use killing as a way to win a conflict. However, they prefer the greatest enemies to be subdued and grovel at their feet. They perform evil with pleasure. Still, they do not arbitrarily waste innocent lives. Unless the victim is good-natured, they will attempt to slay until they run the risk of defeat, whereabout they will cease their aggression and retreat. Scarlet, a fiend! The ultimate evil, a character who is or will actively seek out and destroy good or semi-good creatures, taking extreme pleasure in slaying the innocent. These beings will turn on even the closest associates, the first sign of weakness. Okay, so maybe it's me. Maybe I'm crazy here. But this feels like lawful good, neutral good, chaotic good, lawful neutral, true neutral, chaotic neutral, lawful evil. Wait, yeah, they're neutral, lawful evil, neutral evil, chaotic evil. I feel like these are just the 9 D&D stats. I think these are just the 9 D&D alignments, like color coded. So Warhammer 40K is like League of Legends, a game played exclusively by people who hate it. Okay, so karma. Oh, I need to pick one of these. Let's say aura. Let's say auras. Let's say they've got let's say a green aura. Karma. The sport game by fate is a form of control that fate uses to keep characters acting within the limitations of the auras. Bad karma points are awarded when characters do not conform to their auras. Some examples of this are a silver aura killing an innocent person, or through inaction allowing this to happen. A scarlet aura ignoring an easy chance to kill a weak innocent victim. A violet aura tending too strongly towards either good or evil. Just imagine that. Just imagine. Just imagine being like, I think we should help the villagers, and then your GM being like, ooh, I'm gonna give you some negative karma points because I don't think that your character would want to help them. That's too good. You should be indifferent towards their suffering. All right. Good karmas are saving face fields of vultures on something exceptional above and beyond the call of duties. Filling auras dictates. So if you got a violet aura and you're just like, I don't know, whatever. Sacrificing one's life to save. A good example is sacrificing one's life to save another. The awarded karma point can be used in the next person's character, giving a +2 on all ability scores. Conceptually, it's not bad. Conceptually, I don't hate the idea of giving you a bonus on your next character for sacrificing your current character, but it's just such a fucking Synnibarr thing to do. That's what I want. Yes, that's what I want to know. Is it repeatable? Can I like hyper stack my character? A bad karma point can be used to venture to fail a dodge or having success. Absolutely, this is done whenever fate wants. A good karma point may be erase a bad karma point, or it may save an adventure when a dodge is missed. This may be used as a last resort after heroic or other attempts have failed. Both types of karma are kept track by fate, and players do not pass from one referee's campaign. Oh God, 1993? Both types of karma are kept track of by fate and the player and do not pass from one referee's campaign to another's without express consent. That is interesting. This is 1993. I can't think of a lot like another game from this time that has like expressly referenced the idea that you would play the same character in multiple campaigns, or that the character would exist in multiple campaigns. Because that was like I've mentioned it in Oh no. Oh no, I never made that video. Yeah, here's the thing that happens when you're a content creator. Sometimes you'll like have an idea for a video and you'll work on it, but you won't finish it, and then you'll forget that you didn't finish it and that you never published it. So that was a normal thing in like old D&D. That's why experience points are like a thing, because you had to like measure your character's advancement individually. So like your character could go from one game to another. That was like that was a thing. That was like an actual thing that they did. That also I know I've read this in a book. I just don't remember which one, because I've read like fucking everything. Like there's a specification somewhere in one of the books that the time that passes between a game, because like you're thinking, if you're a modern player, if you weren't around in 1970 whatever, you're probably thinking, it's so fucking like, it's this is one of these things, is that like I wasn't around in the 70s, but I've done so much research in the early development of role-playing games that I'm constantly bringing up shit like this. And being like, well, if you weren't around in the 70s, one of the books, I don't remember what, basically it's like this. Original D&D, possibly advanced, I'm not that familiar with that. I'm much more familiar with original. The intent was that you would go down in the dungeon, you would go through the dungeon, and you would come out. That you would enter and exit the dungeon in one play session. And then the amount of time that transpired, I know this is in a book, that the amount of time that passes between sessions is the amount of time that passes in game. So if you have like a weekly game, when you come back, a week of time is supposed to have passed in game. Yep. Okay. So someone else backs me up on this. So basically, here's the thing, is that if I had a weekly game and then I was at the local hobby shop and someone was like, oh, hey, do you play D&D? I'd be like, yeah. They're like, oh, what level are you? I'm a level. And I'm like, I'm level 3 wizard. They'd be like, oh, I didn't know wizards were a class in original D&D. And I'd be like, oh, I misspoke. I meant my magic user. Like, I could go and play in their game, and they would expect me to show up with a character from someone else's campaign. And I would play that character in this second campaign, and I would earn XP in that campaign that would be given to my character. And then when I went back to my regular game, they would be like, oh, hey, what'd you do? I'd be like, oh, I went on I played like, on Tuesday. And they'd be like, oh, cool. And that would just be a thing that in the game, my character would have done that other adventure on that day. It's conceptually, it actually sounds really cool. But that's what the idea was, and that's largely why experience points exist. Because you didn't have a cohesive party that you could then say, oh, once you complete this adventure, you go on to the next level. Like, lots of people do in modern D&D, because it's just not worth the effort. But XP needed to be tracked individually by character because of that. Yep. Large part of the original books are like how to make dungeons. Tunnels and Trolls is even more dungeon crawly focused. Like, Tunnels and Trolls, like original one, literally has the level of the dungeon you are on as a mechanical thing in the game. Yeah, like, that's why I think, admittedly, I've not played this game, I'm just aware of it. That's why I think X-Crawl is a really cool concept. Because I feel like X-Crawl really captures the feeling of that original idea of what you do in the game, but, like, transplants it into a world where it makes sense for that to happen. Well, you wouldn't be switched to another adventure in the middle of an adventure. It would just be like you went into a dungeon with these three guys, and then some other guys in the tavern asked you if you wanted to go to a dungeon with them, and then you went to a dungeon with them, and then, like, you know, you go back to the dungeon with the first three guys, and you'd be like, oh, hey guys, yeah, man, I was adventuring with this thief and a fighter the other day. Oh, it was crazy. Definitely died a lot. Yep. It was like a roguelike. Also, very weird things, like if you read I forget which book it is, one of the D&D books, original D&D, it is suggested that you put things like a bowling alley in the dungeon for laughs. Like, that's the thing. If you read the earliest Dungeons and Dragons books, they're telling you to put fucking joke content in your game for fun. One of the original D&D books, as like an example of a trap, I think, suggests a box of magical animal crackers. All right, so bad karma point, blah blah blah. At last, the last step, chat, the last step. Needed to complete your character. Often refer to the description of your character class and copy down all your abilities. Did that. Each class has a number of general abilities. Okay, I didn't actually copy them down, but they're all written down here. Studies or spells. No, I rolled for those. Each description includes instruction for doing so. Go to chapter 10 for the list. Copy down all pertinent information about your abilities and spells, such as casting time and constitution drain. Okay. Time. Your character is now almost complete. The next step is choosing skills. Refer to skill descriptions in this chapter for the information. In this chapter? Okay. Oh, it says character descriptions, not skill descriptions. Okay. Well, I'll figure that out, I guess. I'll figure that out, or I won't. Well, that's the thing, is, like, you wouldn't. I feel like you wouldn't stop in the middle of, like, a combat. You would, Listen. If players were supposed to write down their spells, then what would they do with their D&D Beyond subscription? Hey, remember when D&D failed at doing a virtual tabletop twice? Okay, your character is now almost complete. Skill descriptions. Yeah, after your skills have been determined, you can shop for equipment and supplies. See chapter 3. Character started out with only most basic clothing. Maybe I'm starting out with less than the most basic clothing. The Immortal Born. I don't need to read about the Immortal Born. Yay! Okay, character description. The following section describes the 20 character classes that inhabit the world of Synnibarr. Hey, they said the name of the game in the game. Yeah, like, here's the thing is, actually, that would be really cool, for, like, actual plays. If you could, like, have a guest from one actual play show up on your actual play with the same character, play that same character, then go back and have that have been a canonical event in that level, in that campaign. Like, you could do it, but, like, with regular D&D, but it wouldn't be intentional. OG D&D didn't have anything. I mean, it had a lot of stuff. Watch my video. Like, if okay, actually no. If I had, it's like it's one of my top 5. If I were to recommend my like a number of my videos, my second original D&D video would definitely be there, just because of how much shit is in that game. That you think like, oh, tabletop role-playing games got weird and complicated over the years. No. No. Original D&D had random psionic abilities. It had psionic combat. There were psionic combat rules in original D&D. I mean, you had to get them from, a supplement. But the point is, like, tabletop role-playing games went off the rails immediately. Well, I'll be honest, figuring out what happened, okay, well, thanks for popping by. Glad you popped in to say hi. So, I give you love. Haha. I do the hands. But, like, honestly, figuring out determining what your characters were doing in the dungeon for a week actually sounds like more fun than playing an original D&D game. Like sitting down and being like, all right, we were in the dungeon for a week. What did we do? That'd be fun. Come back and it turns out that, your character fell in love with a goblin and decided to settle down. But like, yeah, old role playing games are weird. If I ever actually finish my review of Superhero 2044, the first superhero role playing game, it's very weird. It's very weird, and there is how do I explain to it? It has homework. It has homework. And like after the game, you are supposed to do homework, like you like fill out a sheet of what your character did in the time between games, and then like you give it to the DM, and then they need to do something, and it's like, listen, chat. I will tell you once again, I am very sorry. I do not know how to do any of the moderation features on YouTube. Oh, no. Here's the thing. Sometimes you will say a word, the message will get blocked, and then you will say the word again, and it won't get blocked. That's the thing. I think it's contextual, that it's not like words. It's not like that a word is blocked as much as it detects something that it thinks is an inappropriate comment. I'm guessing. I don't know. Wait. All natural abilities will always function. See cancellation nullification. I don't want to see cancellation nullification chapter 9. Basic abilities gained along with some natural abilities when a character trains become... In other words, all characters start off outside of the special studies gained with each level. Most classes learn a certain amount at the beginning of 10. Skills for all guild-trained adventurers. All character classes except for non-classed adventurers learn skills while trained to become adventurers. We refer to all 20 character classes as guild trained. All have a number of general skills that every class learns. These are listed below. Okay. I'm not going to write all those down. In addition to these general skills, all guild-trained adventurers have their own class-specific skills that are taught, along with other abilities during their training at the guild. These are listed with each character's description. For details, see skill descriptions later in this chapter. All skills will work anywhere as long as the tools necessary to perform them are available. Skills cannot be nullified unless they are linked with a power base, such as Chi Dim Mok. Okay, well, we get swimming advanced. I don't really hope it's gonna. I really hope it's actually there's. Okay, there we go. Skills. Okay. See, just from my personal experience, I know that like the fact that I've been told multiple times that the skill section would be here in this section of the book does not guarantee that it's going to be there. It might. They might be using an AI moderator. And also yes, they're being more them trying to be more accepting of literal Nazis has caused them to change the moderation quite a bit. Yeah, I feel like I have very little auto mod on Twitch, but like Twitch lets you change that. I can't find any place that I can change it on YouTube, and I do YouTube streams so infrequently that it's not a thing. And this I fucking hate. I hate this. That's a hair. As someone who has gigabytes, like gigabytes of obscure tabletop role-playing game PDFs, most of which are scanned, a lot of them have hairs on the scans, and it's very, very annoying. And I don't know what book is it. One book, it is just aggravating. Oh, see? Yeah. Okay. Is it on this one? Okay. So this is what you have to deal with when you're dealing with these scans. Okay, here it is. Oh wait, I need to capture cursor. It's set to capture cursor. Why isn't it capturing cursor? Okay, so see this area right here? There's a hair right here, and then on this page, the hair is over here, and then on the next page, the hair is right over here, and then on the next page, the hair is right here, and then on the next page, the hair is right here. So until they notice that there's a hair in the scanner and like move it out of the way, the hair is just in a slightly different place on every page. Settings, community. There we go. Community moderation. Comments on, moderation basic. Messages in your live chat, moderation none. Okay. Good news, chat. I have moderation turned off. Post in your community, subscribers, comments on new video. Yeah. Yeah, I have live chat moderation off. So I'm guessing the situation here is I don't have the option of allowing content that YouTube has like identified as being against their community guidelines. Like that's a thing. Like it's the same thing with comments, is that I get potentially offensive comments held and put in a special thing, but like definitely offensive comments just get blocked. And I don't have the option. I don't even have the option to say I would like to allow these comments. Choose from the skills listed, always checking the prerequisite. These are required for learning. To learn new skills after creating your character costs skill points as well as money to pay whomever to teach you. Training can be done by anyone who has a skill your character wishes to learn, provided it has a higher chance to accomplish than the student. Many teachers throughout the world offer their services, training, and guilds. Keep in mind that it costs at least 5 skill points to learn reading, writing, and basic math. Okay. Choose from the skills listed. Okay. Okay. There's a piece of information I'm expecting to find, and I don't seem to be seeing it. I'll just read through this, and maybe that'll work. So what? Is it like getting reflected light from my forehead or something? Is it getting messed up by like the shine on my glasses? Okay, that's very weird. See, now it's doing when I leaned back. This is a weird webcam. I don't know how the fuck webcams work. And yeah, I know. So I did this. I used this webcam for recording my first Kickstarter video, and for some reason, I don't think I have any of the miniatures out. It was for Pixel Dungeon paper miniatures. So they were like pixel art paper miniatures. For some reason, if I put too many of them on screen at once, the camera just started completely. Hey, here's a good way to figure out if it's my forehead or the glasses. The camera just started freaking out. For some reason, like, it couldn't process. Like, I guess it was trying to, like, in some way it was trying to process these pixelated physical objects, and it wouldn't do it. Okay, so, oh yeah, well, if it's my forehead, then let's see. Haha! Ha, it's not my forehead. Why don't I probably have a black... I probably have a black hooded robe around here somewhere. I mean, why would I have that? Yeah, here's the thing is, you see, this is more interesting because I can be like, ooh, ooh, I'm moving around, whereas the flump tuber just goes like. That's why I only use it in the Let's Make Us character videos, because those are the ones where, like, I have the most stuff on screen to be referencing. Yeah, I should buy a new webcam. I should just buy a fucking $50 webcam or something. Well, we all have black hooded robes, for the witchcraft and crimes, the rituals. Everyone has a black hooded robe and creepy masks for the rituals. Doesn't everyone have masks for the rituals? Gotta have your masks for the rituals. I got this mask for $5. It is much too small for my face. Maybe this will fix the flickering. Alright, does that fix the flickering? It fixed the flickering. I was like, ha ha ha, did that fix the flickering? And then it did. Yeah, I freaking. Oh, well, wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know if this is just a very elaborate VTuber? I mean, who knows what they do with live 2D these days? That's right. That's right. Yeah, I'm just wearing the mask. Deal with it. Deal with the mask that, like, this much of my face isn't covered by. Do. This mask is not very comfortable on my nose. All right, failing skills. Roll less than equal your chance to accomplish percentage on percentile dice. These are listed with each skill's description. Okay. Wait a minute. This mask is pretty small. This is not ideal. Fail, you have blown it, and possibly not entirely. Possibly not entirely. See failing skills below. Some skills may require a chance to accomplish roll. Skill points spent this way are gone. You must spend additional skill points as the skill requires. This will increase your chance to accomplish the skills this way gone. Okay. When your chance to accomplish a roll for a skill has failed, does not necessarily mean the attempt has failed outright. Many situations are not so black and white. The following table shows the chance that the attempt works even though the chance to accomplish the roll is met. The failure percentage, see on table 51. The harder you miss your chance to accomplish, the less chance you have to success with your skill attempt. Failure percent, 90. The mask working was funny, but also, I think it's a decorative mask, not supposed to be like a worn mask, so it does not. It's just like the thing where you get 3 chances to miss an attack, to like dodge an attack. It's like, oh, if you the higher you miss your chance to accomplish, the less chance. So if a character's chance to accomplish 41 is 40% of a particular skill and rolls a 72, the failure percentage is 32, which means the attempt was 25% successful. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does it mean the chance is 25% successful? For example, character then failure percentage Meaning the attempt was 25% valid. Fate must decide what actually happens when a chance to accomplish fails. Depending success that might be there. See table 1. It depends on the individual skill use. For example, 90% success in the case of concealment shell could indicate that the character will only remain hidden for a limited time, 1 to 6 minutes or so. No success with the same skill will first might possibly mean the character stumbled into a bunch of garbage cans. Every skill that we attempt. You know what? Fuck it. That's optional. I'm not reading it. Any skill you can increase with use. That is to say, the more your character does something, the better he does at it. In theory, anyway. Called acquired skill experience. Every time your character succeeds in using a skill under pressure, you may add 1 tentative skill points to the chance to accomplish that particular ability. These points are not used until after the adventure is over. Every time your character attempts and fails the use of a skill, subtract a point. At the end of the game, while your character is reflecting on their experiences, tally the points up. Never lower an established score. In essence, your characters are balancing positive experiences with negative experiences. They learn something new or develop bad habits. Either way, instructions they will have to correct. Trainers or instructors will not let a student continue to do something wrong. Skills that are relied upon heavily will get the best workout. Elefthera, the Amazon, attempted to open 7 locked doors. Yes, but you know, I don't know. I have conflicted opinions on this. However, during the 4 of them, there were problems. Every time a player fails using skill, he or she loses a tentative skill point every time a player succeeds. So if you fail the first attempt and succeed the second one, then the 2 cancel each other out. No? So your tentative skill points can go into negative? I guess? I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I think what they're going for. Here's what I think they're going for. So yes, you learn more from failures and successes. Like in Call of Cthulhu, where you literally have to fail a skill check in order to increase a skill. But I think conceptually, I understand. The idea here is that you get a point on success because that is like we are kind of retroactively assigning points to your effort and learning is what I think it is. Because when you succeed, that shows that you are learning properly and you get 1 point. And if you fail, like you weren't learning properly, like you're learning leading up to that point is what I feel is what they're going for. Well, I mean, you can, I don't know, opposing skills. Some cases, skills may oppose each other. You get a character with a skill of concealment trying to hide from someone with skills. This is always interesting. Both characters both subtract to find the difference between their 2 scores. What? Wait, what? Wait. To remedy the situation, the chance to accomplish should be rolled for both characters. If both succeed, subtract to find the scores, not their dice rolls. Roll a d20 for each character. The character with a higher chance to accomplish gets to add the difference to his d20 roll. Amazing. It's like he sat down. It's like Raven McCracken sat down and he said, How can I do opposed rolls worse than Call of Cthulhu? Tetsuya is hidden and Mac the Knife, private investigator, is looking for him. Tetsuyo's chance to hide is 50%. Mac the Knife has 50% chance of detecting him. Both characters are successful in rolling their chance to accomplish. So they each roll a d20. Tetsuyo's roll is 9 and Mac's is 2. Because Mac's chance to accomplish is 6 points higher, he adds this to his roll for a total of 8. Yes, that is a complete train wreck. I'm impressed by how bad this is. It's like, oh god. I will make a video on it at some point. When I was going through like the early Dungeons and Dragons magazines, I found the first attribute check system in D&D, and there's like 8 steps in it. It's amazing. It's amazingly bad. Except for an unskilled herd being done, for broken down into 2 categories: unskilled regular and unskilled disciplines. Your chance to accomplish 50% the standard percentage for. Wait, your chance to accomplish is 50% of the standard. Oh, it's standard percentage. Okay, for regular skills and 10%. Skill titles with an asterisk next to them denote disciplines. You see complete skills in the chapter. If you are successful in using a particular skill 7 times in a row without failure, then the ability is considered to be self-taught. At this point, a non-classed character can add it up to his list of known skills. This does not apply to disciplines, which only rise at 50% of the normal rate. To accomplish even more uninterrupted success they achieve. Talking about some skills such as demolitions can be very difficult and dangerous. Learn them. Okay. Skills available to isolated villagers. Cool. Is that guy an isolated villager? It's skill descriptions and skills for the following. Time to learn listing can be used in determining a character's age. You may add together all your character's starting skill times to learn the approximate age at the start of the game. Didn't I roll that? Didn't I roll that like 4 hours ago? Well, as mentioned numerous times in this game, concepts like there being different percentages on odds for like different dice is something that was not considered very much at all. Character starting skill learned from age to start the game. I feel like we already did that. These times are used when skills are learned later in life, as it takes time. Skill points you need to learn them, whether or not they are prerequisites or not. Points, prerequisites. Okay. Skill descriptions. Did I miss something? I feel like I missed something. I feel like there's a very important piece of information that I missed. Chat, can you figure out what the important piece of information I seem to have missed is? Well, that's weird. Runecraft. Smooth talking. Swimming basic. Swimming advanced. I've got that. Okay. So I'm looking at a skill that I know we got. So Swimming advanced. We got 5 skill points. Ability scores required none. Time to learn 3 months. Bonuses none. Chance to accomplish an A. Prerequisites swimming. Basic. Description. With this skill, users know water survival techniques and life saving. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. The following list not hobbies. Many other hobbies included. Some hobbies may require the user learn specific skill. Why is there a fucking list of hobbies? Falconry, bullfighting, bungee jumping, card playing. Are they doing the... Yes, they did. Okay. Role playing. See, if your role-playing game has a list of hobbies and you do not include role-playing, you're missing a good opportunity. Also, you're like, you need to have a good opportunity to like put a role-playing game in your role-playing game. Sledding, sports ball. Oh my god. Sports. Anti-grav tennis, baseball, basketball, football, football combat, hacky sack, hockey, polo, drake, dolphin, water, or horse, racquetball, soccer, softball, volleyball, warball, and all others. See, that's where they do funny. See, that's where you do the funny in your game. It's just throwing in random things like football combat. And warball. Okay, variant race examples. Listen to Tale 5 or a few variant races, with less income playable characters. Creatures themselves are fully described. Players can choose skills with skill points they have left over from what is required to be a variant race. Okay. Ape. Mutant. Alright, rising in levels. Dividing gaming points. Gaining skill points per level. Character-wise skill points. Oh. Well, this is not as complicated as I thought it would be. Attacks per turn. Get 1 per 8. Huh. Okay, so... issue here, it's like 96, 90... Where's the skills? Skills chapter starts when? Do I have bookmarks in this? I don't. I realized I... Nope. Nope, it is not bookmarked. Well, what isn't Warball? Obviously, it's a super fancy, futuristic combat sport. Wait. Maybe, hear me out on this, okay? Soccer is listed as football, and football combat is American football. Wait, what's soccer? Fuck it. Maybe soccer... Ooh, who's this for? Also, yes, sports but fantasy is a really cool idea. So is sports but science fiction. That's why Blood Bowl is a thing. Like, that's why Blood Bowl is cool. Yeah, if you look at the extreme sports in Dinosaur Erotica, the role-playing game. Cinematography. Okay, see... Chance to accomplish. That wasn't in swimming. Could have sworn that wasn't in swimming. Because I know we have... Score bonuses. Chance to accomplish not applicable. With this skill, choosing without scare cannot swim. +1 to strength per 10 skill points. So... Okay, so you auto-swim, but also, if you put 10 skill points in swimming, you get +1 to strength. That's just a thing. Okay. See, I'm understanding 80% of what's going on here. There's this like... There's, well, presumably, swim speed is going to be based on strength and is in the movement section with movement speed. So we got points here. Obtaining skills. When creating your character, choose from the skills list. Always checking the process. Creating a character costs skill points as well as... Okay. I did that thing again. Okay, so there's a possibility here that I have reached this recording in error. Okay. Traditional non-class adventure variants. Determining skill points. There we go. This is where I missed it. The traditional classes ignore the totaling of initial skill points. All guild-trained characters are taught a great many skills during their schooling. Receive only 10 points to begin with. This includes other races. So, ignore the totaling of initial skill points. I'm not sure if... Yeah, that's what I'm trying to determine. When I said, hey chat, can you guess what piece of information I'm missing? How many skill points do I get is the thing that I'm trying to figure out. I mean, it's entirely possible. Twerps is a very easy game. Well, but like, I don't have guild trained skills because I did the first one. The traditional classes. Ignore the totaling of initial skill points. But aren't basic races also guild trained? Basic races. The term character class and unlock some people to select that. I'm gonna read this whole section here. You can't class skill training. Non-skill training, those add the 3 in brain short. Use beginning skill points. Skill points go towards skills mutations in cybernetics. Yeah, because that's the thing, is that there's the skill, like, I think you... Okay, the traditional classes method 1, ignore the totaling of skill points. All guild-trained characters are taught a great many skills during their schooling. Aquarians, archers, and giants Warriors receive only 10 skill points to begin with. This includes other races that train to be one of these classes. The classes not mentioned do not get any starting skill points. Okay. The non-class adventurers, for beginning skill points, add all your character scores together and double them. The eagle scores, yeah, but that is a kind. No extra skill points are awarded for scores about 20. The only extra bonus. Determined, write them on your character sheet under the space total skill points. Well, this is definitely the most confusing thing in this game. Like I found it. You know, usually there's a dead end in one of these games. Okay, so the traditional classes, method 1 and 2, ignore the totaling of initial skill points. So does that mean I don't do this? Do all my skills are untrained until I level up? All guild trained characters are taught a great many skills during their schooling, but like they made a big deal about everyone. So Aquarians archers, do I only get 10 skill points or do I not get 10 skill points? That's what I'm thinking. That I only get the 10. That I don't get the third paragraph, but like, it's a fucking mess because paragraph 1, methods 1 and 2. Paragraph 2, 2 and 3. And then paragraph 3 is like, also, it's still part of this paragraph. So I think I only get 10 points. I think you all are right. So 10 skill points and the one that I had. Advanced swimming. Okay, so skills. Swimming, advanced. Let's see, what else? What other skills do I need? Don't put 10 points in cinematography. I mean, like, I'm just saying I could put 10 points in cinematography. The only ones we auto get are advanced swimming. I mean, I can double check since I'm here. Oh, I was really there. Yeah. Skills. Aquarians are taught the following skills in addition to the general ones that all classes learn. See skills for all guild-trained adventurers at the beginning of character descriptions. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you, the World of Synnibarr. Okay, so swimming advanced. So skills for all guild-trained adventurers. Does that mean that does that mean that I just get all of these skills? I love that one of them is computer operation. Okay, so I assume I get all these skills. I'm not going to write them down because I have a list of them all here. So I'm going to assume I get all those skills, and then also swimming advanced, and then also whatever I spend points on. All right. Probably should have done something. Computer programming. What page is this? 83. Okay. Da, 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 da. This isn't gonna work out very well. Like, this really isn't gonna work out. It worked out better than I thought it did. All right, there we go. Now I actually have a list of what those are. There are class skills, but the only class skill I get is swimming. Well, listen, maybe in the world of okay, so keep in mind you're in a hollowed out planet, so maybe you need to have advanced spatial awareness. Okay, no, no, no. I now want to go back to here. Okay, so I have computer operation. I want to check to see that I want to verify that I understand the things. Balancing and juggling. So, chance to accomplish is 10% plus dexterity plus ego plus 1% per extra skill point. Okay, so there's a base skill point, and then you can spend extra skill points to increase the values. So banking costs 5 points, but then plus 1% for every skill point I put after that. Okay, so reading and writing, wood carving, weaving. So, does that mean, like, every day I'm huggling? Okay. I have no idea who this character is. Don't give the... Okay, cinematography, 40% plus 1% per extra skill point. I need math, basic, photography. Wait. Math, basic, photography, reading, writing. Why is that a comma and that's a... Okay. Okay, it's really shittily written. I got it. It's math, comma, basic, photography, reading, and writing. Do I know I know basic math. I would need photography. I really don't need... I really, it's silly, but I feel like I don't need to put ranks in cinematography. All right. Well, obviously, okay, okay. So obviously, what I want to do, Chad, is I'm going to put 5 points in biology, and 5 points in marine biology. Uh huh. Okay. There we go. Skill points spent. Here's the question. Here's a question. Why is marine biology a skill? It doesn't say here that, like, regular biology does not cover marine biology. It doesn't give an additional bonus. But, yeah. There we go. Skills spent, marine biology. And then there's this, I think there's like one more thing. Okay, skills have been determined. Shop for equipment. Oh, $2,000. Yeah, I've got $2,000. I might not do this. Starship creations, substance descriptions, provisions. 101. I feel like I definitely did not get the correct chapter on there. It's off by a few pages. Fish are fucking weird. Oh, Marian biology. Or is that correct? I don't know. I've been doing this for hours. Well, see, xenobiology makes sense. Because, like, I would say that your knowledge of, you know, your local biology, like, would not apply to aliens. So what you're saying is if I can spend $100 on a skill point, then I could have 20 more skill points, and I could put 20 points in marine biology. Creating money. They're literally they literally fucking. I feel like when you see air compressor in the equipment section, that you know they have gone a little too in depth. Like, life support belt. Normal energy clips. Organic electronic energy clips. Generators and fuel. Natural substances. Alien substances. Handheld weapons. How much does a space laser cost? Hand-to-hand weapons. Axe, large, war. Chain, $2 per foot. That's pretty reasonable. Dagger, long. See, I'm noticing a thing here. What I'm noticing is that everything seems to be end in a zero. It seems like I've yet to encounter. Oh wait, no, yeah, because you can get damage. No, you add 10. 10th, the 10ths. Okay, I got it. I was trying to figure out why all the damages are multiplied by 10. That's why. Like, why your hit points and everything are multiplied by 10. It is specifically so because of the 10ths. I keep forgetting the 10ths of the thing because I don't even remember how that works. Short sword. Samurai. Okay, short sword samurai. When is that like a wakizashi or a tanto? Which one? Oh, I guess it's a wakizashi because the tanto is there with its own thing. Tonfa. Legal, by the way. Totally legal. Okay. Giant size weapon. Okay, so axe, throwing, blowgun, crossbow, pistol, crossbow, hammer, throwing, razor, boomerang, sling, spear, throwing staff, projectiles, arrow. Can I not get a space gun? CO2 dart gun. Grenade launcher. This is a very small selection that goes straight to fucking grenade launcher. So I can get a CO2 dart gun. Oh, fucking game. This fucking game. Like, so here, I was about to say, I had to stop and then I didn't say it. So here's how you can tell it's a 90s game. That's because, as mentioned, yes, they have sword, long, samurai. So in the 90s, you would call this a samurai sword. But in the 2000s, you would be calling it a katana. Because in the 2000s, everyone fucking loved katanas. There was nothing more fetishized in gaming in the 2000s than a goddamn katana. So, CO2 Dart Gun, 100 to 400 damage. Damage only applies if the gun is used for clubbing. The true damage depends on the ammunition used. CO2 Dart does 1 life point damage. There we go. What is the CO2 cartridge? How does the CO2 cartridge do 8 life points damage? Everyone loves Daikatana. It's like, it's actually a funny thing that whenever I'm looking at a game, I 2 things I always look for if they're from the 2000s is how overpowered are katanas and do they have rules for chainsaws? Because they always have, there's always some weird fucking fetishization of katanas. Okay, it's going to be one of the smallest ones. A flat back. The clip is spring loaded, fast eject, and the weapon is constructed hard plastic only. Okay. So the dart gun is poisoned darts, but that doesn't explain how this. Oh wait, okay. It has 1 life point. It does 1 to 2 points. Okay, I'm reading the chart wrong because I've been doing this for 6 hours, 52 minutes, and 45 seconds, like a crazy person. All right. I don't know. Honestly, I don't like going. I don't really want to go through the trouble of buying equipment. Because that's the sort of thing that takes me like 2 hours on my own. High-tech weapons. A Chem Blaster 20,000. Time. See what's become of me. Alright. I don't have near enough money for these. Oh yeah, I have claws. Missiles? So here's my here's the thing that I'm like, is there fucking weapon armor? Is there fucking armor? There we go. Okay, but like, how's a there we go. That's the armor I was looking for. Armor. Cost, life points, protection. Why does steel chainmail have no protection? Okay, this is really fucking confusing. Flying grizzly skin. Apparently you can have armor made from the grizzly bears that fly and have laser eyes, but it costs $1,000. If steel chain are played with armor, the user receives 1/10. Okay, well, what the fuck does Stritig Intrigue? Structural integrity, I think. So chat. I'm buying some flying grizzly skin armor. Because it's flying grizzly skin armor. Yeah. Okay. It's fucking flying grizzly skin armor. It's $1,000. I have $2,000. I assume it doesn't help me fly. Please tell me there's descriptions. Please tell me there's descriptions. High-tech shields. Armor. Power armor. Oh, there's no specification because I was like, maybe grizzly skin armor. Like it maybe like gives you a bonus to flying. Miscellaneous engines. Fucking. Oh yeah, I could. I don't have enough money for that though. Okay. So now, what I'm gonna do. I'm going to go back here because I actually do have. I am gonna get more skills. I have combat hand to hand, right? Yeah, combat hand to hand. Shot roll plus 1% plus 4 extra skill points to land a punch or kick. Martial arts disarming. All right. Well, okay. You know what? There we go. 15 points in marine biology. So my marine biology check is now ego plus 10. My marine biology check is 45. And this character is done-ish. Done as I want it to be. It's done, basically. Oh, wait. I feel like there was something else I was supposed to do. Character creation, page 19. Okay. $45 is a percentile. They're percentile rolls for the skills. All right, generate basic internal done. Choose met done. Assign character scores to abilities, adding bonuses where applicable, and for traditional classes, watching from in requirements done. Roll for random mutations, psionics done. Determine spells and special abilities, mutations, cybernetics, possible adjustment for ability scores done. Determine attacks per turn done. Determine attack segments done. These things are all like on the same page. Determine advantage bonus done. Determine shot bonus done. Calculate dodge, beam attacks, blocks, at will done. Determine damage adjustment, weight limit, payload hindrance, running speed. I did not determine running speed. But I have a good excuse for not determining running speed. It's in chapter fucking 13. Well, that's definitely nothing. I'm not gonna say that's a fucking. Yeah, I figured out which spells. Slow motion, brilliant defender, shadow bands, invisibility, location, shadow vision, and invisible defender. All right. Oh. Time equivalents. 1 segment equals 1/5 second. 1 turn equals 3 seconds. 1 set equals 5 turns or 15 seconds. 4 sets equals 1 minute. 20 sets equals 5 minutes. 240 sets equals 1 hour. I don't want to know when I need to measure time in 1/5 of a second. Running. I'm just gonna skip ahead to running speed. Digging speed. Okay, running speed. A character's maximum running speed is 15 miles per hour for strengths less or equal to 20. For strengths greater than 20, maximum running speed equals your strength divided by 2 plus 15. Okay, wait. So at 20 strength, your speed is 15 miles per hour, but then at 21 it jumps up to 25. Okay. But we have strength is what, 39? Strength is in fact 39. 39 divided by 2 is it's not 19.5. I feel like that's correct. I'm double checking because I've been doing this for fucking... Yep, 19.5 plus 15. 34, I'm assuming round down. All right, is that 34? Yeah. Yeah, 34. So, swimming speed. Character swimming speed is 1/2 mile per 5 points of strength. And query in the future, double the speed and add 50 miles. Wait. Oh, that's flying speed. Okay. Cruising speed is 15% of your maximum. I cruise very casually. I didn't realize that this was. I didn't realize this was that kind of game. If I'm going to be cruising. Cruising was made for love. Cruising was. Okay, 1/2 mile per hour per 5. Wait. 1/2 mile per hour for 5 points of strength. So 35. Wait, yeah, 35 would be. Yes, walking at bisexual speeds. In fact, cruising too quickly to be able to effectively cruise. So, I'm bad at it. Yeah, 7. So 7 times 1/2 miles plus 50. This is like a very convoluted way of saying this. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. I get it. I get it. I get it. No. Not 7 plus 50. 53. Yep. So I would have 7 half increments. So 3.5 to maybe 53.5. Okay, okay. Aquarians. Okay, Aquarians and amphibians is double, so it is 7. Yeah, if you're supposed to keep that 0.5, I'm just going to assume you do. So yeah, 7.5. Sorry, I've been reading this a lot. Okay, so 57. 57. Equals that times 0.3. I need a hat. I need a hat to go cruising. There's a hmm. Ah, can the image? Okay, I'm having trouble finding an image that I can show on stream. Well, there's a hat by a manufacturer called the Cruising Cap that I've been thinking of getting. No, see, here's thing. As I said, I want to cover good games. I want to cover games that I like. The problem is, no one's heard of games I like, so they don't click on them. Like, I mean, my review of Moonlight Roseville Beach is really poorly viewed, and I think that's an amazing game. The mechanics in it are great. It's like people should be looking at that and saying like, this is how we can do mechanics in games. But like people don't watch that. They want to see me try and explain how to make a D&D 4th edition character and be like, D&D 4th edition is very good. And then someone has to like jump into the comments and be like, actually, D&D 4th edition really is really good. You just don't understand it because you're depending on what they want me to be. It's a problem. It's a problem. I have this interesting problem that if I am complaining about a new game, I'm a gatekeeper. And if I'm complaining about an old game, I'm a noob and I don't know anything. So there is no winning. I'm sure if I said something good about an old game, I would then be a grognard. And if I say something good about a new game, once again, I'm a noob and I don't know anything. Oh yes, internet dialogue is toxic trash. That's why. Like, here's the thing. I know. I knew that one of my. Sometimes you make videos and you're like, oh, this one's gonna get a lot of views. One video I knew was going to get a fuckload of views was my one on the original female character rules, because I'm like, this is going to create discourse. And it fucking did. Okay. Yeah, 349. Okay. Running speed, jumping speed, determined. Determined and locate. Determine locate. Oh no, I did that. I've done so many of these things are like a thing that you just looked up on a single table. Yeah, like the fact that the fact that the skill points were the only thing that I didn't get is actually really good. Like fucking um Gamma World 6th edition. The White Wolf one. that game was so poorly written. Every 10 minutes, I was like, what the hell is this? No. It came from the late show is the Plan 9 from Outer Space of TTRPGs. Another one of those games that's like, wow, this game could have been so much better that it makes me want to make a better version of it. Problem is, I only get one Zine Quest project per year, and it's like, do I want to do that, or do I want to do something else? Like, let's see, role playing's kind of did that. Determined fate roll percentage, metabolic shock, roll ego flux, determined reaction adjustment for ego, did that. Determined surprise class, did that. I don't know what those things are, but I assume that you just need to know those letters. Roll character appearance. Determine age, determine starting era, choose a name and aura. Purchase. Okay, name. Josen. Because he's from the ocean. His name is Joshin. Okay, I'm going to. All right, that's the name. I got a boo in chat over it. This is definitely the correct name then. If my pun gets a boo in chat, then I know that it's the correct way to go. See, I feel like this here's the thing. So many early White Wolf games were held together with used chewing gum and dreams. You mean all of them, always, forever? As I've mentioned in my oh yeah, I guess the Fanworks video is members and patrons exclusive. But in the special video, I mentioned how multiple of the Street Fighter, like multiple of the Fanworks have like indexes of all of the errors. Enchanted Continent. Oh, I think random encounters. Antarctic. Arctic. Dark Continent. Dark Continent swamp encounters. There's a lot of information here. I like that this is a game so weird that you need to have land, air, and water. That you might just be like, oh, you're likely to be flying. You're likely to be flying and just need to know. Listen. No one's. I just went on a whole thing earlier about just how incredibly important White Wolf is to the development of role-playing games at a point in time which games looked like this. But the fact is that yes, they weren't great. Especially with editing. Which is why I always joke about that in my videos and saying, White Wolf editing? What? Alright, monsters. Acid jelly. I'm just gonna scroll through the monster section because there's a specific monster that I don't know if there's an illustrator of. Alligator, giant, spooky skeleton. Is that the spooky skeleton? These tree dreams created the beast over... The tree dreams created this beast over, what, 10,000 years ago. They were weapons of war. The giant vampire bat. What's the spooky skeleton? Atlanteans? Psionic energy created to resemble a humanoid skeleton. Okay, that's an Atlantean. Amoeba, mutant ape, are covered with fine golden hair and a white stripe running down the spine. Well, we'll see. See if I can find a crocopede. Baboon, mutant. That's just an armadillo. That's just a fucking armadillo. Armadians. Aliens who appear to be held under the closer inspection of the lighter skin, golden eyes, a hairless body, except for blonde hair on their heads fashioned in the mohawk. No. Armaphine? Cross between an armadillo and a porcupine. That is not... That is... Is this just an armadillo with a porcupine tail? Is that what this is? I love the black and white art, and then you read things, and it's like, they are 4 feet long, stand 3 feet at the shoulder, and have 2-foot tail. Their armor on the upper half of these bodies is bright red in color. They have large claws. Their meat is also one of the most sought after, having an unparalleled taste. Like, there's a monkey, an MONKE monster that I don't remember the name of. I can know the name of it though. Where did I put those? Apparently I don't know where I put some things. A Quatsk. Yeah, this is a D&D monster. That I drew because I was doing a thing where I was drawing an anthropomorphic version of a D&D monster for every letter of the alphabet. And finding D&D monsters that start with Q is not easy. So this is from like Dragon Magazine or something. But the point is, by the way, if you're ever looking for shit, Dragon Dex is a really good website that has an index of like everything in Dragon Magazine. I mean, I'm familiar with Snallygasters as a cryptid. Point is though, before I get distracted, you look at that picture, you are not going to assume that this thing is fucking bright yellow. You look at this, you're gonna be like, it's a monkey. It's gonna be like brown or something. Then you read the description and you're like, oh, it's fucking bright yellow. But yes, this is a Snallygaster for people who are wondering. It is a cryptid. I think I cut them from Dinosaur Erotica. Let's see. Goblin Guide, Dinosaur Erotica. I have a box in which I keep one copy of all my zines. Let's see. Did I cut Snallygaster? Monsters. Cryptids. Bigfoot, Chupacabra, Dover Demon, Flatwoods Monster, Fresno Nightcrawler, Hopkins Goblin, Hodag, Jersey Devil, Loveland Frogman, Mothman. Yes, I cut Snallygaster. It was in an earlier draft of Dinosaur Erotica as one of the cryptid options. I don't remember who I cut. Oh no, did I cut Snally? I think I may have cut Snallygaster to put in Hodag in honor of Hodag RPG. Because he's a good pal. Baboon mutant, baboons psionic. I'm not gonna fucking lie. I will tell you the damn truth, buddy. Oh wait, that's a wrong box. I've got like I think 20 copies of Dinosaur Erotica left. About that for Satanic Panic. Actually, about that for the Goblin Guide too. I really need to do. I have 2 copies of Penetrating the Veil. I never bothered listing them because I ended up with only 2 copies left over. And then I have like 1 copy of Punktopia that I need to get rid of. So here's the thing: is when you're like just throwing Bear Giant Sea Puller. Crystal Boar Giant Buzzard Mutant Hatchet. I like when they just like take animal names and just start adding shit to them. Aren't there? Yeah. I was like, doesn't this game have fire-breathing clams? And it sure does. Alright, Giant Clam, Giant Mutant Fire. Encounter type, Common. Life points, 100,000 to 400,000. Aura Violet. Ego 5. Attacks per turn, 3+1 per 10 levels. Advantage, +3. Shop bonus, +15%. Attack type, standard. Blah, blah, blah. Maximum swing speed. Fates, 20% for most categories. Wow, thanks. This is literally the most useful thing in any role-playing game ever. 20% for most categories. What categories? What is most categories, friend? I always enjoy good mutant clams. There are mutant clams in Creeks and Crawdads. There was no illustration of them in the book, so I drew one. I will show that one only if I can find it by searching, because I have no idea how old it is. There we go. That is a thing you can encounter in Creeks and Crawdads, which is a post-apocalyptic role-playing game with evolved crawdads, but they're like not super evolved. Like they're intelligent enough to like have language, but not to be smart. So the concept is that they're all very stupid, and you have to like roll to remember things. And at one point, like it's describing the other creatures that live around, and one of them was clams that are evolved to have arms and legs. And I'm like, I think they even specifically mentioned them having the little bags. And I was like, how dare you not include an illustration of that? And then I did an illustration of it. Weird stuff I did on my blog when I was reviewing games on a blog. Also, like the veggie patch, I was like, why don't you have stats for the sentient water lily? So I made up stats for it myself. This creature weighs from 1 to 4 tons and 8 to 15 feet in diameter. Mutant fire clams, besides being the best tasting shellfish, are the source of the fire pearls that are so coveted by alchemists. There's a 75% chance of a clam having from 1 to 10 pearls. Giant mutant clams can shoot the alchemist's star bolts and use starfire shield. They also do a starfire burst that extends 360 degrees away from them for 100 feet. This takes 2 attacks. The clam is able to generate these different abilities 3 times per day and does so at a 20th level alchemist. The clam can sense life forms within 200 feet. This gives them relative security. The shells of the creatures are used in many different ways, including furniture. As the clams grow quickly, there is always a plentiful supply. They're found only in the Catherine Sea. Do they have a level? Ego 5. For 10 levels, attack type, block, surprises. I'm not seeing levels. What the fuck's a gaming point? Like, this is fucking... See, this is like what this game's like. It was like, oh, learning new things, and then gaming points. I'm like, oh, I understand this game. Gaming points. Are those experience points? Why does it say, attacks 3 plus 1 per 10 levels? Where's the level? I don't see a level on this. Watch me like do a video and put the character up against a completely mismatched battle just because I want to have them go up against a giant mutant fire clam. Cobra, winged. This guy again. I believe there was a crocodile. Crocopede, I believe people were wanting to hear about. I assume you were wanting to see a picture of it, but... Crocopede, 1 to 4, life points 200 to 2,000. See, this one, like... this one can't be a typo. 200 to 2,000. Ego, 8. Ooh, Aura Scarlet. They are the evilest. Alright. Attack types and damage. Crocopedes are centipedes with the head of a crocodile and bat-like wings. Sure! Sure, why not? Why not? Why not bat-like wings? They grow to be 10 feet long and weigh 100 to 300 pounds. Their 4 eyes are on the end of stalks. They are completely at home in the water, despite the bat wings. Their sting is fate versus chemicals. Each dose affects creatures weighing up to 1,000 pounds. If the target is above the weight limit, the chemical is negated. The creatures are one of the few living things that kill for fun. Deer flying. Yeah, that's right. It's not just bears. Maximum running speed, maximum flight speed, surprises, fates, metabolic shock. Flying deer weigh 200 to 300 pounds and stand 4 feet on the shoulder. Both males and females grow antlers. These animals travel in large herds all over Synnibarr. They prefer to stick to lower altitudes and warmer climates. They don't have laser eyes, right? Beam attack, dodge, maximum running speed. Okay. No, they don't. They not seem to have laser eyes. I think they're like... Yeah, I think they're like furry skin wings. Like they're membranous wings, but then like it looks like they're drawn to have fur on them. Ah, haha. If I have inspired one person to check out Creeks and Crawdads, then I've done my job. It's a silly ass game. Demon Miss Golden, Demon Tree. Are 3 to 5 feet tall. Creatures are not true demons, despite their name. They are humanoid. What? Oh, tree demon, not demon tree. I thought it was demon. There was a comma there. These are just regular dolphins. Oh, wait, fuck it. Nope. Dolphins. Dolphins weigh from 200 to 500 pounds. They something. and are clever and resourceful, luring monsters into schools of sharks or things like that. They grow up to 10 feet from nose to tail, light gray to blue skin, and they live mostly in ocean water. A dolphin will always avoid a fight if at all possible. They can transmutate into half-human creatures to travel on land and wield weapons. It takes one attack to transform. They have 4 lesser mutations. That's just regular dolphin. I'm getting to the laser bears. Yeah, sorry I haven't gotten around to really covering creeks and crawdads yet. But if you're trying to get them to play it, just like make them read the play description, because there is like a play description in the book that is incredibly amusing, and they do a really good job of explaining things like, the crawdads figuring out that they need a rock, and then one of them having to roll to remember that they are currently holding a rock, but failing, and then they all go off to look for a rock. I assume snow white skin, black circular markings on its forehead. It grows to be 15 feet long. The killer dolphin has psionic abilities, death scare, stare teleport, and starport. It is found mostly in open waters, usually in small groups. See, this is my problem. I make these like very lightweight games, so I don't get to do stupid shit like this. I don't care about drakes. Oh, was that a phasing dinosaur? Open the door, get on the floor. I guess drakes are like their big thing. I like that they don't tell you what the thing is. There's no, like, name, so I have to be like, which monster is this? Is this a Dreldesm? Alien creature of the plant-like race? Looks like one. Elephant. See, now we could assume that an elephant is just an elephant. But now, after reading the description of dinosaur, we can't be sure. These creatures are all psychic... These characters are all so psychic that they must live within gardens so it can dampen their powers. They are 15 feet long and weigh 1 to 8 tons. Elephants can cast any 1st through 3rd level psi spell, have 1,000 psionic points, and can speak with the god of the animals. Steel Breeze. Subtract 500 psionic points per use. The elephants have been blessed with this ability and they use it for good, offering assistance whenever possible. See, that's the thing, yeah, the flying deer are funny, but then just being like, oh, here's a normal animal. Here's a description of a completely normal animal. Giant ice, gopher, mutant, grass phase, gremlin. I'm dating one of those. All right. This is what you wanted. This is what you wanted, chat. Yeah, all elephants, are known for contacting the god of the animals. Yeah, like there's a lot of good ideas here. 1 to 4, 20% chance of female, 1 to 2 young, life points. I still don't understand this levels thing. See, this is the thing, is I would have to, like, read most of the book to understand the rules. Which is why I'm saying. Yep, Chi beams, 100 to 600 LPD. Range 220 feet. Bite, 10 to 100. Claws, 10 to 400. The flying grizzlies are strong and ferocious creatures. They are 10 to 15 feet in length, weigh 2,500 to 6,500 pounds, and feed on any form of meat or fish. Their eye beams can be fired 10 times a day and take 1 attack to use. Their fur may be used as armor and is worth $1,000 for an intact hide. That's how much the armor cost. Flying grizzlies are a very intelligent species who will stalk their prey vast distances. They are encountered everywhere. They're everywhere. Well, the crockett. See, I'm still a fan of the giant fire clam, because it's a giant fire-breathing clam, I believe. Also, I don't think they ever specify that it's like aquatic. Like, in my mind, I just assumed that the giant fire clam, the 15-foot clam, just like sat on the ground, like it would just be sitting in a forest. All right, grizzly, giant sunstone. The giant sunstone grizzly is 150 feet tall and weighs approximately 100 to 200 tons. They live in the northern part of the Dark Continents. These creatures have 1,000 psionic points, and every major psi spell amplified times 2. It is they who prey on drakes and hydras. Yeah. That drawing just says, yeah. Okay, a regular sunstone grizzly. Sunstone grizzlies weigh 1 to 4 tons, and are 20 feet tall. They can be encountered virtually anywhere because they love to swim. This creature is vicious and dangerous. Do they have laser beams? No, they only have claws. I assume this is a Halathian. Yeah, someone said gorilla, and now I'm realizing there's no gorillas. I guess there was apes earlier. Horse, flying, sea. These fish grow 3 feet long and weigh as much as they can fly up to 150 miles per hour for an unlimited distance, but cannot carry much more than their own weight. They live in the deepest ocean waters, but fly for some fucking reason. Flying seahorses can use Mage Warrior spells up to 20th level, and they have 70 SMUs. There are not many flying seahorses left, as they will flee from and avoid conflict with humans. This is nonsense. Well, someone mentioned that, but I assume it was a typo because... Oh yeah, there we go. Gorilla giant. How big? How ridiculous is this? Fists? Giant gorillas stand at 20 feet tall and weigh 4 to 10 tons. They are shy and elusive creatures, seldom given to violence. They live in the center of the world. As omnivores, they feed on small deer and elk, along with a variety of fruits, roots, and berries. Giant gorillas have one peculiar streak. I hope it's ridiculous. They are semi-religious. You know, if there's one peculiar thing about giant gorillas, they're semi-religious. Yeah. Synnibarr. See, as I kept saying, Synnibarr is overly complicated, but everything in it is stupid and fun. They worship the great eternal sun. They erect crude shrines upon which they place any metals or gems they find. To disturb these gems would bring the entire troop down upon the transgressor. Usually from 10,000 to 40,000 can be found, along with 4 large apes. The apes are bright blue in color, with a large mohawk of long blonde hair. Their only means of defense are Cybolt, Tesseract, and invisibility. 20-foot-tall blue gorillas with blonde mohawks, whose only means of defense are Cybolt, Tesseract, and invisibility. And they worship the sun. I genuinely, I look at shit like this and Metamorphosis Alpha, and I'm like, I am not that creative, and I'm legitimately jealous. That's the thing, is Like, people say, like, oh, don't compare yourself to others creatively. And in general, yes, that's good advice. But there are specific things. There are specific things where you can't help but say, like, this is so in my wheelhouse that I wish my mind would come up with these things. Eh. We'll phase up through phase grass. This plant, at first glance, appears to be harmless dark green grass. However, once stepped on, it will phase up through the boots and soles of the victim's feet, planting seeds into the body. If the victim does not successfully roll fate versus mutations, the seeds will travel throughout the body. Also, the victims must roll metabolic shock or lose half their strength and constitution scores. After one day, if not cured by a 20th level Amazon's Golden Hand ability, the victim will die. Yeah, the reason I didn't go for 3rd edition was because I heard it was streamlined. That's like, no. I want the worst. I want the worst I can get. I want the worst possible Synnibarr. Unfortunately, I couldn't find 1st edition. Hey, look at that fella. That's 90s. That's 90s right there. Yeah, that is a bad thing about old games. All right, jellyfish, giant. See, the thing is they don't have stats, so I can't be like, how high is their intelligence to see if they're... Actually, I will say, that is a stat that I introduce in a game that I'm working on. Fuck it, I'm just going to say it, Wet Dungeon. It's an erotic dungeon crawl based on Tunnels and Trolls. Point is, I specifically added a stat of sentience. Because a lot of these things aren't clear. Like, do the gorillas have sapience? Like, do they have human level intellect? Or do they, like, worship, like, on a way understandable to animals? Like, that's the question. Giant jellyfish inhabit semi-tropical waters off the coast of the lands. They are not very active and do not usually attack. If anyone touches or touched by a fish, they will take 100 to 1,000 damage per attack segment of contact. The victim is also... Well, that's boring. Like they giant jellyfish is a real big letdown after everything else. Jaguars. Creatures jaguars have reflect and amplify on their fur. They also have a mutation that allows them to turn invisible once per day for 1 hour and can generate a field of magnetic energy. It's like... I don't know, see? That's we don't know. That's we don't know. Laser? This should... Okay. Lionfish, giant mutant. Lionfish men. Lionfish men in heights. Lion flying. Like, so many things in this game are just, like, animal flying. Lion psionic. Lion snow. Someone liked lions. Lizard puffer. Lizard gravity. It's a fucking laser dragon. That's a fucking laser dinosaur. These are... This is insane. Lizard small thunder. Lizard mutant. Lizard mutant. Lizard flying. Lobster mutant. I'm interested in that. Creature weighs 1,600 pounds and 5 feet in length. Their eyes can shoot earth power beams 10 times a day, which takes 1 attack to do. Mutant lobsters have a nasty temperament, probably because their meat tastes so good. They live throughout Synnibarr oceans. Nothing in here is... Oh, the Lawns Guard. Bone axe. Sometimes they're very clearly of, like... That's a little bit 90s, I guess. When they add like a whole thing like lot, like what the fuck's lot? Ooh, black mamba. This snake is 6 feet long and weighs 20 pounds. Has a glossy black body. Like black mambas have phased fangs. They have phased fangs with neuropoison that causes paralysis of the respiratory system within 2 turns. If a victim weighs more than 8,000 pounds, the poison causes unconsciousness for only 1 hour. Spells have 50% working. They have phased fangs, of course. Mamba, giant 6-headed black. Our paranoid strike, that's less interesting. Man of War, mutant. Mutated Man of War can exist 1 hour out of... The mutated Man of War can exist for 1 hour out of water, levitate at 65 miles per hour. They have the psionic ability to create illusions and have 100 psionic points. Their stingers have a neurovenom that deals 100 to 400 LPD per segment for a set. Up to 10 tentacles may attack one person, each draining half of a victim's strength and constitution points per 3 segments. Each tentacle has 1,000 life points, and Mutant Man of War takes triple damage from electric and heat attacks. Oh man, yeah, I missed that. It should be evident from my work that I'm a strong believer that nipples, they're cool. You can show them. Not gonna hurt nobody. There were monster titties all over the original D&D, and nobody died. But now we're like, oh my god, we can't have an FPN. That's illegal. Monkey, spider. All right, spider monkeys weigh 10 pounds. They can tesseract 5 feet. They can tesseract 50 feet 5 times per day. The creatures eat insects, fruit, and small animals. Spider monkeys love bright colors, will often traverse camps where anything appeals to them to take back to their nests. Squirrel monkeys are 2 feet tall, 50 to 60 pounds. They live their entire lives in the treetops, taking great delight in bombarding people with fruits and nuts. Squirrel monkeys have developed the ability of minor levitation and invisibility, 1 set per hour. They are highly intelligent, excellent mimics, and have long memories, and they throw nuts at you. Yeah, and they should. Like, I'm a strong proponent of this. That's why the cover of Punktopia, I mean, that's part of the reason the cover of Punktopia has a topless woman on it. The other part is because it's a reference to a painting that has a topless woman on it. But, like, you know, like, it's not going to hurt anyone. How many of my books have nudity in them? I know Punktopia has it on the cover. There is, I believe, 1 piece of nude art in Dinosaur Erotica. I think that's it. Honestly, I'd really love to make, like, a more explicit version of Dinosaur Erotica. But I can't, there's no way to do it. See, here's the thing. I am not against that. Here's what I say. I want Dark Sun, but, like, also the women are topless. Like, that's what I want. That's what I want to see in game art. I want to see men and women alike with, like, bronzed, muscular bodies, tits out, you know, fighting giant insects with a bone dagger. I want a world that looks exactly like the paintings of one Mr. Boris Vallejo and one Miss Julie Bell. Mushroom. Mutant. Black mutant. A dream mutant. Narelle. Neptune's electric girdle. Okay. It's a plant. This plant grows under the ocean with great electric kelp beds. Eclectic kelp beds. Each plant weighs 1 to 4 tons and leaves may. It only attacks when surprised. Roll the plant surprise when it ventures within 50 feet. If surprised, the leaves will release Great arcs of static electricity. This trigger causes the intruders with 50% of their surprise roll. Well, yeah. Like, see, here's the thing: is that Dark Sun's post-apocalyptic, and if for some reason in the in every post-apocalypse, people get really into fetish gear. I don't know why. It's just a thing. I mean, I know why. I have a pretty good feeling. So, like, here's the thing. So, right now, like, what's stopping you from wearing a leather mask and chest harness in public? That's right, cultural norms, social mores. These are the things stopping you from do that. Stopping you from do that? From doing that. Like, that's the thing. So in the post-apocalypse, when society has crumbled, everyone's like, fuck yeah, chest harness, leather mask, like big spiky cod piece. They go straight for it. And yes, the men can have tits out too. But like, the men can already have the tits out. That's the thing. They're already allowed to have their tits out, like, everywhere. Of course they're mechs. Why wouldn't there be mechs? They're tech troopers. Nothing in this game makes sense. Octopus, giant mutant. Creature grow 25 feet long, one of our dead's abilities are identical to a smaller cousin except the strength of 200. Giant mutant has a specially developed ability similar to the major mutation thermal kinetic, but is phased and has a range of touch only. I feel like, you know, they could have organized this better, because they're like, oh, it's just like a mutant octopus but bigger. It's like, okay, well, maybe you should have put in mutant octopus first. This mollusk grows up to 10 feet long, weighs 200, 400 pounds, and lives in dark, deep ocean waters. It attacks anything comes within the territory. Ink cloud causes blindness to all touches for 1 to 6 sets. How much was a set? Was a set 5 minutes? I don't remember. Octopus grabs the victim's arms, delivers energy bolt, and can deliver a shock 10 times per day. That's not very interesting. Otter. Blood orange. Blood orange trees grow. I'm like, blood orange? Like the fruit? Blood orange trees grow to 40 feet tall. They grow all over Synnibarr and tropical, subtropical. Their fruit is always in season. These mutated fruits are so named because their inner fruit is blood red in color, as is their juice. The juice has special properties. It is pleasant tasting and completely restores lost constitution points. This effect is like instantly receiving a full night's rest. However, if any person eats or drinks the equivalent of more than one orange within a 7-day period, he or she will lapse into unconsciousness for 24 hours. Sure. The orange remained potent for 1 week after picking. The juice of the blood orange cannot be preserved in its original state, but it may be distilled by the high gnomes of the city of Magma in the forest of Soul Swallower. The cost of 1 orange is given for 1 distilled, about 1 ounce of produced strength. This game is silly. Alright, giant otters. The big, friendly giant of the sea can grow up to 50 feet long and weighs 6 tons. They will help any party with an overall good aura. The otter can sense auras within 1 mile, and they have the psionic ability magnetic control within 300 psionic points. They are always found in the deeper ocean waters, but never in large numbers. Like, man, it's just like fucking, it's amazing. You're just gonna be playing this game with all your secret auras, because no one's allowed to know anyone else's aura. And, you know, a giant otter is gonna like rise up out of the water and is gonna be like, hey. And you'll be like, great otter, will you help us on our quest? And it's gonna like look at you and be like, nah, brah. And then it's gonna just swim away. You're gonna be like, oh my god, one of us is evil. I like how I've gotten to the point now where I'm literally just looking for actual like normal normal animals to see what they've done with them. Much like Zombo. Because, you haven't seen tonight's movie until you've seen what Zombo's done to it. Raccoon, talking. You know what? If I looked at this raccoon, I feel like talking wouldn't be one of the first things I would say. Talking raccoons weigh 100 to 150 pounds, stand 4 to 5 feet tall. The length of their tails is about 3/4 their height. An alchemist created them over 3,000 years ago. Talking raccoons have enhanced senses, vision, hearing, and smell. They're less mutation, plus 25% shot. These creatures may be encountered carrying any normal weapon type, and one has a 50% chance of having a gun or lesser tech weapon. 10% of them will have high-tech equipment and weapons. Talking raccoons are peaceful by nature. They live throughout the world, but only in moderate climates, living in small homes with large trees. They are usually encountered singularly. However, on the enchanted continent, they are establishing a small settlement. Aw, rat isn't interesting. 3 sides AOC. Semi-intelligent, extremely vicious. Giant rats aren't very interesting either. I mean, what's wrong with a rocket raccoon? Yeah, like here's the thing. Hasbro's not going to give anything back to anyone. And I feel like they don't. They're playing fucking D&D so incredibly safe that I think they don't want to, like, put out alternate campaign. Like, the fact that they did a Spelljammers just boggles my mind. The problem with well, there's two problems. Yeah, rat's just a normal rat, and I'm like, that's you can't like, it's not every single animal isn't insane. Some of them are just like normal, and then some of them are insane. So the problem with Dark Sun is this: Dark Sun has a lot of slavery in it, and people are like, oh, they don't want to do that because slavery is problematic, and if they remove the slavery, then people are going to cry that they removed the slavery because that's what they fucking do. I think they just don't want to do it. I think they just don't want to make more books. I think they're really focusing on just squeezing people for D&D Beyond subscriptions at this point. Honestly, it's too bad that I don't like 5th edition because, as I said, they made a fucking Spelljammer. That's the best D&D setting. I have multiple Spelljammer novels on my shelf over there. I have 3 Spelljammer novels on my shelf over there. If you've done the math, if you're familiar, there are 4 Spelljammer novels. There is 1 Spelljammer novel I don't own. And it's part 4. Yeah, so like, I think I said, like, as thing about about Dark Sun is this: it's post-apocalyptic fantasy world. That's the problem with like Dark Sun conceptually, is that name me another like analog for Dark Sun. That's the thing, is like Hyperborea is the world of Conan, right? I don't remember how to pronounce that exactly, but like, it's close. But like, they're very specific about it being a post-apocalyptic world, but it's post-apocalyptic for an apocalypse that happens in like a medieval era. So I think it's a thing that people don't know how to describe. I'm having trouble describing it right now. Like, that's like, I'm having trouble describing it. So I think that's a big part of it. And I think if you really want to sell if you want to sell people Dark Sun, you have to sell it to them Hyborian age? Okay. I feel like if you want to sell Dark Sun to someone, you have to sell it to them like a fucking Boris Vallejo painting. Like, that's how you have to sell Dark Sun, is you have to sell the idea of these, leather-clad, half-naked, people fighting with bone daggers against a giant insect. That's how you have to sell it. You have to sell it the way you would sell a Conan game. That's my thought on Dark Sun, is that if you're trying to sell it the same way that you're selling modern D&D, because modern D&D is a lot of, hey, hang out with your friends. You don't have to have an encounter or do skill checks. You can just kind of hang out. Comic relief kobold character? Yeah, you can do the most comic relief kobold characters. I feel like dark fantasy is not a thing that they know their audience isn't prepared for. That's the thing. Okay, have fun doing a sleep. I did survive it. I survived. We're done. We finished the character, and I just wanted to look through the equipment section for funsies. Not equipment, monsters, because they're silly. Okay, let's see. Rock rhinos waved on the shoulder. They are 10 feet long, extremely dangerous. Their eyesight and sense of smell are exceptionally keen. They can project a mutation field around its horn 10 times per day that lasts for one turn until it strikes something. Of course. Yes. Because heavy metal is amazing. I got kind of out of it. I should just like buckle down and get a subscription to heavy metal. Because it's a thing where it's like, oh yeah, for like a few months, I'll be like super into it and I'll be like going and getting the new issues. But then like I'll miss one and then I'll be like, oh, there was an ongoing story and I missed an issue. And then I just like don't read it for 6 years. Weren't Ravasheen like really complicated? Yes, the Ravasheen were very complicated. That's why I skipped them. Like, I'll be honest here, folks. We're getting pretty close to stream ending time. Like, I'm hungry. My throat's hurting from talking. So we're getting pretty close to stream ending. So I'm just wanting to get through this and like look for funny things that we might miss. Rose Red, Biolante. Flyers emit hypnotic scent that will draw creatures to it. Within 100 feet, once victims within 20 feet, the roses will kill them with a strong poison gas. All cows need gas. This gas attack can be used once per day as a wide beam attack. Flowers can move slightly up to 30 degrees in any direction. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting from what I looked at. Giant salmon. Where are the crab people? Are crab people under crab people? Like, that's a legitimate question. The fish grows to be 30 feet long in length and weighs up to 4 tons. They are the best tasting fish in the sea. Giant salmon will only attack provoked. A school of these guys will bring food for weeks, that is. A school of these guys will bring food for weeks. That is, if you can land them. They live in ocean waters around the enchanted continent. That is like fucking... Okay, well, I don't mind going back there once I get to the end. This is just like... It's just like... The shift in tone. These fish grow 30 feet long and weigh up to 4 tons. They are the best tasting fish in the sea. Giant salmon will only attack if provoked. A school of these guys will bring food for weeks. That is, if you can land them. They live in ocean waters around the enchanted continent. Like, that is a tonal whiplash. That is, if you can land them. That's a Sasquatch. All right. So this is a really long stream, so like not, a lot of people aren't gonna watch it. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret chat. Excluding excluding ones that are based on an existing property. Every game that I make which has player races in it includes Sasquatch. As a joke. Whenever I have that option, whenever I put player races in a game, Sasquatches are an option. Because it amuses me. It amuses me that that a Sasquatch stand 15 feet tall. Of course they do. 1 to 4 tons. There are 2 different types, gold and gray. The gold Sasquatches will help people. Gray ones will eat them. Well, I certainly hope you're not colorblind. I don't know. Yeah, 8 hours, 10 minutes, and 4 seconds. The gold Sasquatches will help you. Gray ones will eat them. It's not like I do this all the time. This is a 20,000 subscriber stream, so I won't be doing this again until like 50,000. All of these creatures hate ice giants, ice lots, and trollocs. They have the master mutation plane phase and roam vast distances all across. Oh my god. Rarely do they keep treasure, but usually 700 they will have a good knowledge of the area they live in. Sasquatches speak the human tongue. Are they referencing, is this a reference to the theory that Sasquatches are interdimensional beings? So this is what I was talking... first of all, fuck. Is Eclipse Phase the one I was looking at? Sorry, I just remembered that there was another... I was looking at a game where you could play as intelligent octopuses. But, like, they had little... No, it wasn't Eclipse Phase. But they had, like, little... like robot leg bodies that they walked around in. What was that? Some game, one of the player races was like just octopuses, and they had little like mech suits. This is the problem with looking at all these goddamn games. It wasn't... I don't think it was Rifts. I don't think I've ever actually looked at Rifts. This is gonna be bothering me for like 10 minutes, and then I'm just gonna forget about it. Point is, there is a theory that Sasquatches are actually interdimensional beings, and that's why we never find like bodies or like evidence of them, and why they can be avoid detection is because they actually live in different in a different plane of existence. All right, Scarlet. It's a mean looking... I'm assuming this is a gray Sasquatch. He looks like he eats people. Or maybe that's a gold Sasquatch. I don't know. Maybe he's helping someone clear some trees off their land. I don't know. Transhumanist in the good way or transhumanist in the bad way? See, this is like the thing is like they're like the Sean, and they're introduced these new concepts, and I'm like, I don't want to learn what your new concept is. All sharks can metamorph into humanoid creatures in one attack, except the tiger shark, which turns into a cat-like creature. When in human form, they are good fighters, although they have little intelligence. They retain their strength and their fearsome bites. However, their size decreases to 10 feet or smaller. Of course it does. Of course they'd all do. Okay. That's kind of a litmus test. Like the question, transhumanist in a good way or transhumanist in a bad way. Because if someone says, what do you mean transhumanist in a bad way? Alright, Night ends a nail, distinct navy, the rest is by side. No, nothing interesting. Great white shark. Really, you're not going to give the great white shark anything interesting? Oh my god, that is. I guess the regular artist was sick. As we were saying earlier, 100% this over like the glossiest fucking AI generated image. Hammerhead, buzz victim. Hammerheads don't butt. Yeah, fine. Giving off an alchemical bolt in the process. Okay, they can shoot. They of course they shoot things out of their head. They can sense life forms, 100-foot aura, attacking anything that's not too big. Leopard shark. Leopard shark. Do. They can heal and cure insanity or disease 6 times a day. A potent power of the nurse shark is the ability to give life to those killed within 2 hours. What color is their aura? Silver. They're like neutral good. A nurse shark ability kills zero. Creatures raised from the dead in this manner gain back only 1/2 their life points. Nurse sharks will only help good characters. Healing takes 1 turn to accomplish. Raising the dead takes 1 set. See, I feel like this is a thing I would do if I was running this game. Is that like, you know, you're fighting a giant clam and you die, and I'd be like, do I want to be nice? And I'd be like, I want to be nice. And then I'd be like, oh, there's a shark, examining the body, and then it would be up to the players to be like, oh, we should see if that's a good shark or an evil shark. Because players love to not do that. Players love to not ask questions. Shape changes the form of a cat-like creature. Alright. Ooh, sea slug. One of my favorite monsters is the yellow musk zombie. Because no one fucking stops to check to see if the zombie's a yellow musk zombie. Like, never happens. I don't think I've ever used... I use them a lot because I like them. I like plant creatures in general, and I like zombies in general, so, you know. But I don't think I have ever had a situation where I have described what's happening, you know, oh, it looks like a ragged person shambling towards you, and had the players be like, I want to roll to identify. They all go, no, I know what a zombie is. I don't need a roll. I'm just gonna go fight this zombie. That's definitely a regular zombie. And then it's a yellow musk zombie, and they're like, oh no, I went in here, I wasted fucking channel divinity, I did all this shit, under the assumption this was a regular zombie, but it's not, it's a plant. Alright, sea slug. It's not even giant. The sea slug is a fast-moving creature, 20 feet long and weighing 1 to 2 tons. It lives in underground tunnels on the bottom of the ocean. If anyone dares enter their caves and tunnels, don't expect them to come back out. That's what she said. God, I hope my partner is here because she would absolutely die laughing at that. Oh. Well, we can almost... We're almost there. Under caves and tunnels, don't expect to come back out. The depth of the sea slug tunnels are from... Oh, $10,000 to $100,000 worth of diamonds and gold per creature. Sea slugs dig their tunnels with their sonic drill ability. This drill is so powerful as to be able to cut through almost any substance. The drill and their eye bolts are mutation based. They have eye bolts? Oh yeah, they've got phased energy bolts. Creatures have acid jelly in their sides. The bodies can shoot phased energy bolts in their eyes 3 times a day. Both the sonic drill and the phased bolts take 1 attack. Snake, giant rattlesnake, grows out of Master Mutation Psionics Bolt, which shoots from its eyes. Earth Power Energy. Fangs only help the snake inject poison through tenths. The snake lives in the deep forest. Like, dig burrows for ambushes. I only cared about the, I don't really cared about the slugs because I'm a slug fan. Like, I didn't point it out earlier, but in addition to the squishy silicone snail, I also have a squishy silicone slug. I'd have more slugs if I could find more. Also, like, I was buying other stuff, so I added those to my order, because the problem is that, like, buying a thing is expensive. Like, this was a few dollars. This was like somewhere like $3 to $5. But shipping just this would cost like $5. So I had to wait till I was ordering something else from someone else from like the person who makes silicone goods, and then, add that onto my order. Oh no, you were behind. Yeah, like, I will say one of the only things that I'm really disappointed about losing from my, like, post-apocalyptic fantasy comic that I just decided not to bother making was that the main characters were goblins. So I needed to come up with something to be like goblins for goblins. Like, what a goblin is to a human. I needed to come up with like a new race to be that to goblins. And what I came up with were known as beakmen, which were mutant chickens. They were, because as I said, it's a post-apocalyptic short summary. It was a world in which a, like, medieval fantasy world and the modern world around the year 1980 through things crashed together, but like not physically. They crashed together out of phase. So the two worlds collided and like suddenly manifested two places in one place. So it's post-apocalyptic and fantasy, but it's like modern post-apocalyptic with fantasy. So there were mutant chickens, but they were dinosaur-like. That was the thing, is they were dinosaur-like little, but they were little. And they're the only thing I missed from that game because I liked them, because they were so silly. Tiger flying. Wingspan everywhere soaring. Okay, they don't have anything interesting. Illusion trees. Well, that's just a tree that does illusions. I want a monster that is just an illusionary tree. A monster that is just a fucking like just a fucking, there's a word, hallucination. That's just a hallucination of a tree. It doesn't actually exist. It is a creature that is only psionic. Sea unicorn. Very beautiful creature, has a silver aura, will not harm anything. If struck by its horn, all ability spells are nullified 1 hour. This ability is variant base. Sea unicorns are very difficult to find because they're less than 2,500 in existence. They live only in the deep ocean. 20 feet long, weigh 1,500 pounds. They're making a lot of assumptions here. Like, that is this like a seahorse with a horn, or is it like a unicorn in the water? Yes, but what if they could use tools? War unicorn. War unicorns weigh 1,200 to 1,600 pounds and stand 6 feet tall at the shoulder. They are the best breed of fighting mounts, being quick, aggressive, and intelligent, able even to learn human speech. Enough to take explicit orders. They themselves cannot speak. Warning unicorns fear little because of their intelligence. They know how to fight and will not hesitate to stomp or gore any creature that attempts to harm them or their rider. Once unicorns protect a small settlement against giant silver-backed wolves for 3 years before adventurers could be contacted to rid the area of the wolves. 3 years? Really? I feel like one of those unicorns could have just, They have one special ability that can be used twice per day. This is phased invisibility. The effect lasts for 1 set per use, covering unicorn's rider as well. This ability will have unicorns that are not extinct, and why they are common but expensive to buy. The only way to catch one is to attach a rope to it before it phases, because the unicorn affects whatever it touches. Also, if it phases before being caught, you might as well give up the... So wait, so like, you lasso the unicorn, and then it phases, but like you phase with it. It's just like dragging you around, phasing through the... Wow, there's a lot of mutant vampire stuff. Okay, what's a giant walrus? Creature grows at 80 feet, 100 tons. They live in the ocean and waters of Mauritania. The giant walrus is not aggressive, but will protect itself and its family if threatened. They are now in dangerous species with less than... will help anyone who is good and can sense the auras up to 1 mile. They have telespeak and telepathy, and the ability to sense the future to win people... Wait. And the ability to sense the future to win people with good auras will be in trouble. They just fucking... They can sense the future. They're like, this is your goddamn ultimate Deus Ex Machina in the World of Synnibarr. The players find themselves in a conundrum, in a dire situation. A giant fucking walrus just shows up and is like, I knew you would be in trouble. At this moment, you would need me. And I arrived. And then everyone is so fucking confused that they forget about, like, what the whole situation was. Okay. See, this is one of those situations where the comma is important. Rock. Weird. Not a weird rock. It's not just a weird rock. It's like, what is this? Just a weird rock? Rock weird, stand 20 feet tall. Ugh, not interesting. If it was just a weird rock, then I'd be interested. Note to self, add weird rock. I'm not actually making a note to myself to add weird rock as a monster in one of my games. That would be silly. Who would do that? That would be a silly thing for me to do. Or anyone. But like me specifically. Alright, so that everything's like you just wanted lots of things that started with X, didn't you? Zombie. Okay, chat. Before I look it up, do we think that zombie is going to be normal or fucking weird? Because, like, it's a zombie, so there's any number of ways you could go with this. My gut is telling me that it's going to be normal. That, like, zombies are just going to be fucking normal. With everything else, it's just going to be, like... weird by, like, by the standards of, like, oh, Here's a giant snail. Also, it has eye beams. That's weird. I think they're just gonna be like boring normal. That's what I'm thinking. Okay. All right, we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out together, chat. All right, this is an unusual creature. It's not actually a creature, but rather a microorganism. The zombie virus is transmitted by physical contact or prolonged exposure. It can fully control a dead creature using the body as a means to spread itself. Infection within the virus occurs by touch of the exposed skin and by the breath, which exposes a 5-foot area around them. Anything in contact for 1 minute will be infected. Once this happens, the victim will die within one set. The dead body will become controlled by the virus. The body of something affected is not something affected will not decompose, for it is gifted with a form of regeneration that will heal 1,000 life points per turn of the dead flesh. If an arm is severed, it will grow into a full zombie within one set. Bodies infected with the zombie virus have between 100 and 400 strength, and they can operate anything that the body used to know. However, the virus does not get the pleasure of their host's abilities because there is no longer any life force to power them. Certain forms of the virus, 10%, can generate constitution enough to use magic or earth power. Zombies are semi-intelligent and they can transfer memories with infection. These memories are as old as their creation, 46,342 years ago in an evil alchemist's vat. The alchemist had the unusual goal in life to rule the world. The zombie virus will use any dead creature's body. The only noticeable difference is the change in the creature's eyes. They will glow very slightly in the dark. That's all of it, right? Okay. So, I'm willing to say it's not weird. That's pretty fucking normal. The only weird thing being, if an arm is severed, it will grow into a full zombie within one set. That's the only weird part I'm thinking. Other than that, though, it's pretty normal for a zombie. Also, it's going to be awkward because, like, let's be honest here. You get your arm cut off, and then it grows into another copy of you, and that other copy is going to be naked. So, like, you're a zombie, and, suddenly, you're, like, people are going to be looking at the other you, and they're going to be like, ooh, oh, The virus itself kills you. That's not uncommon. That's like a pretty normal thing in Night of the Living Dead, Return of the Living Dead. A lot of them, like a zombie bite infects you. Oh, fucking Walking Dead, I think. I don't know how the zombies in Walking Dead work. Fuck. Who was I looking up the opinion on races? Someone asked me a question, but I got distracted by zombies because I like zombies. Alright, Zithipians. These aliens look like giant blue brains with tentacles. They are 10 feet in diameter and weigh 1,000 to 2,000 pounds. Very little is known about their race. They once contacted the Terra colony, but they had a dispute with the Shadow Masters. I don't ever want to know, like, the full lore of this game. I just want to encounter things like they once contacted the Terra colony, but had a dispute with the Shadow Masters. Just what they argued about has been lost to time, but it had something to do with Piscind Ademius. This is powerful elixir used by the Shadow Masters to raise the intelligence of their students, providing them with their initial powers. The Zeopathians have the strongest psionic powers in the universe. An adult Zeopathian has 10,000 psionic points, but their naturally developed psionic abilities are few. They have very short-range telepathy, 50 feet, almost unlimited clairvoyance and telekinesis, and their greatest ability, a form of mass apportion? Apparition. Mass appor... The fuck is this word? Ah. Apparition. Psychic version. Apport is the alleged paranormal transference of an article from one place to another. Okay, teleportation. Hmm. That means it can teleport. You know, I probably should have read the next sentence. Xanthians can teleport up to 100,000 tons anywhere within the bounds of the known universe at a drain of 5,000 psionic points. What I also know about these creatures is that they do not form alliances with any race. However, they are the lifeblood for the majority of superior races in the universe because of their teleporting capabilities. Okay, so I guess we're going to do two things. One, I promised I would go back to the beginning. There's a lot of monsters in this book. They don't skimp on the monsters. Cobra, Constrictor, Kragoons, Crab People. Crab people are highly territorial, claiming many branches of their farming land. They live in tidal pools and wet, soft sand. They prefer to remain in water as much as possible. Crab people construct and use primitive tools and weapons. So yes, cow tools. Such as the shovel and the sword, usually out of savage material. The shovel and the sword are not even, like, comparable tools. In recent time, organized groups have been found inland along rivers, leading observers to believe that they are an intelligent species with great promise. Well, yeah, they can make fucking swords. And will expand. They appear similar to humans, except they are 6 to feet. They appear similar to humans, except they are 6 to 10 feet tall and have a pair of pincers and antennae. The pincers are extra appendages acting as a second set of arms located right above the normal set. The antennae stem from the middle of their head. They breathe only through gills and can only survive 20 minutes out of water. 10% of all crab people have master mutations. What the fuck? Like, oh, crab people. I understand what that's going to be. Okay, that is the only reference to superior races in the entire book. Crabs don't have antenna. Or do they? Maybe they do. And you just don't know about it. Maybe crabs have secret antennae. All right. So it's time for me to no longer be doing this. All right, chat. We're back. We're back in the basement. So yeah, I'm tired and hungry. And I've been doing this for 8 hours somehow. I don't know how I've been doing this for 8 hours. It does not feel like I've been doing it. It feels like I've been doing this for about 5 hours. So I am now going to not be doing this. So thanks for stopping by, joining me here on the internet while I made the thing. A World of Synnibarr character, that's what I did. It was cool. It was rad. We all had fun. It was fun for the whole family if your whole family likes the World of Synnibarr. And people realize that my webcam is shit. And I should just buy a new one, but I don't. All right. So good night, everyone. I do the long goodbye. I do the Midwestern goodbye. I like to do the Midwestern goodbye on stream so that people have a chance to be like, "Oh, it's been nice being here. Thank you next time." Whatever. Because that's how we do it. Yeah, like the thing is, Synnibarr is funny bad. That's the thing. Synnibarr is funny bad. No part of it makes you go, "Wow, I regret this decision so much." It's fun. It's an amusing experience, and then it has giant fire clams and grizzly bears with laser eyes and giant sea slugs. All right, so yeah, I'm going to be going soon as I figure out what I'm doing. Because I got a stream set up because I am a professional streamer. The funny thing is, like, arguably, I am a professional YouTuber. I make YouTube videos. I get, I get money from doing that. The funny thing is that, like, I'm not a professional streamer. I am very bad at streaming. So I will leave. Yeah, you'll be able to watch this later. I leave some of these up. I leave these ones up. Honestly, I'll be fucking honest with you. I'll be honest with you. My intention. I have intentions of like taking down the live streams or like making the members only after I do them. But I forget to do it. Now this one's the big 20,000 subscriber one, so I was gonna leave it up anyway. But a lot of them it's just like, oh yeah, I forgot. And then it's like 6 months later, and I'm like, who cares? So thank you for coming in here, joining me here on the internet while made a Legend of Synnibarr, World of Synnibarr character. It's late. And good night, America and the rest of the world. The internet. Good night, the internet.